3, 2, 1.
For a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Blade Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of Division 2 action here for the Southeast Asian region. Denog, we're getting to the later stages. We've only got 3 days left. Of course, today will be 3 best of 3s as well. We're going to be kicking off with the lads on XERXIA up against Myth Avenue Gaming. But importantly, how are you surviving on our 41-degree day? It's goddamn hot down here in Melbourne.
It is, and my air conditioner is in the living room, not in my room. So, just in a t-shirt today, showing off. I wouldn't call them the guns, maybe the water pistols today. But, yeah, I'm keen to watch some Dota. That's the most important thing. And we've got 2 really good series. Like you said, competitive, but for different reasons, right? Myth Avenue Gaming, a couple of days ago, they actually made a post when they won their previous series that they're in the safe zone. So they're good. They're not going to get relegated from Division 2. They're happy with that. So I wonder if that lets them relax a little bit more, enjoy their Dota much more, because we can see, just have a look at the BTS Pro Series, for example. Fnatic came in 2nd place after obviously getting relegated out of Division 1. Maybe that's because a lot of the pressure was taken off of them and they were able to just play Dota and have fun with it.
Yeah, that's the important thing, with no pressure, just you're having the fun as the main goal, as we get to see what teams had a lot of fun on Wednesday with those previous results and who were able to come out on top. As we see, it was a pretty good day for all the teams on the right. Of course, Army Geniuses, Polaris, and Spawn team getting the victories. Every series, though, going to a Game 3. And we did some China Division 2 last night, and every series went 2-0. And we had one game that, stomps. One game just went over 30 minutes. Every other game was very, very quick pace. So I'm hoping for some even, long games today. I want some good Dota.
Give me 40 minutes. I'll be happy with 40 minutes. That's the 40 good little sweet spot, right? Where there's a chance that a team's going to be able to come back. Maybe there's a high ground push that doesn't turn out too well and allows the team that's behind a little bit to be able to come back into things. But it's got to come off the back of the draft, right? We've seen in basically every single one of those China games that we were casting yesterday, it was very one-sided, all of these drafts. And that was the top of the division, sure, exploiting the fact that maybe some of the teams lower down the ladder aren't going to be able to play as wide of a hero pool as them. But just a bit of a sneak peek into the draft that we've got going on here. I believe XERXIA won the toss and they chose first pick for themselves. So they're clearly thinking that something is going to slip through. And with that being the case, we just want to pick up what we feel is the most busted hero this patch. Who's it going to be? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We will take a look at standings before we do get a draft underway here, just to see kind of what really we have yet in store for us and who is in that danger zone and who is potentially the team to be promoted. So again, Army Geniuses and Polaris, they're looking really good at the moment with 5-0, and the teams we're watching at the moment, XERXIA along with Myth Avenue Gaming, they're towards the middle of the pack. But for XERXIA, they still, unfortunately for them, not guaranteed a spot in Division 2 next season. They need to get some series wins under their belt. And for Myth Avenue, you just said before that they at least are not going to get relegated. But if everything goes their way, if the stars align, they win their last 2 series and Army Genius and Polaris drop theirs as well, then there could be tiebreakers for promotion. But at least for Myth Avenue, you've got you've at least got the capability to know that in the back of your mind, you don't have to worry about being relegated. We'll take a look at the schedule as well, real quick, for our Friday action of Dota. So again, we're going to be kicking off XERXIA versus Myth Avenue. Then we've got Atlantis versus Team Flow, and the last series of the night, the series that a lot of people are looking forward to. The two top dogs, the two teams that still are yet to be defeated. Polaris up against Army Geniuses.
Yeah, for sure. That is going to be an absolute banger. And obviously, Myth Avenue, they want to be able to win this one because if that game at the end of the day goes their way, if Army Geniuses is able to beat Polaris, then Myth Avenue's last game is against Polaris. So then their fate is in their hands. Then they'll be able to say, right, we win this series, then we force a tiebreaker. And then, promotion is a certain possibility for them. As we get to look into the draft, clearly, the hero that XERXIA is feeling like is going to be strongest against, as this first pick, is the Nature's Prophet, which we've seen a lot of teams look to pick up in that first phase, but no Batrider picked up as a response to it. I'm a little surprised. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued about the Lesh getting picked up from Myth Avenue. I know it is one of Silon's best heroes, without a doubt. This man can play it at such a incredible level, but just very interesting because we're not really seeing China in particular prioritize the Lesh. I haven't been watching too many of the other regions as well, but I can't imagine the Lesh is kind of up there. So what do you make of the Lesh at the 7th?
I'm honestly not a huge fan. Like you said, it is a comfort pick for him. But what I really don't like about it is that most of the time it's going to be played in that mid lane, right? And you've picked up a Tusk to pair together with it. Big reason why there's the strength of the Tusk is you've got that flexibility factor. But now that you've shown that you're probably playing the Slash mid, suddenly they're all right, this Tusk is most likely going to be a support. Hopefully it's not in the off lane for my sake. But you get what I'm saying, right? You just got to keep the opponents guessing, make the draft not super easy for them. And as for right now, they've got somewhat responses to the Nature's Prophet in heroes that just like to run at you. Even Lesh is able to build into the Boots of Travel to be able to connect onto any kind of like solid map movement coming out from this Tusk. But yeah, it's not perfect in my eyes. See, excellent there with the fan going. I wish I had one of those right now.
Oh, you don't even have a fan?
Nope, I broke the other day as well. And it's like, well, there's probably only going to be like 3 or 4 really hot days left this summer. The rest are going to be like 30 degrees, so it's not too bad. And I just can't justify the expense of buying like a good fan, for 3 days.
For 3 days, but those 30-degree days are kind of unbearable, but not as bad as a 4-degree.
I can bear with them. It's fine.
You can bear with them?
Though. That's I'll be splashing myself with water between every single game, I think.
How hot does it get in C? Like, I know there's a lot of countries in C.
It's more humidity as opposed to just the pure temperature factor.
Man, Singapore was horrific for me. I'd walk over to the stadium and my back would be soaking. I'm like, is this really what you guys... And I saw people walking around in pants. Mm-hmm. You guys crazy? What are you doing? You're wearing pants.
Are we talking locals or are we talking visitors?
Everyone. It didn't matter. I just don't get it. And everyone's like, locals, they get used to it, sure, but the visitors as well. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, I couldn't wrap my head around how people could survive like that. It was just survive in pants, I mean. Hey, move the mug.
There we go. We got to see that beautiful face. But, I think the thing is with the locals, like a lot of Asian countries, I don't want to generalize here, but like I've got a lot of Vietnamese friends, for example, that just say, I don't sweat, for example. So pants, I could justify that. But if you've got someone coming from, I don't know, Norway down to Singapore and they're wearing pants, I'm like, come on, something must be going on here. Maybe you just didn't pack right.
No, I mean, imagine wearing pants on a 40-degree day. Imagine wearing pants today.
Nope, not going to happen.
It's just, it's not a possibility. It's just, you're really not hoping for a good day. You got to wear pants and then the weather like this. Regardless, we have our second phase of bans. Nothing too crazy that I can see. Myth actually banning out the Batrider themselves, so looking to try and take that out of the hands of XERXIA, and we'll see what they're going to try and pick up at the 15th. Probably your position 5, I imagine.
I would imagine so. I mean, the Bat ban is really good, right? For a number of factors. One, it's a decent matchup into the Lesh. You know that the Lesh is probably going to be spamming out that Lightning Storm if you did have that Batrider matchup. So And you can also flex it into the position 3. It's something that Rupido really likes to play in that offlane as well. So it's not like you're giving away your entire draft. And again, it's just another one of these heroes that you like to pair together with the Nature's Prophet to be able to get kills, right? You get super active with the Boots of Travel, you find a pick-off, Prophet TPs in, pick-off into tower, easy game.
I'm going to go the Snapfire route here for Myth Avenue. So gives you a lot of magic AoE damage now, which we're going to have to try and see Miracle's Hero look to address in regards to kind of some physical damage, because BKBs will be a great way to address the dire lineup at the moment.
I'm debating whether it's a terrible lane, and I feel like it still can be exploited, but I kind of want XERXIA to pick up their cause now. It's a really good Oracle game so far, is what I'm saying. But do you want to commit that heavily with it? Probably not. And you probably don't want a Nature's Prophet plus Oracle lane either. And that's setting yourself up for some issues. So probably not going to get it this time around. What else can we look to think of? I mean, you know that Mid Avenue are going to have this Tusk and Lesh just running at you, right? So the Snapfire is going to be able to just sit at the back lines, throw out the globs. I would pick up something like a Clockwork for sure.
Yep.
It blocks off an avenue for Lesh to be able to run in. Okay, Nyx isn't too bad either. They don't have amazing push just yet, so I wonder if Myth Avenue now with these last picks of the next 2 phases are going to look to opt into a lot more of that. Prophet and Pango are somewhat capable of keeping the lanes pushed out, but Rubik and Nyx certainly don't do that quite as well.
And I like this Pango pick because it kind of covers maybe a summons hero that they could have been considering to give to Zeal in the offlane. The Nyx is very weak in that regard. Rubik okay, but still not the greatest. So at least with the Pango getting picked up here, you can kind of cover that potential for Zeal. It gives you
buyer as well.
Yep, Diffusal Buyer, which is going to be really nice. Can also hunt the Snapfire towards the back line. And he's going to have a pretty good time versus a lot of matchups. Pango versus Lesh, you should be okay in the mid lane. I can't imagine it's going to go too poorly for him.
They're still going to push, though. I mean, I don't hate it, right? As long as you've got that vision to be able to catch out these people on the back lines. To me, though, it's still going to be about when this Tusk hits the Blink Dagger timing, right? Because you could see people all you want, but it's still going to take a little bit of time for you to, get in range to Primal Roar, to get in range to drop the Cookie or the Split Earth. So the Blink Walrus Punch into Snowball allows the setup for a lot of these slower stuns onto the key target, and that key target is this Pangolier.
We'll see what they're going to look to try and ban out now to protect the Beastmaster. I mean, do we think there's any flex potential with the Nature's Prophet going to the 3, or is this more than likely going to be the Karma hero?
I think it still can be the Karma hero. I think he plays it incredibly well. For those that aren't aware, he used to go by Karma, then he went by Asta, and now he's back to Karma as well. So clearly feeling that his stint with the new nickname didn't work out too well for him, but he's still a great Nature's Prophet. They're just looking to take away a lot of this pace, aren't they? There's still a Death Prophet in the pool, but not exactly something that you wanted to pick up this stage. I don't really feel like the Leshrac in the safe lane is something that Myth Avenue do with too much regularity. I was thinking, what are some miracle heroes that are left in the pool? Obviously, the respect shown from XERXIA in that first phase, first banning the Naga Siren.
Yeah, and then you see in the last phase getting rid of the Lone Druid as well, so definitely putting a lot of priority onto Miracle's heroes. Do we want to speak about Myth or XERXIA, because they do have the 23rd here, so I guess Miracle is going to be able to see that off lane, and we'll make sure he knows his matchup before he has to pick his hero.
I'm expecting to see something like a Mars come out, perhaps. Again, just heroes that are going to be good at realizing what's coming your way and being able to stop that. The Lifestealer ban kind of emphasizes that a little bit as well.
Yeah, that it does. I think now wouldn't be surprised if Myth want to take it out of the pool. I mean, what's even still there if they pick the... I mean, Jug is really not... That hero is just so bad right now.
Ursa.
So, yep, Ursa is probably another one you could be considering. They could even think about a Monkey. They've got pretty good control. Slark's nice to get onto the Nature's Prophet.
Nightstalker ban, huh? I guess just wanting something that's going to stop the Beastmaster push forward. I mean, the Doom also kind of ban blocks that as well, right? Devour targeting Ancients, Nightstalker with his Aghanim Shard. So they're backing a lot of plays that are going to be able to come off the back of Zeal here.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is that in regards to the Night Stalker, you can also kind of have your own vision advantage, even though the Beastmaster, you can kind of have someone to help out against that Hawks. That can be an issue. Don't hate Dawnbreaker picked up. Okay.
I mean, it's something that we've seen time and time again get comboed together with a Nature's Prophet, right? As long as there's no Silencer, no Nyx that you're up against, then you can have, like, for example, a Nyx roaming with the Vendetta, find someone, Solar Guardian onto them, teleport onto them, right-click, spike, Earth Spike, dead. You know, like, it's very, very easy to be able to find pickoffs here with XERXIA. And they're not massively ultimate reliant either. They've got pretty low cooldowns, but then again, so do Myth Avenue. So I'm expecting to see a pretty high-paced game coming out here.
It's a strong laner too.
It is. No. I'm just thinking what they're looking to pair together with it, whether it's going to be like a Rubik paired together with a Dawn, most likely. So what can look to exploit that? Faceless Void. Okay. Don't hate it. Especially against the Pango, right? Like Pango plus the Dawnbreaker, two heroes that are constantly relying on their spells for a lot of the damage done, so time dilation is going to give you a lot of value. But again, it's just about being able to find that key target and then drop the Chronosphere on top of them. JG for me is still target number one for Myth Avenue, because if they don't have that, then suddenly a whole lot of their teamfight control, a lot of this chaos gets taken away from them, and that's what a Nature's Prophet needs to really thrive.
Yeah. I would really like them to put the Rubik with the Dawnbreaker. I know Jaja's playing the Rubik at the moment, so I kind of want the melee with the Nature's Prophet. Make sure you have a melee range in both side lanes here, because I also think the Rubik's going to be able to pressure the Void a little bit better with that Dawnbreaker. And one thing I'm also looking at is how active Karma can get early on with the Nature's Prophet. Still, the Void, it doesn't matter. You are someone that does struggle against a lineup that's able to take objectives pretty early on, and that's where the Nature's Prophet is able to shine. Late game, we will see Void be a pretty decent answer to the NP, just because how easy it is for you to get on top of it. But I think one of the strengths that XERXIA can play with is just this NP helping the boys to take objectives and being that +1 early.
Yeah, but then you also have to consider what it's going up against, right? You've got a Leshrac and a Beastmaster that you're playing against. So yes, you might be losing your areas of the map, but they're just as capable of taking areas of your map to be able to farm with as well. So Faceless Void, he's going to have a little bit more of those safer areas open up for him. And I'm keen to see how this one shapes out. I'm slightly favoring the Myth Avenue Gaming draft, just because I feel like they've got plenty of ways to get on top of that Pango. And again, saying it like a broken record, but that's the key to a lot of their team fights. But I'm also interested to see the Dawnbreaker into the Faceless Void, both for the lane and for the game as well, because we've seen it be like one of those key responses to it, right? Especially if Rupido is able to get a little bit farmed, and after picking up a few of those early damage items, for example, if it goes late, if he gets into the Aghanim Scepter, then suddenly you're feeling a lot more confident about being able to turn around some of these pick-off attempts.
Yep. One thing you just mentioned as well about kind of how even Myth have their own potential to take objectives. I think the nice thing is that if XERXIA trade towers, I think it's a little bit better for them, because you can put the Dawnbreaker in the dead lane, so he can play away from the team and always connect with the Solar Guardian. Whereas for Myth, I think it's very difficult because the Beastmaster wants to be playing towards his triangle, and if Miracle loses his safe lane early on, then you kind of don't want to be playing there as well, which is a bit awkward. So, because I know you just mentioned they both have that capability to take objectives, but I think it would be a little bit better for XERXIA in that exchange, just because of how Rapido can play with the global.
I can appreciate that, but I just feel like you're going to get into an early enough Helm of the Dominator time that it's not going to matter. Like, they should still be able to get this this lane working fairly well for them, as we're actually going to be seeing a double melee lane come from this bottom side as well. Kishka being paired together with the Beastmaster, and it's going to be Rubik with the Nature's Prophet as well. A move that's been scouted out by this super deep ward that was placed down by Kishka. He did the old trick of having the boots, being able to combine that together with the smoke. He had an empty inventory to be able to start the game outside of the boots and the Observer ward, and well, he's been able to place that one out super deep to be able to scout out any sort of movements that might be coming towards this lane. I'm expecting Zeal to just be spamming out those wild axes, of course needing it to be able to keep the Prophet pressured away and make sure you can deal with those treants.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen 33's starting build is really enjoying the triple mango, Sage's Mask, Quelling Blade, and double branch, and then he'll bring out some tangos with the side of the bounty. So looks like Zeal just wanting a little bit more stats early on with that gauntlet as well, maybe to help out with his CS.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's already had a range creep, unfortunately, denied in his face, so he's not going to be feeling too great about that, but at least Kishka's doing the right thing. He's been able to pull this wave behind the tier 1 tower on this bottom side of the map so that Zeal's going to be able to farm fairly easily. Up on the top side, you've got a Faceless Void combo together with a Snapfire. Not expecting them to be doing too many trades until probably the Dawnbreaker hits up onto that level 3. Then maybe you can look to go for attempts, but I would expect that Myth Avenue are going to look to do a similar sort of thing. Level 2 Scatter Blast, big damage increase coming through from that, especially if you're able to gap close, which is very possible with even just that 1 point in the time dilation.
Feels like this top lane, we're definitely going to see a lot of action come out, and now with those level 2s, you've got that extra spell to utilize, so both sides have to be pretty cautious of their positioning.
And then last but not least, we look into that mid lane, actually. Jar Jar's getting chased down a little bit by Kishka here. Will he be able to catch him up with the Ice Shards just leveled, and we might be able to reach that water rune.
Someone's like, thank you, brother. You just drag him all the way to mid. I'll yoink that one, even though he gets the water rune still. And unfortunately, he actually didn't get the first blood.
He got the assist gold, it's fine.
What, 36?
Yeah.
All right. All right, 36 gold. Let's go, baby. That's very juicy. It was
Not even 36,
really...
it's 18. 36.
Oh, true. I think the other one got split to Zeal, because I was just going to say his micro was pretty on point there with the boar, just sent it over. That's a very interesting name for the boar. You're probably going to have to take a look once it gets resummoned.
I mean, they're always being targeted down by Karma here, really wanting to exploit any time that Zeal is out of lane. But he's already reached up onto that level 3. He's been able to now secure a lot more of those range creeps for himself. The enchanted mango is still yet to have to be used. Sage's Mask purchased up for it.
That's a strange manner of
JG's doing a good job in this mid lane though.
Yeah, quite impressed. 17-1 compared to the 15-2. Don't think there should be any kill potential really on the Pango. Can always, it kind of depends on his swashbuckle usage, if it's on cooldown or not. Should always be able to escape any aggression. Zeal down bottom's in a lot of trouble. His treant blocks from Karma force him out to the left side, and Karma's even going to be able to TP in to close the distance. So incredible plays coming out from the Nature's Prophet. That's going to help them find their first kill of the game.
It's a little bit to be expected, right? At least until Kishka hits up onto like that level 3 when you've got some serious kill threat coming back the other way. Especially if XERXIA try and get super aggressive and use the telekinesis in an offensive manner, then suddenly you just don't have that ability to defend appropriately. But now with Kishka level 2, I wonder if he's going to take a more active role in trying to be that frontline body against the Nature's Prophet.
It's going to be important because we've seen what can happen if a Nature's Prophet goes completely untouched. He's able to get that strong start, then this is a very, very scary hero with a lot of farm.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen plenty of great prophets just even within the C region on its own, right? Probably number 1 would be Palace, but Karma certainly up there as well.
Yep, and even going back a little bit further than that, we take a look at Singapore Major with Skem playing it, so it's a definitely a hero that C know how to play very well.
Oh, yeah.
Mid lane JG is going to take a little bit of damage here, so that stun connect even with the swashbuckle away. So Silen's actually going to look to glyph aggressively just to continue to put the pressure onto the Pango.
I think he realizes how important it is to make sure that he hits up onto his level 6 as quickly as possible, just so that you're dissuading the Pango away from making any kind of rolling thunder movements. Not that the Lesh is going to be able to do anything to the Pango while he's in that thunder right now, just because he hasn't got any points in the Diabolic Edict just yet.
One thing I've been starting to notice a lot more out of the Beastmasters with this Axes build, that you don't really require the boars in the lane to kind of help with your CS, and been seeing them often use this as a just kind of a stacking tool. There's actually mid lane real quick. Kishka trying to make the attempt onto JG, but it looks like the Pango is going to be okay. Bottom as well, Zeal is in some trouble, but he'll look to TP out. And top lane, we got more action. Snapfire is going to end up going down. Rapido will slam away the life thanks to the Celestial Hammer. Miracle's going to be okay as well, but beautifully done. I was honestly expecting a little bit more kind of brawling going on at this top side of the map. Maybe we might see it now once we're at the 5-minute mark and the ultis are coming up shortly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if Pango's able to make a movement up there, taking out that Faceless Void,
Seal's in a lot of trouble bottom lane. He's going to try and turn on Karma. He might actually be able to bring it down with the help of the tower. Oh no, the aggro not playing into Karma's favor. Jar Jar, will he escape as well? One more hit was not enough. The TP up. Great read from him, recognizing the stuns. We're not going to be there to cancel it nor the damage, so Jar Jar will just escape it. It's a big trade in the end. Zeal able to exchange his life for the Nature's Prophet. Now top lane, Miracle is getting chased down, but the Time Walk's already been utilized. Rapido in combination with Bombi will find the carry of Myth Avenue.
They're going to try and get a pick off here onto JG, but luckily for them, their stun chaining together is fairly effective, so we'll be able to pick that one up for themselves. There's even a just out of range with the Sentry for the Observer Ward pickup as well, but good rotations coming through from both teams. This is kind of what I was expecting, right? It's just going to come down to those little individual plays, understanding when, for example, the telekinesis is available. The only reason Zeal was able to get that kill onto the Prophet is because he just picked up the Helm of Iron Will.
Might be dead again.
Yeah.
There's Sealan coming down with Kishka as well. They'll miss the stun. Regardless, they will still be able to chase him down. So getting great use out of the Arcane from Sealan.
Miracle.
Oh, no way. I'm looking 5. Let's see if he's going to be able to juke the roll. Left, right. Still JG. Finds that stun. Miracle's going to try and maximize the time walk to make it up to the higher ground. But JG can still pursue. Swashbuckle's off the mark, and that might actually cost him the kill. Well, the Q's still going to be up in a couple of seconds. Miracle tries to duck into the tree line.
Where are the boys?
No way. Miracle!
Good job. Took 3 cores to be able to kill him, and it still took them 30 seconds. So freeing up a lot of space around the map, and even just with the 1 point in the Diabolic Edict, that enables XERXIA to be able to take that bottom tower. So very nicely done by Miracle. Obviously, giving up his life for it. He's not doing that great on the net worth front, but creating a ton of space for his team. And I mean, when you think about it, Faceless Void late game kind of just plays itself, right? It's about getting to that late stage, and with that tower going down, oh, he's actually going to go back up top. I don't know about this. I was thinking maybe he would continue to commit bottom, but I guess Beastmaster wants to set himself up on that side of the map.
Oh, mid lane JG. Swashbuckle will get some distance away. They're actually going to turn to Bombi instead. No points in the Spike Carapace.
That's odd.
Yeah. Well, now they're going to look to try and smoke to connect to top. The tower will go down before they're able to make it to the lane, but they might be able to intercept XERXIA on the retreat. They're running to Rapido first.
He's got the Guardian.
Chenzo's a little bit split away to get the follow-up, but oh yeah, Cookie off the mark. Rapido, can he sidestep the Split Earth? Won't be able to. Sealan chases him down. He's able to secure another kill here for the Leshrac. Might be in some trouble though. And that's where the second point of the mana burn's really going to help out against Sealan, but unfortunately the damage was not enough. And now mid lane as well. Seal, a great rotation. He's got that Helm of the Dominator with the first use of the Roar of the game as well. Was able to find a kill onto JG.
Denying 2 bounty runes with the Prophet Treants. I think they were inside of the Dire jungle, so nice little micro coming through from Karma there, but yeah, you'd have to say Myth Avenue definitely getting on the better end of a lot of these trades. Yeah, they lose their top tower, doesn't feel that great, and Miracle, he's going into the Midas to be able to act as a bit of a catch-up tool. Of course, Midas on a Faceless Void, it's not the most crazy option for yourself. Combos together very well with the Chronosphere, lets you get a lot of those levels, and we've seen Voids just look crazy strong if they're able to get up to that level 20, for example. Your solo kill output just increases significantly.
How do you feel like they need to play with the Faceless Void, though, with him still playing up top? Do you need a support to kind of act as the bodyguard?
I think they're just trying to keep tabs of where everyone else is on the team right now. I think they just recently saw the Nature's Prophet farming inside the jungle. Yeah, he could join at any time, but they're using a lot of this unorthodox Observer Ward vision plus Hawks inside of the more obvious areas, and using that to say, is there actually any kill threat for this Faceless Void? And well, while it's just him versus Rupido, they clearly feel like there isn't.
Importantly though, Bombi does have his level 6 to work with now, so we're going to start to see the Nyx Assassin looking to try and get that start. And then with the Nature's Prophet to follow up as well, Zeal's going to be their target.
They just got a glimpse
He
of him
does
though.
have Kishka nearby. The Solar Guardian, they're going to suck him into the snowball though. Is it going to buy enough time for the boys to come on over? The Mortimer Kiss is getting layered down. Look at the artillery damage. It's enough to kill off the Nature's Prophet. Kishka should still go down. But Vincenzo, has he got enough mana to get the Tusk out of danger? Miracle finds an opening for the Chrono. It's only onto the Dawnbreaker and he's lacking the damage at the moment, but the cookie, as soon as it expires, will secure the kill and Miracle can look to dodge out. Unfortunately for Vincenzo, he's still the one that's in trouble. There's going to be no escape for the poor old Snapfire, just hoping he can get a courier before he goes down.
Miracle, they know he
down
TP'd
here.
Yeah.
What's the play?
That tongue was
go over. Jar Jar's still going to be able to follow, even though his cube will not matter. XERXIA stopped him short of entering the tree line.
I just wonder how much of this is, again, that space creation, right? XERXIA, he's been able to sit up top. He's put basically every single point into the Diabolic Edict since then, and yeah, he's going to TP away. I'm still feeling that is a big misplay from Bombi, though. Still 0 points in the Spike Carapace. And your Prophet probably doesn't die there if you just have that 1 point to be able to stop the Mortimer's Kisses getting layered down onto him.
That's a big reason why you picked the hero, right? Like, I know Mana Burn is incredible versus Lesh, but
1 point, that's all I ask.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about, like, the stun duration, you know, or reflecting the damage. It's just to be able to interrupt things like the Mortimer's Kisses, or even just give half a second of space to a Lesh that's trying to chase people.
So we'll see Miracle Games not going to get any easier. Bombi once again is hunting. Miracle, though, very cautious of where he can kind of be farming at the moment, so Bombi's just going to take the bounty rune in front of Vincenzo. This will kind of give them confirmation of the Nyx Assassin being inside their own jungle, so they'll act accordingly.
I really want the supports to be closer to Miracle, especially Kishka right now. Like, he's so close to being able to pick up that Blink Dagger, so maybe Miracle feels that he's close enough to the tower that he's not going to die if they make an attempt. But you know that...
Oh, sorry, it's just Kishka. I thought it was a call. Apologies.
What I was saying before, they're pinging out Miracle now, basically. Pompey might have said, hey, where was the kill attempt onto the Faceless Void? This is what we were all setting up for. And they're like, oh, but we killed the Tusk. And he's like, well, that's not really the end goal of this game, is it? To be able to stop the Tusk from getting his farm. But he had the opportunity to do it, right? It was the Vendetta. He was able to land the full combo, bring the Void down to half HP. Solar Guardian was available. Teleport wasn't, because Karma was going for that kill. So at least for XERXIA, they're going to be able to maybe take this tower, although it seems like Myth Avenue really don't want to give it up, realizing how important it is for Beastmaster to still have that area to farm with the Wild Axes.
I am astonished at how fast of a blink timing it's going to be for Kishka. I suppose he did brush it like boots and just won, but...
I mentioned how important it was, didn't I?
Yeah,
This is what's going to enable them to get a lot more aggressive on the map. You've got your Bloodstone now on XERXIA. I believe that is the Vlad's that's going to be finished up in one more creep for the Beastmaster. And now you've got the Blink Dagger as well. So find JG, kill JG. They just went about 5 seconds too early, though. The Blink Dagger wasn't yet delivered. They would have been able to absolutely confirm that kill.
They were trying for the power and they saw him invised up, so they thought there was an opportunity there. Unfortunately not, so he gets out, but they will still look to take a fight. Seal down bottom is in a lot of trouble though. Jar Jar's getting great usage out of the Time Walk just to be able to close the distance for the telekinesis to start, and now there's multiple members down bottom, so where are you going to look to try and turn your attention to with this smoke on Myth Avenue?
Well, it's going to be wasted completely because they used the smoke while the mid-tier 1 tower was getting hit, so XERXIA had to go back, be able to clear that one out. You didn't have the Mortimer's Kisses as well, so I feel like it was just a smoke that probably didn't need to happen. Oh, there's that blink though. Oh, not able to land a follow-up stun though, and yeah, you've just got to completely be on the retreat here. Maybe if the Rolling Thunder was getting to a low duration, you would consider popping the Chronosphere for that, but once again, Miracle TP's in for a fight that doesn't actually end up resolving in a big objective going their way. They're going to go for another smoke though. This one I prefer. You don't have the Mortimer's Kisses, but you've got the Chronosphere, you've got the Beastmaster Hawk scouting out for you, you've still got that Blink Dagger on the Tusk. He's going to look to try and find out Karma. They've even given him over the Tumbler's Toy to be able to catch out that Prophet, and they will.
They're coming though. In between a T2 and T1 tower, but the boys will be able to react. They won't be fast enough to keep him alive. Sealan's even going under. Doesn't care. Second point in the pulse nova. There's plenty of damage to be able to help out with that Bloodstone lifesteal. So recognizing he can tank if required. Meanwhile, mid lane Zeal, he's getting this shoved out as well with the Cardi wave. So another tower is going to go their way. And they held the Chrono as well. So they might still want to take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Myth Avenue, I'm probably looking to play the Snapfire together with the Faceless Void a little bit here because you have the Mortimer's Kisses coming back up in about 10 seconds as well. They might consider going down bottom here, especially when Karma reveals that he's just TP'd into this lane. Let's see how quickly they are with their movement. Doesn't seem like Tusk is grouped together with them, though, and I'm not sure if they even have a smoke available. Yeah, no, they don't, so looks like Karma will be able to back up into the trees in time.
It's going to be Radiant that actually look to smoke themselves. Triple smoke, of course. You've got the Solar Guardian online for Repeater. Karma's going to be able to TP in as well. We'll see who the target's going to be. They currently are scouting out Zeal down bottom, but the rest of Dire are in a pretty good position to intercept it if they do run through the jungle. I have to follow the lane instead.
Come with the Overlord as well. So he's done his job. He's been able to pick up that big item that he wants.
See if they're able to... Oh, Jaja's just starting to get kind of poked down, and Vincenzo might even look to try and land the cookie. But it seems a little bit of... Oh, more of a kisses even as well. All right, poor Jaja's like... They're using kisses just for me? Mid lane, what do we got? Silim? Well, he's under the Nature's Prophet. This is a much more vital kill. Solar Guardian's going to be laid down, but look at the Bloodstone heal. Just repairs all of the damage. It has expired now, though, so Silen's going to be in some trouble.
But he's got regen.
Look to pop the regen, but it will get ticked over thanks to JG. Extra swashbuckle range.
But again, Bloodstone's up in 5 seconds, so he could just look to come back out onto the map. I believe he finished up his Boots of Travel as well with that attempt, so certainly looking to join any sort of possibility that they've got for kills. And I like the way the area that Miracle's looking to farm. He's farming on this bottom side of the map. He's got his Midas, he's got his Javelin as well. If you pair that together with a Beastmaster, you don't even need your Mask of Madness because that inner Beast Aura is going to provide a whole lot more of that extra damage output. And yeah, they're just looking to full-on commit to this bottom side of the map. Look to try and take that away from XERXIA. Still only a 1k net worth lead, but you just can't give this much space for a Faceless Void to be able to farm, especially when you've got a Beastmaster with the Hawk that's...
Oh, look at the wraparound. Oh, what a beautiful movement coming out from Myth. They're going to be able to close instantly onto the Dawnbreaker. JG might be able to counter his ship, but Miracle over the tree line finds a Chrono off the 2, holding the Pinkly off to the side so Zeal can get the follow-up raw control. A beautiful move from Myth Avenue. Incredibly well executed, and now they can look to get some more objectives.
Yeah, they're going to go tier 3. You've got some creeps hitting the top tower, but Poppy just sitting up here for a little bit, maybe trying to catch someone as they look to defend, and well, eventually you're going to have a couple of heroes coming up here. Not sure if both Exilode and Miracle needed to, but still, objective secured, glyph popped, and I mean, this is the power of Leshrac plus Beastmaster, right? You can always find the right target that you want at the start, and that Chronosphere landing perfectly onto the Pangolier, just taking away all of the teamfight that they've got on XERXIA.
It's got to give a little bit of mojo back in a Miracle as well, considering how rough of a laning phase he had. Landing a Chrono like that is going to feel really nice. The fact they were able to get, you know, big team fight win thanks to it, and also some objectives. So they've got the outpost now to control, but Radiant, you've got some items still yet to be worked on. Karma just completed the Scepter with the Nature's Prophet. Nyx closing in on the Blink. You're a little bit away from JG's Blink as well, but they're getting pretty close to some of their own items.
They are. It's just a matter of vision for me, and I don't know if the Treants are going to be enough to be able to do it. Like, if you have a look at XERXIA's map, it's looking pretty dark right now, except for a ward that's got about a quarter duration in front of the tier 1 tower on the bottom side of the map. So the question for me is always, yes, that Aghanim Scepter is amazing for the Nature's Prophet, and you've got really good heroes to be able to hit it onto. Tusk can't snowball if he's rooted. Leshrac can't run at you because she doesn't have a BKB. Void can't time walk, but you got to actually land it onto multiple people. So how can you find the initiation that you're really wanting? For me, it's all on the back of Bombi. So I wonder if 5 seconds from now, with the Vendetta, he's going to be able to get that key pick off that they're needing. And it seems like that might be what they're considering. They know someone's TP'd back. The swashbuckle just clipped there. Wonder if this was even just a bit of a bait here to try and bait someone to come back to this lane. Kishka's looking a little bit low himself, actually. actually popping the Rolling Thunder for it. I'm not sure if you needed to do that, considering you've got the Nature's Prophet and his ability to TP in at any stage, so...
Oh!
All right.
Well, meanwhile, mid lane at the triangle, they're trying to chase down Rapido. He's able to dodge the Split Earth. Sillin off the back of the haze can continue chasing if he wants to, but he's got to be cautious now. They're starting with the pincer maneuver, but Jesus, look at the damage for the Lash. Oh god, Kaya plus the Nether Shawl. Plenty of damage amp here.
Plenty indeed, and I mean, that Bloodstone is just way too strong. You can mana burn him till the cows come home, but he's just going to get it right back with the amount of damage he's dishing out at this stage. Still no Carapace on Bombi. Love the guy. Love the guy. I thought he carried his team during the last DPC season many a time from that support role, but this ain't it for me. I'm not really seeing the reason why. There's just so many great counters to it this game.
Well, now this is going to free up the pit here for Myth. Should be able to take it with ease. You've got the Aegis now to work with. Does Sillin even die? Do you want to give it to him? Right, you will. I mean, Lesh does a lot with a second round of mana pool, but...
Let him dive to the force, man. Let him live his best life.
Okay, okay.
I mean, he's just going to continue to increase this net worth rate. Not really feeling threatened at all. He can look to probably play a lot more aggressively now on this bottom side, clearing out multiple waves at once, clearing out that lane as well. And again, there's no towers for them to TP to on the bottom side. There's no outposts, so he can look to stick himself down here on his own. Maybe if he had a BKB, he would feel a little bit more confident, or at least that Kara and Sanj. So he's still going to look to back off a little bit. I think he could honestly be a ton more aggressive, especially with some of this Beastmaster Hawk vision that they're getting.
Oh, they're not going to have the Dawnbreaker, though. That it is. It's kind of the one thing about the Dawn, you know, she's going to be playing away from the team. Myth, they didn't even need to smoke to try and close the distance there to get the kill, so they can now look to chain that into a tower. It'll give them the opportunity now to look to occupy the triangle as well as Kishka. Trying to catch up to more. Bombi's Vendetta is soon to expire, so they will be able to have the follow-up there. Jar Jar's even got to be cautious about his own position, because they might just look to go for the Rubik as well if they're fast enough with the kill, but that will not be the case. Just getting one support, and they'll look to get mid and top shoved in now.
Yeah, I mean, for XERXIA, it's very clear that they just do not want to fight just yet. They don't feel ready. Karma could have even made a TP towards that mid tower to be able to claim it. The creeps end up doing it at the end of the day, so it's not too bad, but he feels like he is desperate for that BKB. And luckily for him, he's been able to pick it up, but it's always the question of, well, what are you actually going to have lost in the meantime? And well, you don't have any outer towers except this mid tier 2 to be able to play with anymore.
They're setting up on Miracle bottom.
Oh, he knows they're there, though.
Very, very good read. Let's see, they might actually bait him now.
Yeah, they got the task.
A little bit awkward. JJ showing, so it feels like Miracle maybe jump in and find a chrono, but they are showing now, of course, on the opposite side of the map, so this might give Radiant an opportunity to try and get that mid lane shoved in. Bombi's even hunting as well for a straggler, but didn't find anyone.
And poor Dawn as well. She's going into the Mage Slayer and then the Aghanims after that. Not sure if Repeater is going to be able to pick this one up anytime soon before your base ends up going down, but have a look at the Leshrac. He's got an Aghanim shard queued up for himself, so he's like, all right, no BKBs, you can't come into melee range when we're eventually going to be sieging this tower. It needs to all be on the back of the Nature's Prophet, and we know we've got Chronosphere to jump you, we've got a Leshrac with an Aegis that's happy to dive tier 4s, we've got a Tusk with Blink Dagger. It's rough.
Yeah, it's not an easy game when you're playing from this position. Like, the net worth lead isn't too high. I mean, 7k, 24 minutes definitely isn't bad at all, so it's not an easy avenue. You do have the Nature's Prophet on top, but I don't know.
It's him and then a, you know, daylight between the next person.
Middle tower is under
big gap between him and the next highest net worth on XERXIA.
It's just... We haven't seen a whole lot of value come out from the Scepter. Maybe this is just because they fell behind at kind of the stage once he was able to pick it up, so we couldn't really see the impact that, you know, he's maybe hoping for in some of those early game fights.
Yeah, for sure. And like I was saying, they just really didn't want to fight at that stage. That was more of a, I guess, dissuader of fighting. You know, it's only 60-second cooldown. You could throw it off. You could keep lanes pushed out a little bit more. Maybe that was also the factor, right? Like, we've got this Nyx and Rubik that are pretty terrible at pushing out lanes. What can we use to do it? Yeah, Dawnbreaker can. We don't want to reveal our Pango because we realize how important he is to our team fights. So let's just use Wrath of Nature more. I think he's basically spamming it off cooldown.
I guess that is one nice thing. Your capability to always have this pretty much uptime on the bonus damage. It's going to help out a little bit with his farming speed, but
he's running a little bit.
Run it to Rapido in the triangle. This will be a free kill. At this stage of the game, someone's going to die. It's unfortunate that it's going to be Rapido. His net worth is going to continue to take a grave hit. You'd much prefer it to be a support, but you see what they're getting out of the map. Karma forcing a glyph down bottom, getting a lot of damage into the tier 2 tower as well. So kind of when you're this far behind, someone has to make that death.
Yep. It's always just a matter of what sort of choice are you wanting to make? They don't have an observer ward down in the lane right now, so ooh, they just miss out on getting that pick off there as even Bombi is going to make a rotation back. Who's going a BKB on the Nyx Assassin? He really wants to be able to just stand and spam that mana burn every 5 seconds, doesn't he?
Yep, and I guess even BKB is going to kind of stop a little bit of the sustain from the Leshrac in a way because he won't be dealing as much damage. Kinda like
I can see it.
But like I like your call much more, but there's also a little bit of that value added to it. So we'll see. But it just feels like now for Myth Avenue, it's really just the choke game that they're looking to play at the moment. All the lanes getting shoved in. Going to be waiting for that next Roche to spawn. Will be quite some time till it's back up. At least the minimum is 2 minutes 30. But it's giving you plenty of time to work towards these items.
Like, Karma's positioning is going to need to be perfect in these next few fights. Like, you don't have the Aegis to play with anymore. And
they fight JG.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great start with the Rolling Thunder to set up for the double stun from Bombi. They blow up Miracle. Can they get anything more out of it though? Because Silent, he's got a free fight now without having to worry about the Rolling Thunder. They'll look to reset their position. Kishka's a little bit split from the team, so they won't be able to protect the Tusk on the retreat.
The gem.
They might even be able to get the Helm of the Overlord creep as well. Seal's going to try and TP out. I think the stun will come too late. And they won't also catch up to the Helm of the Overlord as well. But nonetheless, JG, a great start off the back of that Rolling Thunder, enabled Bombi to get into the middle.
The great reveal of the Aghanim Scepter as well for the Pangolier. He's gone, my favorite talent in the game, level 15 Pango, Shield Crash in Ball. And I mean,
Silent, are you going to do this? I mean, no one else is there from Dire. Silent's just looking to try and 1v4. With the BKB, should be able to cover the TP, so... oh, poor Nyx, man. Like, come on, he's like, really, you got a BKB for me? Karma mid lane, do they see him? No detection? Zill's not carrying any.
Thinking about just standing in the Roche pit for a little bit of that vision that they're able to get away, and well, he just is. I believe, did he go yeah, I think he went the Aether Lens on the Beastmaster, man. His cast range is kind of nuts with the Wild Axes right now. He's able to dish out a ton of damage from super far. I was thinking that he was going to commit for the Blink Dagger instead, just because he'd already picked up that Psychic Headband for himself, and it's just another way to be able to catch out Karma, who, once again, just gets away.
What are your thoughts about Aethelins? Because I think this is starting to see it a lot more on different heroes. Even there was a game we were casting new on VG Gaming on the Mars. He went Arcane Double Bracer into like Blink Aether. Disassembled the Arcane. I feel like I'm starting to see it a lot more now. That cast range is incredible. Like mana region's really nice, but I think people are also appreciating that extra range you can get on the Blink.
Oh yeah, extra range on the Blink, even just extra range on, for example, being able to drop Arena on the Mars can feel really significant if you're against a lineup that doesn't like to play against that.
Yeah.
So with Zeal, of course, he's gone this Wild Axis style. He knows that most of the time Karma is going to be super far on the back line, so it enables him to maybe put a little bit of that kill threat in onto him. And again, if he does choose to go into that Blink Dagger himself, it's just so much that a Nature's Prophet has to be wary of. They got that BKB at least.
Ah, brother, that's an aggressive TP in Karma. will use a BKB defensively, but the Raw's going to be able to hold him into place. And Miracle with plenty of bashes as well. Means that Karma just feeds himself over to Myth Avenue. And now they're on pursuit for more. Kishka not going to get the Warriors Punch on a one. Chrono just for the Nyx Assassin as well, along with the kisses. So Bombi once again getting all the hate from a couple of his ex-teammates.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, poor guy didn't do anything to deserve that. I mean, he's... it doesn't feel good, game, to be this Nyx Assassin, does it? And XERXIA, he's gone beyond godlike ever since that. I mean, it all comes down to the crazy TP coming through. I mean, you have to expect that they're going to have some kind of vision around that high ground if you're looking to take objectives there, and, well, they instantly look to punish him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting. Boot to travel 2 on Sillin.
He's just got a crazy amount of money, man. He can.
He's like, we don't even have to like question what he does with it. It's like, oh, well, by the time they win another fight, he's just gonna have another item.
Yeah. Dawn does have the Mage Slayer though, so Rapido is going to be able to stop a little bit of that damage coming back from XERXIA.
Okay.
I mean, he is target number 1 for me. I mean, he's so
Can
tanky,
you blow him off though?
Yeah, that's always the question, isn't it?
No, we might see in this fight. Gonna be Bombi leading the charge. They want to scout out Roche. Radiant will be the first ones to get confirmation of that second spawn. I think Zeal
like
just got to help it completed as well. So this could be pretty vital for the team fight, depending on whether Nature's Prophet shows. But it's going to be Kishka. Great positioning for the smoke popping with those summons nearby. So Kishka will have enough time to get the blink away thanks to the high ground advantage.
And now they go for a smoke, realizing that they're not going to be inside a smoke themselves. Never mind. They pop a second one, and Rapido just walks straight into it.
Instant use of the Raw is going to look to hold the Dawnbreaker into place. And now this can enable Sillin to enter.
Nice stun.
But a double stun from Bombi won't be enough to turn it around as Miracle lands a Chrono. It does get stolen. Let's see what Jar Jar's going to be able to do with it. It'll hold the Lesh of the Beast into place, but it sets up still for the Mortimer Kisses. So in the end, a 1-for-1. XERXIA, do they want to go back in though? They spy a Miracle. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana to get out. It's not going to be an easy way to set up. JG will try and make the attempt, but Sillin now, he can look to enter the fight. They'll just turn it back onto JG. No respect for Dyer. And now they can look to clean up. Deal towards Bombi off the right side. They're caught up to Karma as well. Myth Avenue Gaming just too far ahead. It looks like XERXIA just doesn't have the rebuttal.
Yeah, they were using a lot of that mana burn onto Miracle as well, realizing that, look, this Faceless Void probably can't commit with the dives if he just doesn't have that time walk available. But we saw at the very end, popping the Guardian Greaves there on V and making sure that he's able to get that quick pick off as War's back up again.
Some crazy rains there onto the Rubik, which should go down to the summons. Oh, wait, does he live? Oh, he lives. That buildings won't live for too much longer, though.
Hustle buyback too.
Yeah, very true. JG buyback, so his net worth continuing to take a grave hit. If they want, you just get the lane shoved out. Is Roche still up and available here for the boys on Myth? You've got Chrono up in 50 seconds, but probably not going to require it. I'm loving this. An Arcane. No, leave it. Oh, no. Sillon's like, come on, brother. Really? You taking Arcane from me?
Does what he wants. It's the pride of Singapore, Miracle.
See,
and I'm sure XERXIA has something to say about that.
That he does, especially with a performance like this. And, well, this might be the last fight here for XERXIA. Need to try and get something off the back of this. If they can take the fight, you can definitely look to lead it into Roche.
They got to be quick about it as well, though. I mean, you've nearly got a Scythe of Ice now picked up.
Gonna try and Vincenzo. A lot of attention just towards a Snapfire. No buyback.
Pre-Roche, it's very worthwhile.
Roche.
Yeah.
I can...
You have to. I mean, you don't have... Well, never mind. I was about to say you don't have Chrono, but it's up in about 2 seconds, so Miracle at least won't have that Arcane Rune Chronosphere.
Oh, they just got a Hex. A
Yeah.
Blink as well on the Beastmaster. They just need the vision to scout them out. Then they're going to look to jump in straight away. It'll be Kishka that starts onto Jar Jar. He's going to look to buy back into. They don't have the outpost for him to TP to. JG's in a little bit of trouble at the moment. The use of the roll-up will buy him some time to get away. And it looks like Myth, they're happy with just waiting there. No, the Snapfire is going to be alive in 50 seconds. So with the kill that we just saw into the Rubik, it'll be able to buy some time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just happy as long as XERXIA aren't taking Roche for free, right? And the Beastmaster Hawk provides all of that revision that you could possibly want. And also, they're going to have to deal with these lanes somewhat as well. Mid lane passively pushing in. It's the 35-minute mark, so it's the double catapult. The super siege creeps, putting a lot more pressure onto the Radiant base. And well, you've got a lot of heroes playing up on this top side, but you see, you've got Rapido, you got JG, all TPing back, realizing that, well, actually our base is going to melt pretty soon.
Top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are
Now with the 5 men, if they're going to look to back up, someone will address top. That's up to Silen.
has been killed.
Moving at 492 movement speed. He can easily join the boys. Karma, did he get scouted out? Looks like they're kind of playing like they thought the Nature's Prophet was nearby, but they won't be able to catch up to him, so... Oh, boys. So what you got in store for us for this last Roche fight, potentially?
Well, they do have a 4-star on the Snapfire, so that's a plus. Just having a look at XERXIA and his items up to this stage. Most farmed on the map, and well,
JG
going to be the main target, although...
Doesn't get the greatest start.
Roll. Oh, and Roche back.
Even Roche is against the boys on XERXIA as well, but the kiss is going to be laid down. Not a whole lot of damage at the moment. Radiant are doing a pretty good job to kite them at the start of the fight, but Miracle, he's found Karma on the Nature's Prophet. There's just nothing he can do. He will actually be able to TP out the Sprout, protecting him long enough to make the escape, but this is now surely just a free Roche with all those BKBs and Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
And poor Bombi, he popped the BKB and then used the Carapace, which meant that he wasn't actually able to stop the bottom kisses from happening either, so... little bit of a counterintuitive nature there, but yeah, it just seems pretty clinical right now for Myth Avenue for them to be able to take this one. Not even going to be losing their tier 2 tower on the bot side still. Yeah, looks like that range creep is...
This is a great read. Look at this read from Miracle baiting Silen.
Yeah.
Hiding in the tree line. They're going to reveal their position, and now Miracle will just jump out. Chrono's there. Do they have the damage still to get the Lesh inside the bubble? But Greaves heals Silen up, and now all of a sudden the damage completely repaired. Silen won't even go down.
Oh,
with
the
that,
rage
G's are
GG.
dropped, and Karma is out of this game.
Oh, he's just feeling like, man, nothing I do is working. That's the frustration that comes through. He didn't have a bad game by any stretch, right? Probably the one bad thing that we saw from him was that TP that led to Myth Avenue being able to really open up the Radiant side of the map through taking a lot of those towers. But for me, it was just a really cohesive and solid performance coming through from Myth Avenue. And, you know, Galvan's like, read him like a book, boys. Miracle, he just knows where to be at the right time. And we know that if it gets to late game, he's done it in the position 3 role. He's done it in the position 1 role. This man knows how to play late game Dota.
Yeah, that he does indeed. So for Myth, we saw what happened when they got their comfort, though. Like, you're putting a lot of emphasis on Silen's Leshrac, and he doesn't let them down. What an incredible performance from him.
Yeah, for sure. Please level Carapace when you're up against a Snapfire and a Leshrac. I know it's important to have the meta bird, but just one point. I really hope that Bombi's able to switch that one up, because I'm sure he had a performance that he felt like didn't live up to his super high standards as, XERXIA. Very, very worthwhile recipient of that MVP award.
Yeah, that is. And do you feel like the Lesh needs some respect in the second game? But I suppose if you ban the Lesh, then you're letting another vital hero into the pool. Maybe Myth, they can get the lean on. Maybe the Nature's
They were just
Prophet.
bad.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
they didn't bat against the Nature's Prophet, right? So they're clearly saying, you know what? We value our capability to play our draft better than what this Nature's Prophet provides, because they had everything to answer it, right? They had a Snapfire that's able to bully him from range. You have 4 heroes that are able to just close in on top of him, 2 BKB piercing stuns, 3 if you include the Chronosphere and the bashes, I guess, from the Faceless Void. Like, you could first phase this Nature's Prophet, and we don't even need like just this one hero to do it. We can do it with a wide array. So I wonder how much this is going to really be playing on the minds of XERXIA going into game number 2 with their draft of like, well, what can we even pick against this?
Yeah, which puts him in a really difficult position, because I believe with this, if they lose this series, then it's get into the stages where you do not want to be at. They're currently 1-4, tied with Team Flow at 1-4 at the bottom of the table. So you got to start to get some wins under your belt, or there's going to potentially be tiebreakers for relegation. So for the boys on XERXIA, back to the drawing board, but for Myth Avenue Gaming, a successful game one for them. We'll see what we have in store for us after the break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Has to take up like the blade cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole. Just
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our game 2 around the corner for Myth Avenue fans and the players. A very strong showing for them in game 1. Got to be very happy with the result. Now it's just time to close this one out. Of course, we've spoken about how important it is for them still with the potential to be promoted. And of course, for XERXIA, relegation is almost on the line here for them. Denog, we get to take a look at the priority. Myth Avenue, they had first priority. They chose Dire, so XERXIA responded with second pick. What do we make out of Myth Avenue choosing Dire? Is this just a comfort thing? They prefer a side? Can they set a draft up particularly around Dire maybe?
Maybe they're feeling like it gives Zeal a few more options, because we talked about it in the laning phase, right? Like Beastmaster Tusk into a Nature's Prophet Rubik, I believe was the lane. Was that the lane or was he with the Nyx? I forget. But anyway, it was not a good lane for Myth Avenue Gaming, and they were still able to make it work because they could pull the creep wave behind that tier 1 tower, and he's able to pick up that farm much more easily than if you flip it and it's on the Radiant side. So I like that. Clearly, if they're playing again with something like a Leshrac, you want to maximize the amount of jungle that XERXIA has to farm. And again, it could just be coming down to a comfort thing as well.
Sure. So we'll see what they have in store for us then. Of course, with the second pick as well, means that Myth, they'll have the pick of the litter here, whatever they want to go for. There was, a lot left available in that previous game. And like we mentioned, now with how strong Zilan looked on the Leshrac, do you want to leave it in the pool? Because it could be very, very scary. So we do have a draft very, very shortly. So we'll get to see kind of, I'm really intrigued on what the difference is going to be from the previous game to this game in regards to the bans.
Yeah, for sure. And especially, I wonder if choosing second pick leads me to believe that they're like, all right, well, we just really want to have better lanes this time. Maybe they felt like they didn't come out of the laning stage as well as they were wanting to. Like the first 3 or so levels, I think they were actually in the lead in all 3 lanes on XERXIA's side. But maybe just not able to fully abuse that, not to be able to convert that once the level 6 is hit. I don't know. But I guess they felt like they just had all of the possible answers that they could have wanted for this Nature's Prophet pick. So let's try and get the edge with our own answers to it and ban what we hate playing against the most. It's probably going to be something like Ricky Broodmother is probably what I would look to get rid of, because that just fundamentally changes the way that you have to play Dota versus something like Alina, which we've seen it be answered. You can pick these heroes that gap close. Same sort of thing with the Nature's Prophet.
Are there any others that you might feel like are comfortable to be able to address with Alina, or it's really just that style, just gap close and that's kind of it?
I think it's that style. They're still going to go for it. And I mean, this is what happens when you go up against Galvan Miracle himself. You got to ban the Naga Siren because you know that they're going to pick it. The man is still one of the best Naga Sirens in the world after really making his name playing the hero. But turns out there's another kind of busted hero in the game right now, and her name is Lena Inverse. You know where that's from?
No, the Inverse part?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Where is that from?
It's an old anime. It all comes back to anime. I think it's called Slayers, the anime. And the character's name is Lena Inverse, and she literally has, all of Lena's abilities. Dragon Slave, Laguna Blade, but it's pronounced like Ragnar Blade in the anime. So, Ice Frog is a bit of a weeb too. So you better watch your mouth when you start bad-mouthing anime, right?
Never said one bad thing about anime. I'm a big anime fan.
All right. Name 3.
Naruto, Attack on Titans, and we can just go with Dragon Ball. I'll put that as an anime.
Okay, it is Attack on Titan, singular, so we got a fake anime fan in our midst here. But XERXIA, they're going to go... I don't hate it. The Dark Willow, again, is something that is just a specialty, a staple of their style. Bombi, I think, is one of the best Dark Willow players in the world, so why not pick it up for him? He clearly felt that his performance in game number 1 wasn't up to par for his standards, so he's just going to say, right, I know I can make it happen with this hero, and let's pick something like a Tusk that you could just throw anywhere and it's going to work out.
Gives him a nice kind of roaming duo that can find a lot of kills once you have the ultimates between this Tusk and the Dark Willow. So I think if this is going to be your support duo, of course there is some flex potential with the Tusk being able to go to the mid lane for JG, but if this is going to be your Bombi and Jar Jar kind of combo, then we're going to be looking around the 10-11 minute timing when the tomes get delivered. Those both supports have 6, and that's where a lot of the playmaking can come out from these two.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, I think you wanted this Tusk to be mid, just so that you could get like that level 8 by the time that the Dark Willow has 6, just for that little bit of extra damage output that you're able to provide. But I think a Tiny is a great response to that, right? There's always the threat that it can still be a support, but I feel like Tiny into Tusk, you're very happy with that, just with your right-click advantage that you've got. Yes, Tusk is going to be bopping you back in the face and you don't have much armor, so that's going to be a little painful, but I think Tiny addresses both the threat of a mid-Tusk plus even just a Dark Willow being in the Shadow Realm this game. You've got many abilities that are going to go through that. Light Strike Array, Dragon Slave, Avalanche, even Tree Volley, if you eventually get into it.
Keeps the flex as well, heading into the second phase. We can, of course, see it given over to a support if that's how they want to run the Tiny, but with them not picking Zeal as hero, it gives XERXIA an opportunity to at least get rid of some of the summons. We saw how he was able to play with the Beastmaster in the previous game, so a little bit of respect there. Even Karma's Nature's Prophet's getting some respect as well. Of course, that is another carry that can actually match up relatively well versus the Lina. I think a lot of it is just kind of the tempo you're able to set on the game.
The tempo, and again, the ability to just... The biggest issue that heroes have against Lina is not... By the time you go from being out of range to being able to attack her, she's probably got like 4 or 5 right clicks in onto you. And with a position 1 Lina, you know that she is going to be farmed as hell, so it's going to hurt a hell of a lot. Nature's Prophet doesn't have that same issue. He can get right in the middle of that attack range and look to address that quite effectively. I think they're angling for a bat, perhaps, on Myth Avenue with that Slark ban, or could it just be, again, another one of these heroes that gap closes very quickly for the Lina? Could even just be protecting whatever offlane that they're wanting to get here for Zeal. Seems like they're in good spirits, though.
It does. They're all kind of smiley. Or laughs as well. Do you recognize the person on the left at the back?
I don't know. Not quite sure.
I think they're all good points on the potential for the Slark, so we'll see if it's going to maybe set up for the Batrider the 16th, 17th. Probably will depend on what comes out next for XERXIA. They are going to have to reveal a core. Probably... I don't know, I'm intrigued. You might go your offlane because you already see at least a Lina. There's even consideration for a carry just to pick it up early on before even any more get banned out.
Honestly, what offlaner can you pick into a Lina and feel happy with it? They're going to get rid of the Batrider, just not wanting to have to deal with that. Again, it makes Tusk's life a little difficult. I guess you could snowball if he does look to commit onto you, but certainly not the easiest lane. They just go Snapfire instead. Okay, I mean, you talk about that roaming trio of a death squad. Well, this is pretty damn effective, right? Once you hit onto those ultimates. So I wonder if they even just consider a Nyx Assassin for themselves here on Myth Avenue. I feel like it'd be fairly solid just to be able to have a hero that's tossed in front of that Lina in the laning stage, relatively tanky. And again, you just want to be sticking around this Lina as much as possible. Even just Nyx Roam plus a Tiny with Blink Dagger, Avalanche Toss combo, almost any hero in the game is going to die.
Yeah, and even scouting out for XERXIA, trying to attempt these pickoffs that we're going to see pretty often across the map. Like you said, they've now got a trio instead of just a duo with that Snapfire getting added, so maybe there might be...
I mean, Kishka plays a great Nyx as well.
Yes, he does. Yes, he's got a really, really good Nyx Assassin. Maybe they feel like different ideas about it. They're going to go for a different counter, and we get a Darkseer as well, so one of Zeal's more comfortable heroes very much enjoys this. It could now reveal the Tiny to be a 4. I mean, you can look to go for a melee for it the 23rd as well, so but you are always looking to kind of pair a melee hero up with the Darkseer.
I guess feeling like there's no counters for the Ion Shell in this game as well. Like, you're not going to pick an Oracle now. You're not going to pick an Enchantress now. Invoker, probably not either. It's going to mean like one of these other heroes goes into a really awkward spot. So yeah, I think Tiny in combination together with the Darkseer is going to be a pretty formidable lane. The one area that I'm a little concerned about, though, is the Lina Silencer. Yes, they can harass you out from afar very effectively, but I really just want to see them be able to bring it back the other way, right? Put the Willow perhaps together with Mars, I want to say. And I feel like you're in a fairly decent spot on XERXIA, because you could just have Snapfire with the Mortimer's Kisses once it gets to the later stages. Again, just Spear into Brambles, even just the God's Rebuke knockback into Brambles. I feel like it's a solid enough kill lane. And it stops the Lina from right-clicking once the fights start to break out if your arena placement's good.
Mm-hmm. And the arena is really nice against kind of the Surge for being able to reset from fights. So I think there's a lot of value for that. For Peter wants to go down the route, definitely helps out with that team fight control. So you might even be considering about trying to pick up your carry here. Just trying to think of heroes that can play into the Darkseid. I think Lifesteal is some of the better ones, but Lifesteal into Lina without having someone else to scale into the late game could be a concern. So I don't have the CK. It is that built-in Lifesteal, which is always something you're looking to kind of have in your arsenal when you're against the Darkseid. Lina, with this kind of carry build, is a little bit more single target. The Gleipnir actually might help out a decent amount. Tiny, I actually wonder if the Phantasm's going to be able to survive long enough. But regardless, I like this Chaos Knight pick. I think it's going to have a pretty good time in the lane and should be able to play pretty fast.
Oh, I wouldn't have hated a Monkey King, actually. I think that would have been really good, just for the lifesteal that you get. Plus, against 2 melee heroes, makes life a whole lot more difficult. Also another hero that is able to gap close onto the Lina, but I guess CK provides a lot of that as well. I just don't think you're going to be able to abuse the lane quite as much. Maybe they're just valuing the stun as well, realizing that kind of similar to what happened in game number 1, Kishka's going to be going for a lot of pulls, making sure that you've got an easy lane to set up for Zeal to not just straight up lose the lane.
I think there are maybe some concerns that XERXIA don't actually take objectives though, which is something that could be an issue in regards to how you're going to play the map if you can't find some early towers to kind of open everything up.
Man, they are really just protecting Zeal as much as possible. Invoker is like, I was about to say, the last hero that's left that you can reliably look to just get rid of, the Surge, the Ion Shell, yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, what's going to come after this? Brewmaster ban? That's all I can really think of that's left in the pool that's super obvious that isn't a support. Okay, just died.
I don't hate the Brew Call though. I think Global Silence can be a little frustrating to play into. And with the tiny jump as well, but Purge is really nice versus Darkseid. Cyclone to be able to control the Lina. It gives you probably far superior team fight than Myth as well. So I think,
and it lets you have this last pick for the mid lane as well. Like you could just, I guess the Tusk could go into it, so it feels a little awkward. I think they're still going to go down the Mars route, to be honest.
See what Myth Avenue want to look to do here. Still some flex.
Probably
the Tiny's going to be 4. They're actually probably the mid.
You're probably picking the mid now on Myth, right?
Oh yeah. So you want the Tiny to be played as a 4 and looking. What are we looking then to pick up here? What do they need?
Maybe initiation. Like if the Tiny is a 4, you're going to be a lot poorer. Even once you get into the Blink Dagger, you're not incredibly effective at just standing in on the front lines. Like, is Lesh still in this game? Lone Druid, okay. I mean, all right. I'm interested to see how they're going to position this with the lanes. If there's just going to be a Lina in the mid lane, if it's going to be the Lone Druid in the safe lane, what are they going to do to be able to respond to this? I mean, is it still kind of a good Mars game? I'm not sure. So they just play completely different styles, the Lina and the Lone Druid, right? Like Lone Druid is up in your face, Lina is at a distance. So what can you pick that's going to address both of those? Marcy. Okay. Does kind of address both of the issues. Gap close on the Lina, lots of burst physical damage against the Bear as well, which is going to be very important. I wouldn't be surprised to see once they're ready for fights to break out for there to be a even just level 1 Little Shredder, plus the tag team, plus Karma popping the Phantasm, plus the Unleash, plus the Sidekick. That's a lot of physical that Miracle's going to have to deal with his bear. So I wonder how he's going to be able to navigate that.
Played like you never won. I couldn't read the rest. Did you?
Okay. No, I wasn't reading it. I was looking at the draft like an analyst.
Oh, a good thing I am a play-by-play caster, not an analyst, right?
Exactly. You look for the things to talk about. I think about the why. That's the ebb and flow of us. But I'm interested to see. Maybe was it on a XERXIA guy or a Myth Avenue guy?
That was Karma.
Oh,
it was behind Karma, the person that left the game pretty fast last game.
There we go. And also tweeted after their last loss, LFT, but deleted it a couple of minutes after. So it was a little bit of spice coming through there. Yeah, he's letting his emotions be on his sleeve. But, well, hopefully for his sake, I was about to say maybe we can ask him for it in the winner's interview, but you got to get there. You got to win this game as well as game number 3 to give yourself any sort of possibility. Of course, both teams, lots on the line to play for. Myth Avenue, they win this series. They have a result fall their way, and then their fate's in their hands to potentially force a tiebreaker. And of course, for XERXIA, they want to move slightly above that. Is the group of death the bottom 2 of death? Let's call it, where you just don't want to be in that super risky situation of being relegated. But even if they do lose, their fate is kind of in their own hands. Their last game, I believe, is up against UDV, who only have them left to play. And so if XERXIA wins that game, then they still force tiebreakers at an absolute minimum. So,
all right,
things aren't out of their hands entirely, but of course, wins just make it so much easier. So high pressure Dota, that's where the most entertaining stuff is to be found.
Always love me a good high pressure situation. Vincenzo is in quite a little bit of pressure right now. Who wants to kill? Give it to me! Give it to me! All right, JG got it.
That's important. I mean, you got to make sure that this Tusk is set up for a perfect game, essentially. Like, yes, it's important for him to have that Blink Dagger as quick as possible, but him just having levels is going to be so vital. You know that he's going to need the Ice Shards and Snowball for the laning stage. Up against Alina, she's just going to be right-clicking you constantly. They've been able to scout out this ward on the high ground, though, through some very clever movements coming through from JG there, just walking inside the tower range, but outside of where they should have vision of at this stage of the game during nighttime. So nicely done by him. But the thing is, like, he needs essentially level, 12. He needs all of his skill points available for all of those reasons that we were talking about before, right? The tag team to combo together with what of his rest of his lineup provides.
Inside the river, Kishka. He's going to end up going down, trying to contest the little bounty in there. So, all right, XERXIA, very nicely done. 2 kills, JG Miracle. I think it's a nice route. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a follow-up. So, yeah, like you said, JG gets both. That's a bottle and 130 gold to his name. It's rich.
It's the dream against Alina, though, isn't it? You know that Exilon, though, he's just going to be Dragon Slamming him in the face every single opportunity that he gets. He's looking to use his reasonable right-click damage, though, on the Tusk, of course. Lina beats him at that as well, in addition to range and everything else that she's got in her arsenal. But JG, for sure, has been set up for success here.
Do you think it's the ultimate mind game for Myth Avenue to not de-ward the cliff? Because maybe you're thinking, like, you mentioned they scouted out that ward placement, but XERXIA didn't have a sentry to instantly get rid of it. Maybe they're thinking now that they've already de-warded it, but Myth, they're not going to, because maybe they think that XERXIA think that they de-ward it, so they're going to leave it up still.
There's too much thinking going on here. He thinks, she thinks, and it's all because they wanted JG to get the solo experience. So Ares, as usual, you know nothing. JG is just on a next level.
I said that so full on knowing that he still had the sentry in his backpack. I was just...
It was for the theater of things, I understand.
Yes, it was just intriguing to see maybe if the mind games would be a bit too strong, but... Nah, he'll get the D-word. Like you said, solo experience, which is going to be really nice for him. Of course, off to a great start. JG is heavily enabled, but it's going to come down to how the side lanes are able to shape up as well. Top lane. Vincenzo isn't a lot of hurt, but he might be able to turn it back around onto Bombi, and if Miracle gets a lucky route, which he does, but he won't be able to continue to run on through to chase down Rapido, so in the end it will be both supports going down.
I think you're probably going to be happier with that trade if you're XERXIA, though. Like, they really weren't in a position to be able to get that much out of the lane. And, well, with the kill, at least Rapido's able to get a salve so he can continue last hitting in this lane. But Vincenzo was doing a great job of just keeping those heroes at quite low HP.
Who's going to win out on the trade here? Vacuum back from Seal, already leveled up. Beautifully done. Stood strong against the aggression. That is a sick emo. What? What is that?
Who was it? Darkseer?
The Darkseer one. Zeal, do
was
it
he
again.
like skipping rope or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the Battle Pass this year.
What? It makes me want to play Darkseer now, even though I suck at that hero.
Radiant's
Oh yeah,
courier
just
has been
get tips
killed.
from Lyrical, dude. He is a Darkseer
Radiant's
spammer.
courier has been killed.
Oh, win rate's okay. 47%. It's not positive, but it's definitely not the worst. Top lane, Vincenzo will end up going down. Miracle again could look for an exchange. Ever so reliant on these roots. Once you won't be able to find too many. Rapido is taking a lot of damage in this lane, though, which is going to be difficult for him to be able to help sustain. He's not going for that Helm of the Iron Will to kind of help himself in the lane, so he's going to be forced to bring a lot of tangos to keep himself afloat.
Yeah, I wonder if that is probably the way that he should be going, right? Just for a little bit of that passive armor as well. When you're going up against the Lone Druid, who they've actually gone a little bit of an interesting build here, putting all of the stats onto the Lone Druid himself as opposed to the Bear, just realizing that, you know what, Bombi, your right-click range is pretty insignificant, and we're going to be able to harass you from afar fairly easily.
Got it.
A very interesting raid for Miracle.
Gotta be careful though on Vincenzo.
Rapido's going to find an angle to find that leap in. Great position from Bombi to be able to enable that. Second pointing rebound, very important for the Marcy's lane. More than likely going to see him start to max out the sidekick. Bottom lane, Zeal will be able to sidestep the Scatter Blast. I think that was the damage they were requiring to help kill him off. And now Kishka's actually going to look to move in. They've got that second point in the Iron Shell, so the damage be pretty high up. They've got to be cautious because Kishka can look for the toss back as well. Zeal's very hesitant with looking to enter, but now that he's got the mana to play with the vacuum onto 2, will set up for Kishka's AoE damage, and Zeal's already up to a killing spree.
I mean, I said it in the draft, right? They have just heavily enabled this Darkseer, both with a tiny pick, making sure to pick it after the supports had all been banned, getting rid of every single hero that would be able to remove that Ion Shell in the lane, and it's just dominating at this stage. Even just, again, he knows that it's going to be a solo lane for a little bit, so he pulls the wave back, making sure that he's not just 1v1ing into a Chaos Knight, pulls it behind the tower at the perfect timing as well. And he's just going to be able to pick up even more of that farm. Oh, range creep, kind of griefing him a little bit though, going away. Top side, how are things going? Vincenzo, he's had 4 deaths so far this game.
4? Jeez.
Well, one of them was the first blood.
Feeding.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
It's a KDO that you would have 5 minutes in.
All right, you've laid with me, and you know that's not the truth.
Never expected out of Vincenzo. It's a Denox stat line. Pretty disappointing, honestly. Dude, look, Silen is really far ahead in last hits. I know it's Alino, I get it. But JG did have 2 kills to start the game. A free bottle, and Silen is very far ahead in regards to loss. It's okay. What do we got?
No. Yeah, I mean, you made this rotation through with Jar Jar, and I thought it was to make sure that you secure the power runes. You know, you've got JG moving to the top side, you had Jar Jar covering the bottom, but Excelona is just able to walk up and, well, thankfully it's just a regen. You know, maybe if it was something like a haste, it could have potentially put XERXIA into a really solid spot. But look at this warding coming through from Vincenzo. You know, it's not all about the KDA areas. It's something about the information that you're able to provide. And with that, Miracle's going to be able to get back under the safety of his tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They're able to scout out JG. And you see what they're getting in the other lanes. Kishka, great placement out of the Tiny's going to be able to wrap around, but Silen moved out of the tower. So might be in some trouble here. JG and Bombi instantly in response going to look to TP in and get some revenge. In more bottom lane, Karma's getting chased down from Zeal. Able to secure the kill, was used to the wall. But it will completely zone away the Chaos Knight, so this tower is going to go down with his first catapult wave.
Oh, Rapido, he was going for a kill on the top side as well, but he is...
Oh, Kishka's going to get him. Oh man, Kishka is a... I love watching this guy play.
And they got the tower. Do you expect a Darkseer to get a tower at 7 minutes? I don't.
No. No, not at all. Top lane, Vincenzo's going to continue to add to the death tally. Miracle's going to try and look for some revenge, but will not be able to find it.
They probably would have put the kill onto Miracle as well. Rapido was 18 experience short of having that level 6. And, well, he's got it now, and they were able to clear out that that bear. Ooh, no stuns. So Miracle will be able to get away back to base.
So,
Radiant structures are fortified.
Just feels like they're doing what a lot of good teams do, right? You might lose something in one lane, but it means that you're winning in 2 other lanes. That's what, you know, we see from the likes of Vici Gaming in Division 2, where they're just able to exploit these little weaknesses that some of these other Div 2 teams have. They always seem to be able to get the better end of the trade, with XERXIA being able to come back from being 2 kills down in that mid lane. Darkseer, like we said, getting the tower super early on the bot side. Chaos Knight last in the core's net worth at this stage, so everything's just working out for Myth Avenue, even if it means sacrificing Miracle or Vincenzo a little bit. Although he did just TP back to this lane.
Yeah, it's going to be in some trouble. Gets the ultimate off for the bonus health. The only unleashed damage will be plentiful to help secure the kill. And that was a resummon as well, so... Guess
no TPs. They had all of them available. Yeah, they got to make something happen elsewhere to make this worthwhile.
Looks like they will be able to do so. Zeal's going to connect with Kishka. Vincenzo just gets a solo kill onto Rapido. Meanwhile, JG just snowballed in, but the vacuum will stop them short, and now Kishka can continue to chase down Jar Jar, so the greatest sequence of events for the boys on XERXIA.
See, everything was just building up to this for Vincenzo. Getting that solo kill at the top side. You got to be patient, Rocky, all right? These core players, they just want that instant gratification all the time.
Well, I'm sure Karma's looking for some instant gratification right now to find that gold to help out from what has been an abysmal lane for the Chaos Knight. This is a hero that really thrives in the lane as well. Like, your catch-up potential is pretty weak. Does help that Phantasm. It's a little bit lower cooldown than what it used to be in the past, so you can kind of use this off cooldown, but you're really going to have some difficulties with keeping up in regards to everyone else in the net worth.
Mm-hmm. They're going to look to try and make another kill attempt onto Vincenzo, it seems, but he's doing a fairly decent job of pushing out that lane a little bit. Of course, Silencer not as weak in that department as he used to be as well, so XERXIA, it just feels like they're not quite ready yet to be able to make a lot of these kill attempts happen. It's going to be a Invis rune on the bottom side. Again, not the greatest power rune to have to play around, but they've just picked up the phase boots on the... actually, is that phase boot? It's Falcon Blade on the Tusk. You're getting close to the armlet on the Chaos Knight. Like, little timings are starting to go their way, and I wonder if now that the Tome has been purchased up by Jar Jar, they're going to look to go for a kill. Because this is their timing. They got to make sure that they exploit this as much as possible, because Lone Druid, Lina, they get out of control very quick if they're not addressed.
And it seems like you need this kill at the top side, and they're going to try and attempt it onto Miracle. Any TPs this time? Zeal's going to come. An early use of the Global Silence, so they won't actually continue to bait Miracle to maybe hope that XERXIA goes a little bit too far forward for the turnaround.
They didn't overcommit their ultimates though, right? Like, you've still got Unleash, you've still got the Tusk coming in with that Invis, you've got the Mortimer's Kisses, actually not in 25 experience. So I wonder if Jar Jar wants to move a little bit closer. Never mind, still picks it up. And desperate to try and get something out of this lane, and looks like Kishka is going to be able to back off before he dies as a result of it. They thought that they had vision there, but that's just good map presence.
Have you seen... Oh, actually hold that thought. XERXIA. To try and smoke. Kishka, got to keep in mind, there was just a mechanism completed on Zeal, so you've got to be really quick with your burst potential and also control Zeal at the same time to prevent that kind of health burst to come through. And they're actually going to look to completely avoid them, and maybe anticipating that XERXIA is just farming on the opposite side of the map. And well, we'll see how his read's going to be.
Yeah, they'll see that it's cleared. They know that he's farming this sort of area. You don't want to place down any kind of... maybe he does, just to be able to stop that farm from happening. But this is a smoke that's gone almost completely wasted. They might be able to pick up a kill onto the Tiny, but damage coming out the other way isn't insignificant.
No, it's not. Miracle might be able to clean up now if he can just close the distance. Actually, a little bit too slow on his other member. Look at the build. Miracle's... He's going Blade Mail.
Oh. I mean, I guess they know that the bear's going to get gone on, right? And with the Spirit Link, if you're just building a bunch of Wraith Bands for yourself, then the bear's going to get a ton of armor from that as well. So I don't hate it.
Seems like a very interesting read where you're just going to give Sillin this win condition, which I honestly don't remember him ever being on like some real big right-click win condition. Like we've seen him carry games on Batrider and of course last game Leshrac. Don't get me wrong, that is very awkward. Bombi and Sillin next to each other in the tree line, but you know I don't remember him like having a TA up his arsenal or like anything like that.
For sure. Maybe the Tiny a little bit, like if he eventually gets into the tree volley and you know AC and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, certainly not his main style. So let's see what he's able to do for it. Looks like they'll be able to catch Rapido though with that surge, with the Tumbler's Toy. Should have no problems being able to take out this Marcy.
Hopefully Kishka's able to get the kill. Yep, he'll secure it thanks to the tree throw. So closing onto the Blink Dagger, he'll probably look to get this next wave as well.
And they're just reading them like a book, man. Every single movement that XERXIA makes, Xilern is just able to get out of dodge just a couple of seconds early. And I'm sure that he would have recognized that, well, with that camp being blocked up, they've probably got vision around this sort of area, so can't afford to play around my ancient camp as much anymore.
And they're probably going to look to make a play pretty shortly now. Your Miracle's about to have the Blade Mail delivered. You just got the Blink picked up on Kishka. So you'd love to take a fight. I mean, you could probably find Roche pretty early on, honestly, for the damage from Myth Avenue. So see the trajectory of this smoke. Do you have the power runes up in a couple of seconds? Sillin might just be baiting his life. We'll see if it's going to be survivable enough with the Mortimer Kisses getting rained down, but they're going to be able to cancel it instantly thanks to the global silence. Now the boys have shown up, and XERXIA on full retreat, but Bombi, well, he won't be able to escape. Kishka, he'll jump over the top, make sure he closes the distance. Doesn't actually land with the Avalanche. We're still on cooldown for the moment, so Bombi getting a decent amount of damage off will mean that Karma can look to find some revenge, and JG is going to snowball through the Lena as well. So in the end, it's not the worst fight for XERXIA as Karma catches another out inside the river. A 3-for-2 exchange, and XERXIA have to be pretty happy considering how that fight started.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I thought maybe they just committed a little bit too far into that one, and well, for this, you mentioned the threat of Roshan from Myth Avenue Gaming, but XERXIA as well have a very strong Roshing lineup with the Snapfire if she does eventually get into that little shredder with the tag team. No points in it just yet, but certainly a very physical-oriented lineup that they've got right now.
Coin for me.
Tusk's nearly got that Blink Dagger as well. So you saw that they were still able to close in onto Xilern. He doesn't quite yet have that BKB at his disposal. And it's going to have to be used in response to that initial burst that JG is trying to get in onto him. Oh, well, that's fine. Judge is making sure that Bobby's not going to grief his core, you know? He's like, no, that's JG's kill.
Okay. Miracle bottom?
Miracle, though. He just TP'd here. Any TPs on the boys? Just Darks here at this stage.
They seem... I was going to be able to get the ultimate out. The bear will go down. He's got to resummon in case the team want to come and try and take the fight. They've got Vincenzo shortly to connect. Meanwhile, mid lane, actually, Karma. He's onto Sillin. It's a lot of damage. And the Lena turns with the Laguna instead of trying to get out maybe with the LSA. So Karma is well and truly caught up. He's top of the net worth on the Chaos Knight. And on top lane, Rapido's trying to chase down Zeal as well. The global silence used. It'll help bottom as well. Miracle in combination with Vincenzo, not enough to be able to kill off the Tusk. They'll turn to Bombi instead, looking to walk a little bit too far forward.
They
Back
want
to top
Rapido.
we go now as Rapido walks into the tree line, and Kishko, he'll guess wrong.
I mean,
from one lane to the other we go. JG now snowballs in, but if they get a root, he's going to end up going down. We're gonna get it close the distance, gets lucky. Click. Oh, there we go. Finds the root. And at that, it'll be the cost of JJ's life.
But I mean, it just shows you how skilled Karma is, right? Last on net worth in the lane, highest level, and highest net worth off the back of that. Just takes a couple of kills, he knows his farming patterns to a T, and his itemization is really solid as well. Even if they feel like they need to get aggressive once he hits that level 15, for example, could look to disassemble the Echo Saber and look to really start to make the plays happen.
Yeah, we saw in that fight, the team fight kind of around the Roche pit, Karma got 2 kills, 2 very important kills, giving about close to 600 gold worth of bounty, so big reason why he's almost got this BKB completed. It has really skyrocketed his net worth. That solo kill into Sillin as well, really paying off. So we were kind of seeing the praises for Sillin in regards to his kind of map awareness and positioning, but he's got 3 deaths now 17 minutes in, so it is definitely stalling out this BKB timing. Kishka will look to try and get the toss back. The LSA is just slightly off the mark, so JJ will be protected. A snowball into the river to help with the stun and get him out of harm's way.
And again, they didn't need to commit too much to be able to make that happen. That's the big thing. They get the D ward, they get a kill for free. What I want to see more out of XERXIA is more kill attempts around this killing trio. Snapfire, Willow, Tusk should be able to get kills anywhere they want on the map at this point. Up until
they're
now,
trying on Scylla in mid lane. It's a deep dive from Bonby under the tier 2 tower, and without a global silence to be able to get rid of the Mortar Kiss, it was still on cooldown for 5 seconds. So Scylla will be a casualty. And now there's no way they can follow without the timing to get onto Karma. He's starting to TP in, but it might be a little bit too late. Karma activates the BKB, turn to try and get the damage out onto Zeal. The Darkseid will just slip on out. He's got to be cautious though. Cookie Karma actually goes back into the middle. Some great armor toggles will help repair some of the damage. Rapido giving him some movement speed, but Kishka over the top. Drops the combo to get rid of the Chaos side, and now they're looking to close the distance onto Rapido as well. Surging up the bear, Miracle finds the first hit root as well. Vacuum back into the grasping claws as Zeal mega killing streak on the Darkseid.
Yeah, it is still a pretty damn good game for Zeal on his hero. Protected 4 in the draft. He was a tiny bit late with his TP there. Could have potentially got the Guardian Greaves off to enable the Lina to live, but still a team fight that ends up looking fairly good for Myth Avenue Gaming. They don't really lose anything outside of the Lina. Yeah, the silencer goes down, but that's for the purpose of taking out the CK. And well, I wonder if they consider that they might have some vision around this area as well, considering how deep they were looking to commit with that kill attempt onto the Lina. Speaking of her, I believe she's got the BKB finished as well. So a lot more survivable soon as XERXIA learn. I want to give big props to Vincenzo as well for that last team fight. His timing of the global silence was perfect. He made sure to use it straight after the BKB came out from Karma, and he had all of his other spells available at the time. So could have certainly been a whole lot more going XERXIA's way. Probably would have been Roshan if he was able to just cast another use of the Chaos Bolt and the Reality Rift. And well, they're still going to even attempt it.
What do they got available for Dire? Silence on cooldown for 30 seconds, but this is an area that a Darkseid would be licking his lips to take a fight around. Need to get the confirmation though, and looks like they're not aware of it for the moment.
2 points tag team, Unleash being committed for it, so this really feels like a let's keep this away from Myth Avenue Gaming sort of Roshan, right? This isn't something that you're going to immediately look to convert onto after the fact. It's still a minute away from being able to have that Unleash available once again. It's all about Karma just having that Blink Dagger for himself, for example.
See, Dire still feels strong to be able to continue to shove this bottom lane in. Scylla's going to show and we'll look to get some nice damage. Radiant will react, however. The bear's going to be a juicy target, but Miracle is not going to mess around, making sure no bounty will go their way, so a resummon's going to be forced.
He's still holding the Dragon Scale in his backpack. Hopefully he gives it over to the bear, which he does. So that's a pretty tanky bear now when you consider all of the...
Yeah, they see it. They know it's really though. They're going to try and show themselves now. Savage Water will help to get some distance away. It reveals that the CK is completely alone up top though, so he's going to be really cautious. A BKB, yeah, Karma's not going to mess around with using that one just to get out.
didn't pop the blade mail on the bear as well, and they know it was just resummoned. With the tusk shards was used, they would have seen the brief vision that it provides, seen the HP was back at full. So I'm expecting XERXIA to be incredibly active right now, just popping the Bedlam to be able to make that happen, and it's already almost off cooldown again. So right now, Myth Avenue doing their best to try and shove lanes in to be able to prevent a lot of that aggression from happening, force them to try and defend, but you're going to lose something. It's just a matter of what.
Zillion trying to juke through the bramble. Will force out an early BKB. Now JG's really far out of position. A Cookie Hell gets some distance away. Further to the northern side, though, a toss back. Bombi's stuck inside the base. Karma's going to try and look to protect him, however. Global Silence used once again to be able to counteract the use of the Mortimer Kisses, and now
Kishka's hunting.
Going to try and charge for the tree line, but the Surge closing the distance. Onto Jar Jar they go. Not the greatest one to be able to toss back onto. They need a way to protect Zillion. He can dash out to the right side. Zillion's going to be okay, but can the rest of the Dire members be fortunate enough? It looks like it's not the case. Kishka, along with Zeal, will go down.
Really, really like all those movements coming out from XERXIA, though. Again, they know that Miracle is going to be a complete non-factor for the next 60 seconds, and they just immediately make the move. It doesn't come completely unopposed. You know, they are able to get a couple of kills, but it's just on the supports. You're able to just get away on Karma, not even have to give up the Aegis, and they might even get this tier 2 tower off the back of it.
I'm very impressed with how XERXIA are playing this game to address the Lina. Like we see whenever Zillion is showing up in these fights, it's not even just the cores that are focusing her down, but Bombi in particular. We're just seeing this Dark Willow drop the Bramble and Shadow Realm Bedlam and just run at her. And you know you're protected. You are invulnerable for that time. 5-second duration. Yes, the Tiny Avalanche might be able to hold you back, but then that means Tiny can't use that maybe to stop the CK in his illusions or to be able to blow up one of the members. So really impressed with how XERXIA are being able to address Xillion's Lina so far.
Yeah, I think the one thing is that they've done that same thing like 3 or 4 times right now. So if I'm Myth, I've had time to be able to discuss things and say, right, how are we going to be able to respond to this? Because Miracle, when he's been there with his bear, he's been pretty on point. As soon as that Dark Willow goes into the Shadow Realm and starts beblaming, instantly Savage Roar to be able to push her away. So I wonder if this is even something where the Willow wants to consider going something like a BKB after picking up the Aether Lens for herself.
Well, unfortunately, the BKB is not going to be able to do too much. Are they actually going to look to jump Bombi? And Kishka's considering it. Oh, okay. I was not expecting him to have that much damage by himself. I guess the Dark Willow, only 1100 health, and sure, like you said, level 2 ulti as well, helping with the combo damage there.
Even just looking to stand behind his Lina right now. Ooh, they're both going to maybe back off in time. Does Karma have the Blink Dagger? Yes, he does, but not going to have the speed to be able to catch out a 7-stack Fiery Soul Lina.
So you're just mentioning about the potential of a BKB from Bombi. Well, we see kind of the supports are looking to go their own defensive itemization to help Lina's position. You know, Vincenzo's got a 4-staff, Kishka's even going 4-staff next item as well. So it's going to be nice.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, like you said, it was a really good point, honestly, that they've done it multiple times now. So Myth have been able to kind of communicate, like, how do we need to address this Dark Willow? How do we need to protect the Lina and get her out of danger? Because she is always that initial target. Is there anyone else you could even consider for XERXIA to try and jump, or is it just always Lina? That's it. You just have to kind of beeline tunnel vision to Zillion.
To me, it's always Lina, because her damage is going to come out like, when it was pure mid Lina, you know, magic damage build, it was more around the burst. This is a Lina that wants to stay alive for as long as possible and right-click you down. So, for example, if you take out the if you focus the Darkseer and he doesn't die, yeah, he's going to need a BKB. If you focus the Darkseer and he doesn't die, all he needs to do is like Greaves, BKB, wall, vacuum, and then he's basically done his contribution for the whole fight, right? So to me, it's going to be like either the Lina or the Silencer need to be the ones that go down first.
Well, we'll see. Kishka mid lane, they're even going to use a Global Silence as well. Karma jumping in, but no one else is nearby to even follow up with that. So that's a BKB expended. Global Silence used as well for Myth Avenue. They want to stick around bottom. They don't have the outpost control, which could be a bit of a concern for the potential of like a buyback to rejoin this fight.
They're just waiting for Zeal to potentially connect through to him. Seems like he's in two minds with where exactly he wants to run.
Nice Savage Roar.
I mean, I love the fact on Myth Avenue, they've addressed exactly what we were talking about all during the draft, right? This is a physical damage heavy lineup that XERXIA have. And you've got the Blade Mail on the Spirit Bear. You've got the Wraith Bands on Miracle himself. They might be able to pick off Zeal here. They should know that he doesn't have the Black King bar, but with that Aghanim shut. Oh, very nicely done, though.
And Kishka's in as well. The boys are starting to rotate. They should be able to get the follow-up. Karma's even going to look to jump it in the middle, so they'll cut off the escape from Kishka. They were really quick with connecting to top on XERXIA.
They were indeed. And Mindbreaker available on the ground. Hopefully someone picks that up, and Rapido is going to. But even like the Darkseer has a plate mail, the Lina has a plate mail. Like they're building heavy into this physical damage reduction right now on Myth Avenue, and it's still not enough. That's how overwhelming XERXIA's damage output is still at this stage. So I wonder if someone's going to look to go into that AC, and it looks like it's going to be the Lina after she picks up the Satanic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
We've got a pretty good ball game here, Danog. I mean, 3,000 net worth lead for Myth. It is a 79% probability, though. Surprised it's actually that far in their favor.
I wouldn't say it is. Maybe... I mean, Dota Plus doesn't value Lina as much as we feel that it's strong. It's basically just a Spectre lover still at this stage, but I've got hope for XERXIA. I mean, it's going to come on the back of this next Roche fight, though. You know, just to be able to get a little bit of that extra output from the Chaos Knight, for example, with the Chaos Bolt, Aghanim Shard, to bring him up to level 20 as well, so he's going to have even more duration on that Chaos Bolt with the extra range on it. So things still having the potential to look up for them, but like we were saying before, Myth Avenue are doing almost everything right in terms of their itemization to be able to address the XERXIA threat.
I have something for you.
And you got to be concerned about the Lone Druid as well. As we get a classic C pause, wouldn't be a game of Dota without it. Lone Druid's only 1.5 levels away from level 20. So just for him to have only 10 seconds downtime on the true form, it cannot be underrated. Like, it is incredibly good just to have this hero that you're much more confident in being able to put onto the front lines, because you've got the armor to be able to protect your bear, because you've got the HP and you know, everything, the bonus armor from the true form itself to be able to protect yourself. And then it means that you're able to do what I feel their lineup does best, which is counter initiate. You've got a Tiny, you've got a Darkseer, you've got Global Silence to be able to do so.
Yeah, on paper, one of the better lineups you'd hope for to have that counter initiation potential as well. They might actually look to start onto Karma. Well, it's going to get laid down. They'll look for the toss back. Kishka won't be able to find it. The retreat is called. You're happy with the BKB getting forced out, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're hoping that Roshan is going to be up now on Fifth Avenue Gaming, but still minute and change away. But this is really an indicator for them to be able to make a play very, very shortly. You can see Tiny. Kishka's wanting to put himself onto the front lines. They're not always going to get that counter initiation option for themselves. So he's going to need to be the one to blink in, try and bait out the BKBs or set up for that 100-0. And if he doesn't get it, he's got an Ogre Seal Totem to get him out. He's got a Force Staff to get him out. He's going into a Ghost Scepter as well.
Dang.
Not going to be quick enough this time, though.
No, he's not. Get the totem off? Not the case. All right. Might force out the buyback if they scout Roshad instantly.
I wonder if they're even going to consider putting the bear there just to give information.
Yeah, there's the buyback.
Going to use it. Probably didn't need to use it at the end of the day, though.
I don't blame him, though. I suppose he's a lot of your initiation.
Yeah.
So, like,
better safe than sorry, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of felt like what the call was, because you saw them starting to run at you. You don't want to jump in too late, because Radiant have that potential to be able to blow heroes up, and Kishka definitely wants to be able to follow up on Zeal. So, well, we'll see that Myth. They're playing with their full force now. Loopzillian's not with them at the moment. Of course, he can always look to join them. It's going to be XERXIA with the smoke. They're looking for the long wraparound.
And he's got the AC on XERXIA as well, so...
Are you going to do it? Oh, they're ping. They saw the Phantasm. Oh, no, the illusions popped out of the pit. Miracle will scout. Savage Roar, you got to be cautious, you group up. And they do just that. Look at the combo. Wall and Avalanche, all the illusions they would ever need to turn the fight. But meanwhile, Rapido, he's onto Sillin. They're going to be able to cut the Lina off to the right side, but it looks like now they can turn it back around. Laguna Blade to cut away the life of Rapido down to the south. Karma, well, he was forced to retreat in combination with Bombi, but what a jump in from Zeal.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want. Oh,
they've run into Vincenzo. Terrorize as well. That's a great timing. Look how low Roche is, but Kiska to the rescue. Combo holds him out of the pit. He's going to toss him away as well. The vacuum again in the combination of the Savage Roar. There's just nothing that Karma can do. Myth Avenue Gaming, a beautiful team fight around the choke point. They've got all the AoE abilities, and we saw that XERXIA just couldn't address them.
Kind of feels like the resurgence of the old RSG lineup, doesn't it? With all these plays that they're able to make around these big objectives. You know, they're never a team that completely rolled over people in the laning phase, but you get to this mid game and they show why they're such a good and solid team. Excellent as well, using that time, not wanting to just completely group up with the rest of those boys, keep the bottom lane shoved out. He got up to his level 20 before that fight even broke out, and with all of that additional damage, he was able to obviously
JG.
Oh, he
starting to respawn.
Lino isn't going to be able to get there quite as quickly as he would want to, and well, he'll still be able to push that mid wave in without any kind of big losses coming through for Myth Avenue, but could have been a little disastrous, although they're pinging him out now. He's still farming underneath an Observer Ward, and there's no boys nearby, so I wonder if they're going to look to go for some sort of a kill attempt. ENG needing to shove out that mid-wave first, but look at Vincenzo's positioning as well. He's got the Glimmer Cape, he's got the Force Staff, and he's even just putting himself in between the Lina and the rest of the boys. So he'll go down, but the important one in the Lina will not. See, that's why my deaths are high. I make deaths like that happen.
Ah, right. So mid lane, Rapido is going to be okay.
I mean, they don't want to make a play without this Global Silence available for sure, as ends up getting clipped by the Brambles there on Miracle. Even the Savage, they're still committing for the bear.
You really wanted with now Sillin, he can freely right-click from afar. You look to address another member, it now means that Sillin, well, he actually might be in some trouble. Karma gets to jump in. Oh, Satanic, and look at the life steal, back up the half health, the greens as well. Sillin's okay, now Karma's on full retreat. A BKB completely wasted, vacuum into the Avalanche, there's no escape for you. Drag back into the grasping hands as their bodies drop to the decks. Myth, beautiful showing up from them. Kishka's even able to close the distance as well. Seal Totem just to get in range, and there's going to be no escape from Rapido.
The most like mind-blowing thing is Zeal's doing all of this without a Blink Dagger. Like, he is getting into the perfect range at the perfect time, just having complete understanding of all the spells that are on cooldown in these team fights, and just getting these 4-5 man vacuum walls off. It's just a thing of beauty.
I mean, you said it perfectly. Myth Avenue, their lineup thrives around counter initiation, and now you're so far ahead that you can be the ones initiating onto the Tuscan CK. They go, no buybacks, and with that'll be all she wrote. Karma's out, XERXIA are done, and Myth Avenue will be able to take it in a clean 2-0 fashion.
That fight, that game felt a lot more even though than game number one, didn't it? And it's not even off the fact of like, that game lasted literally 1 second more, I think, than the previous one, unless I'm completely wrong. I might be completely wrong.
38:03 was the last one.
3 minutes less. 3 minutes
completely
less.
wrong. That's okay.
That's all right. 3 minutes less than the previous one, but it felt more even to me. It felt like they had these avenues to be able to come back into this game. They just were never able to 100 to 0 the perfect target. And again, that counter initiation coming through Myth Avenue Gaming, they're really solid at their positioning around the map. It feels like they're mind readers, you know? They're able to just understand what the objective is at all times. They understand what the draft is drafted for. All that physical damage addressed with the itemization. You might lose one hero in one lane. Again, Miracle sacrificing his lane a little bit just so that Zeal as well as XERXIA had amazing times. They took those early towers, they enabled space for all of their cores to be able to farm, and then the execution was just on another level. Well-deserved MVP for Zeal.
I must say, a lot of these team fights were so close to being, flown over to XERXIA
Even that last
winning
one,
them.
the Satanic just gets off on the Lena.
Yeah, it's like something that I was pretty impressed with. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get a whole lot of value out of his team fight, but Rapido was doing a really good job on the Marcy to run down the Lena in every single fight. We saw multiple times it was just, chasing her away. Really, the team fight kind of X factor again, Zeal and Kishko, those two together in the past, like probably the last 3 big fights was that turnaround. And it was just a thing of ever so close, like inches, a little bit of extra damage. Maybe you get the kill just before the Darks is able to get there with the Grieve, just before he gets there with the turnaround. Then all of a sudden you're the ones that's chasing down Myth and you're not the ones that are getting comboed. So it was so close to team fights going their way, but unfortunately it's not enough, and now it puts them in a really, really scary position. So actually dropped down to 1-5, so you need to win this last series to be sticking around.
Yeah, I mean, it's close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, unfortunately. And, well, the man that was able to turn it around is Zeal, our MVP of the game. And I believe we might have an interview with him as well. Hello. Zeal, how's it going?
Oh, nice. We got a wave. Let's go. Let's go.
Feeling really solid.
You got a lot of things behind you, Zeal. What's up on the wall?
Dota medals and some academic medals and some Naruto and plushies, I guess.
Very good, very good. Well, I'm intrigued on kind of what your experience was like over in China and what you were like, maybe some key learnings that you brought from that team and over to this one now.
From China, I think I learned quite a bit, like the teamwork and the macro plays. Like when we are strong, we do things together. We use each other, like our teammates, to get advantage over the map and lanes. That's what I learned the most from there, because they are more structured there, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of the structure, is that gameplay related, or is that to do with stuff like even practices and scrims and all that sort of thing?
Everything from practices and like communicating between teammates, like how you want to use your teammates, sometimes breaking smokes, like where you want them to play, so you get the most out of the map. Yeah.
What does kind of that practice look like then in the structure? Is it just like set times of like watching replays and scrims and even your own time as well, or is there some other stuff to it?
Basically, you watch replays, and also like during scrims, like let's say you think that you're able to like get more farm if your support stands here, then you sort of have a discussion with the supports, and that way we'll come into a conclusion like, is it good or bad? And if it's good, then we do this. Like we get a conclusion, like what's the best for the team.
Sure. Have you tried to implement some of those things on this team? Or like you more of like a vocal person, or is there some other people that kind of take the leadership role on Myth Avenue?
I think sometimes I do, but I think most of the times me and America tries to like move the heroes around the map the most.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not basically just me. Yeah.
Okay.
It was very clear in your gameplay. Like we were just very happy a lot of the time when we saw like, okay, well, you might be giving up something here, but you're getting twice as much over there. And it really feels like that's something that's come from all of this practice and structure. But enough about Dota for me. I want to know what your favorite little thing that you've got hanging up on the wall is and what your favorite Naruto characters are.
Favorite Naruto character, Itachi, I think. But it's a normal answer, I guess. Everyone likes Itachi. The favorite
Aries doesn't. He doesn't know who Itachi is. He doesn't like anime. But yeah, which one's your favorite?
Maybe what the courier? I forgot what's the name. The TI courier, the plushie. What's the name?
the flying donkey, that one, or
Not flying donkey. The some elf, not elf. This one.
you can show us.
Can you guys see it? It's too far. I
Oh, his name is
The wizard dude.
Dolfrat
wizard.
or Roshanant or something like that.
think. Yeah, that one. It's a pretty cute
yeah.
plushie.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The Shitty Wizard. That's what his name
Yes,
is.
Shitty
but,
Wizard. Yes, Shitty
It's
Wizard.
literally
yes.
his name. His name is Shitty Wizard.
It is his
Oh,
name.
okay. Okay.
So-
I was like, you guys just roasting the poor wizard, dude. He's just a
Nope.
Corey. He brings you guys items, call him shit. What's going on?
I still use my my Shitty Wizard courier from back at TI2, so that's it's got a bit of a place in my heart. But really good performance, Zeal. I mean, you've got one game left, I believe, against Polaris. So are you going to be watching the series that they're playing against Army Geniuses? And what sort of things do you really look out for when you're scouting your opposition?
Basically, how they prioritize heroes and like what they do most of the times, and get a bit of preparation, like what they do with certain heroes, and see whether we can think of a solution, something like that. And of course, I'll be watching because it kind of like decides our fate whether there will be tiebreakers or not. If we win, also, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll be
but
watching.
your fate will be in your hands, which is the important
Yeah.
thing. I have one last question. In that game number 2, I was really impressed by the entire team's decision to go into more items focused around armor. We saw the Lone Druid pick up a blade mail for his bear. We saw a ton of Wraith Bands a lot earlier on Miracle than we were expecting. And then we saw just a casual plate mail on the Lena, a casual plate mail on you before it was built into something else. Whose decision was that, or was it a team understanding?
So America kind of like emphasized it a lot. At first, Excellent was like queuing up for Satanic or some shit. Then we said, just buy AC and we can just hold our ground and we'll kill all of them. That's
It worked.
basically our
I mean,
game plan
it
just
let
now.
him get off that that damage in the last fight, right?
Yeah. That's basically it.
Very good. Oh, anything else to know? Any other questions?
Once you're done your games, do you have any plans, any streams or anything like that? I know XERXIA loves to stream, but how about yourself? Where can people find you if they want to follow your journey when you're not playing DPC?
They can follow my stream, and if they're lucky, I'll stream once a year.
Once a year.
Yeah. Or just watch me
once a
play
year.
pubs in Dota TV, I guess. I don't really stream much.
Okay, well, we're always looking forward to that annual stream from Uzil, but congratulations on your series victory and looking forward to how you boys are able to perform in your last series as well. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye, thank you. All right, there we go. That's our first series done of the day. We've still got plenty more in store for us. Some more Southeast Asian Dota. Next up, Atlantis versus Team Flow. This pretty much determines who might be relegated out of Division 2. So a very important series from both these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's your favorite Naruto character? You can't say Naruto.
Itachi.
You can't say Itachi either.
What, you're just taking two people out? I mean,
those two. Those are the only two that I've taken out. Who else?
That's very unfortunate.
I can
really like
typing.
Sakura Haruno. He's pretty cool as well.
Pronunciation.
Sakura Haruno.
Sakura Haruno is her name, and she is probably one of the worst characters. There are plenty of strong women in that anime, but she is not one of them. So it is a wrong choice, but we'll send it to a break. We'll be back with that next series, and maybe areas can become a little bit cultured in the meantime. So make sure you stick around, have a drink of water because it is very hot right now, and we will be back shortly.
Three, two, one.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
I hope you've all had a nice long break, stocked up on all the drinks and food you would need, because we've got an important series down at the lower end of the groups here. Atlantis up against Team Flow and Denog for Team Flow and Atlantis. Well, this is pretty much for relegation. If the boys on Atlantis lose this series, and they will be packing their bags, and there will be no way they can stick around to be playing in Division 2 for the next tour. And for Team Flow, well, if you're able to do that, they are still not yet, if they get this win, they are still not mathematically out of relegation contention. But this is a great place to start from getting this series victory.
I mean, they would have been punching the air at that previous result, right? With XERXIA going down now 1-5, so gives them a little bit more breathing room. If both teams keep on the loss streak, then it's going to be tiebreakers being forced, which is, always exciting for everyone. But yeah, surprisingly enough, to see two almost full Malaysian rosters have issues with being able to even compete at the level to stay up. I mean, we got 9 Malaysians, 1 Laotian in this series.
Yeah, and it's also a team that is very similar from the previous tour. Atlantis have one new addition. In the last year, they were playing with Ayad at the 4. Of course, they've got Sands now. And Team Flow, they've got Nevermind playing instead of Crush, who is going as NJ, and he is over in China. So, yeah. So and honestly, in last tour, both these teams finished 3 and 4, which is pretty decent. That's where we saw TNC get relegated. That's where we saw Neon get relegated as well. So these were teams that were actually having some pretty good success. They both finished with an 8-11 map count, but so far through this tour, it's just not clicking for them.
It's been a bit of a trend, hasn't it? Where the teams, it's not like these guys bought their slots either. Like we've seen in China, for example, I think as much as 3 teams just acquired a slot from another one. Whereas, Team Flow and Atlantis, Team Flow obviously previously going by Summit for most of their players, they have regressed a little bit. And we've seen it being the closed qualifier teams are either at the very top of the division or they're that next level below. In C, it's that next level below with MythHaveU Gaming and Spawn both on 4 and 2 series scores at the moment. So, I mean, they're very clearly putting a lot more effort into it perhaps than a lot of these other teams, because they knew that competition's rough to even get past those open qualifiers. And, if you've just put in the hard yards, then you're going to be reaping the rewards. Whereas teams that might just show up a little bit later think, you know what, we were good enough to be middle of the road last time. Let's do it again. Maybe that was the attitude. I don't want to put too many words in their mouths, but results show what's happening at the end of the day. And, well, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on these drafts as well, because some of the things, especially in the China region, that I've been seeing are teams that are a little lower down the board making some pretty huge draft blunders. So hopefully for these guys, they're at least able to play a game without being behind the 8 ball from the very beginning.
Yeah, and not an easy thing to be able to set yourself up with a strong draft. There's a lot of boxes you need to cover, a lot of ticks that need to be kind of set on paper there to give you at least a draft that you're able to potentially find that map victory. And we were speaking about the previous tour with these two teams, very, very similar squads, and it was actually Summit that were able to find that series victory over there. So we'll see if they're going to be able to replicate that. Of course, that was in July. So that was a long time ago, a long time ago. So
with Crush as well. And
yes,
you and I are big fans of Crush. Even though Mystique and China aren't having the greatest overall success, I think Crush or NJ's performances have been pretty damn good almost every single game. So we'll see what turns out this time around. You and I are also fans of Nevermind, right? Back when Masaros was bouncing between Motivate Trust and a bunch of other teams, he was the main one that they were bringing in as the stand-in for the full Thai roster. Obviously, that's not the case this time around. Masaros and Playhard actually just got released from Bleed as well. So we'll see where they end up. Yeah, I know. So we'll see where they end up. Everything's up in the air, dude. Bleed barely avoided that tiebreaker situation to be relegated down into Division 2, finishing, I think, 3 and 4. So clearly the org thinks something needs to change. And, well, with them, I'm not sure if they've got people in mind already, but this is a pretty good space to audition for a spot to potentially, even if you don't get promoted as a team, if you show that you've got the stuff on your own, then maybe you can look to snare one of those spots for yourself and take a little bit of the glory.
Ah, yes. My old friend. We have not seen you yet today. Friend is actually not the way to put it. I don't like this hero. Don't like watching it, but it's okay. We haven't seen it so far today, so we'll let it slip through the ones. Team Flow, Nature's Prophet, Marcy Band, Atlantis. That's the Treant Protector and the Shadow Fiend band out here. So are you expecting another core at the 8th or a support to look to protect the Lina?
I mean, a little surprising that they've gone ahead and banned out the Treant Protector, especially considering like this is a Lina first pick, right? That they were just wanting to have into it. I'm guessing that this Legion Commander is going to be 5. I'm just putting that out there super early on, just because you're going to pair it together with a Lina, right? And you've got a way to deal with the Broodmother, right? You just level up the overwhelming odds, and then you can keep the lane shoved out as much as possible.
So if you go for a 5 Legion, what do you feel like your supports and then other heroes need to cover with the weaknesses that you might have with kind of relegating her farm priority down to a 5?
I think the 3 and 4 need to provide A, pushing power, and B, damage to make the most of these duels, because I don't think you can just be an overwhelming odds bot in just keeping that lane shoved away from the Legion Commander, from the Broodmother. So yeah, that's certainly what I'm looking for. So something like that Death Prophet is going to be really solid, right? It's good damage that they're able to do to heroes and towers. So I feel like that's certainly a nice avenue for the band coming out from Flow.
We see Atlantis going to use his second phase as well to try and protect their Lina. Ursa banned out, Morphling as well as some another carry that some people have been mentioning just to be able to help get on top of her. That really seems like it's the biggest one in regards to the carries, that criteria that you need to kind of have.
They seem to be on the same wavelength as me though, with this LC most likely being a 5, right? It's with the DP and the Beastmaster now being pushed to the side. I mean, these are all heroes that speed up the game, and maybe Flow are just saying, look, we're going to have this tool at our disposal with the Broodmother, and we want to try and deny that away from you as much as possible with the you're not going to be able to push as much as us, essentially, is what they're trying to say here.
Well, it is going to be important for at least Atlantis to be considering multiple heroes that are able to play into the Broodmother. It can be very difficult with your map position if you only have one hero that's able to play into the Broodmother's lane. And whenever that person's missing, can be kind of obvious that maybe a play is kind of happening across the map, or the team is looking to try and smoke.
You know, I'm a fan of the Conquer. I think it's a really good response to the Broodmother, both for just keeping the lane shoved out as well as actual kill threat. X marks onto a Brood really don't like to buy BKB super early on. If you go down the Greaves route, that's really not going to change much of anything. Doesn't work on X marks. So I would like them to go down that sort of avenue, even just more things to hold into place, potentially duel into Boat, into Tidebringer, more frontline for the Lina. I'd like it, personally. Getting rid of the bristle.
I'm surprised about that ban, but I'm also surprised with just because not really getting played as much. I know you're kind of a big advocate for Conquer. You like bringing up a lot in the cast, but dude, what do you feel like is the reason why teams are kind of putting on the back burner right now and not putting as much priority on that hero?
Honestly, not sure. Maybe thinking that you don't get as much value out of it in the mid lane anymore, with all the water runes, with the small camps being taken away. You can't like out trade people quite as easily, and you can't pick up that additional farm quite as much. It's kind of similar to how like, yeah, there were other factors to it with the Coddle, for example, where you just nerfed his Illuminate damage a little bit, but it's similar, right? We only see probably like 2, maybe 3 people in the world still playing that mid Coddle.
Ooh.
Okay.
Let's go Atlantis. Let's go Atlantis.
You just wanted to stomp on the Brood and the Techies, yeah.
Jeez.
You think an LC is going to be able to do much against that, though?
Probably not. That doesn't sound like a fun lane. Brood versus Techies? Oh, God.
No, it's not fun at all. All right, so how do you address this? Can you Mars? I wouldn't hate a Mars on Atlantis.
But what does the Mars provide? Sorry, go for it.
Provides protection for the Lina. Again, it's another great way to just lock a brood mother in place. And also it prevents any kind of blast off from coming inside of the arena. Techies just hits the wall.
Okay. Oh, there's potential Tusk can go mid. You can put the Snapfire as a 3, run the Tusk in that lane as well. So there's still a lot of flexibility here for Atlantis. Yep. It is nice though, because you've got the Jewel into Kisses or the Tusk into kind of, Snowball and Punch into the Kisses as well. So there's a lot of synergy between them. And they were very single target at the moment. So that's where the Snapfire is going to be able to help out.
Yeah, I mean, LC, honestly, every single hero on Atlantis can go into at least 2 roles, right? That's the big benefit of their draft that they've got right now. LC and Tusk could both be a 5. Tusk could be mid. LC could be off lane. Snap could be mid or position 4. Lina could be, probably just the position 1, actually, for the Lina. But still, everything's looking fairly solid for them. And the Tiny, as we saw how effective it is against the Tusk, just at being able to out-trade in the lane with a lot of your damage. Also means that if you're able to get onto the Tusk, you don't necessarily have that snowball save. It's a lot of burst damage, and that's really what you want against a Lina and a Tusk lineup. You just need to try and 100 to 0 them. Have a toss plus the Techies combination. It's a lot to have to deal with.
Are you looking for like a pipe builder on Atlantis, or do they even have someone that can go down the pipe route? Is this something that needs to be a consideration because of all the magical bursts from Team Flow?
Yeah, but I guess the Lina and the Tusk can both buy BKB, and Snap might just go into Greaves, so it's not that bad. I'm still thinking what they actually want for this last overall pick, right? Because they haven't addressed their inability to push towers at all outside of the Lina, really, on Atlantis.
Okay, yep.
I still think it's a decent enough Mars game for themselves. Whether they want to go it or not is still yet to be seen. With the fact that they don't have the last overall pick, it makes it a lot more challenging because there's still Monkey King, there's still Lifestealer in the pool that would be maybe not great against the Lina, the Lifestealer, but certainly the other picks would. Slark as well, still there.
Yeah, I feel like Team Flow, as the game goes on, might have issues with kind of some of your damage. Sure, the mid game is going to be really nice with Techies and Tiny. Pretty decent Rubik abilities to steal as well. So there's the Lifestealer band, like you're mentioning. I kind of want more of like a win condition-esque hero for Team Flow. That was maybe one of my concerns for the Lifestealer. Is that because I really think you need to go Hellbird whenever you're playing versus Lina, which can make it so you don't have maybe a damage item to be able to combat her as the game goes on, or it hinders your scaling potential.
So what are you thinking? Like, I don't think this is a Nagasaran game for Flow. I don't think you can afford to do that. Yes, it would provide you with a little bit of a gap close and even some, what do you call it? When you run away from a fight. Come on, help me out here. There we go. That's the one. That they're going to be able to get when, you're pairing together this Primal Beast. I mean, again, they're keeping it flexible. This could go multiple lanes as well. I'm seeing 4 strength heroes. So what is going to make the most of that? Probably Lifestealer was the one, but what else could we look to see? Don't think we're seeing a 1 Tiny. Don't think we're seeing a... Could you do... No, you couldn't do mid-Underlord. The thing is, with the Tiny, I still like the Tiny pick a lot, and he is going to be the main thing that's resolving a lot of these damage issues. And even against the Lina, it's not that bad, right? Because you can get into the tree volley and actually deal with her from afar, so that she's not actually trying to bull you back in the middle of these team fights. But I just don't think that they have anyone that's actually going to want to go in first. That's the big issue that I'm seeing here for Flow. Like, Tiny needs to do way too much this game.
Yeah, I'm concerned that Team Flow are very off the back of kind of pick off, tiny jump, techies follow up. It doesn't feel like their team fight is going to be easy to execute at all with the heroes they have at the moment. And I don't really know if there's a carry that can kind of fix that issue.
No, I think maybe it's Monkey King. That's all I can really see. Monkey or Slark. Juggernaut. Okay, I'm going Atlantis. What do you think?
I think Jug is not a very good hero right now.
I agree.
I don't know. This Jug hero can be a bit of a yikers sometimes. So
it is the 5 LC. It is the off lane.
Great call.
Primal Beast, and it is the mid Tusk coming through. So Jug into Primal Beast. Yes, you're at least going to be able to not care about the trample all that much. You're probably going to save the spin for that. But I mean, is it Trezam playing the 5 techies as well? So I don't know, man. Like I'm not sure where they're going to actually get. Will they have the damage? Maybe they will. I don't know.
There's a lot of question marks with this Team Flow lineup. Just those questions, I don't think they're going to have answers to in this game. A bit.
And all of these heroes on Atlantis can shove lanes somehow, right? Like even the 5 LC can do it with overwhelming, and it's going to be great against the Broodmother, especially if she builds up a bunch of spiderlings. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna. I don't really see a whole lot of value out of the LC this game, besides playing the Brood lane. But like, it's not a good press the attack. Do you feel like that's enough? Because I feel like it's not a good press the attack game.
I mean, that's why I was so confused by the fact that they themselves, with the first pick, who are going to pick the Lina, banned out the Tree and Protector. You know?
Yeah. So. Look, there's a lot of... It's an interesting draft, and this is what you brought up just before as well. Like, teams we've seen over in China, the bottom-tier teams have really been struggling at actually constructing a solid draft to be able to take on a lot of the top dogs. And, well, we're kind of seeing it here as well. Like, it feels like the puzzle, they're just missing 1 or 2 pieces to be able to get that perfect connection. But I think we're both favoring Atlantis, right?
Yep, we are at the moment, but at the end of the day, it comes down to gameplay. Like we've seen, with a few exceptions, like exceptional drafts not work out at all, and teams just get crushed by outplay. And we have to remember that Atlantis are the ones without a win, and Flow at least have been able to pick one up. Who did they get that win against? I think it was XERXIA. So they've still got that to be able to lean back onto, as never mind acting like an observer ward right now.
30 seconds to battle.
Fortunately, he doesn't get a high 5. Sad life.
Gotta run to the tower. At least the tower will give it to you.
I feel like that's even worse, to be honest.
No. Tower won't leave you hanging.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, I don't know. I might honestly prefer not getting a high 5 from anyone.
The battle begins.
Okay.
In order for Flow to win this game, they need to get 3+ kills in this bottom lane, in my opinion. Like, you've got a good amount of magic damage against this Primal Beast Snapfire. But he's got Onslaught to get away from it, unless he's silenced. So again, the coordination needs to be perfect with the blast off. You need to just be spamming out that sticky bomb as much as possible to get them low enough to go for the kill attempts. I think it's just too much that needs to go right.
Well, Rubik thinks everything is exquisite, and with that mentality, I don't know, Denog, maybe they've got the mojo flowing through them.
They've cracked the code.
They've cracked the code, that's the main thing. That's not easy to crack the code, but once a code has been cracked, the mojo goes, right? Something like that? Thanks.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Very good. Thank you, I appreciate it. We'll see what they can look to do.
What's LC? LC has 3 last hits and Lina has 2 denies in this top lane. I'm like, what? What's going on here?
Just a big odds nuke. Easy like that. Ponyo's loving life. Meanwhile, Mercury has 4 denies mid.
To be expected. I mean, he's making sure to be constantly underneath his own tower. and even using the Avalanche to absolutely guarantee most of the last hits there. So a Tusk that's just constantly trying to right-click you. Pretty good right-click damage for consistent harass, but certainly doesn't do much against the Tiny if he's underneath the safety with that extra 3 armor that the tower provides. My big thing is who's the target on this bottom lane for them to be able to take out on Flow. Like, Sands is probably, I mean, he's got 400 less health, and yeah, they're trying to just bait out the spin right now. So basically there's no kill threat for the next little bit on this bottom side of the map. Primal Beast can look to farm. He's got just the 1 point in the uproar right now. I'm probably thinking that they're just going to keep it at that, just to, fear him away with the slow. Most of the time, people just don't even put a single point into it. So this is, I think, a very tactical one and a smart choice as well by WS.
Yeah, kind of seems like he's going to have a pretty good lane. So what are we hoping he goes in regards to his item build on the Primal Beast? Is it maybe the cookie cutter build that we see so often on the offlane Primal Beast, or is there something else you might be considering?
I mean, he could be the one that ends up getting the pipe this game. I wouldn't hate seeing that for him. And then into the BKB after that. You're still going to have the Snapfire for the Greaves. It provides a lot more sustain. You've also got an LC to be able to, like we were saying before, with the press the attack, keep people nice and healthy. So that's sort of the avenue that I'm hoping for them. And then, if Primal has magic resistance and magic block, like we said, right now he's only got the 1 point in the uproar, but we're expecting him to get more as things go on, then it becomes pretty hard to be able to take him out.
Really, what are your thoughts on how this top lane is going to go when Nevermind gets level 6? Do you feel like Mango Rose will be able to stay in this lane, or are they just going to put the laner in the jungle and have the LFC look to soak as much as he can?
I think it might depend on what power rune Mercury gets, if any at all, right? Like, if he gets a haste and you're able to pick him up.
Oh, they'll get him. All right, so, yeah, I don't know. This lane doesn't look like it gets any easier right now. Whenever Ponyo leaves, and he doesn't have... Yeah, and he doesn't have the press the attack to purge off the Silken Bowler. They're just going straight away on him. I am very concerned that even when the laner goes back to the jungle, the LC's not going to have levels in odds to be able to deal with the Broodmother kind of push.
Nope. I mean, yeah, when I was talking about it after they picked it up as that second pick, I was like, well, this is probably what they're thinking. Didn't mean that it was actually going to work out for him, though. Holding on to that 3rd point right now. Just wanting to, of course, get a little bit of that extra regen coming through from the press the attack, or he might feel like the overwhelming odds needs to be leveled up. And yep, that's the thing with this spin on the Juggernaut. Such a long cooldown that it's a long time between drinks that you're able to actually go for kills. Still holding on to 2 skill points as well on the techies. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't made any sort of attempt onto this Snapfire at all.
Oh, Doug has a Midas queued up.
Okay. Not feeling crazy about it. I mean, Primal's top of the net worth. He's the one receiving a lot of the harass in this lane as opposed to the Snapfire, and he's still super comfortable. Is he going the second bracer or straight into the Soul Ring? Honestly, either one's fine.
At least Mercury is off to a very good start in this mid lane. So it's going to be really off the back of this blink timing from the Tiny. With that being said, Wonderboy does a crap load of damage to him with the only 1 point in the tag team. So yeah, we'll see. It really is going to come down to Mercury and how fast he's able to get the blink. Because bottom lane, Sands will be able to get the cookie on 4 towards the Jug. Unknown spin has already been used to get the easy kill. And now mid lane, Wonderboy isn't going to follow up with the use of the tag team, but still getting a crap load of damage onto Mercury.
And he realizes how important it is to do that. Oh, yeah, he is. It's important to be able to do that before the Tiny hits that level 6, right? He's going to get the grow skilled up. Just the amount of value that you get, 10 armor from a single point into it, is going to be amazing. Of just being able to stay in this lane, have a little bit more of that tree grab damage. It helps to bully out and prevent yourself from getting bullied away by the Tusk.
Now Wonderboy's going to be loving life. That kill gives him enough gold for the phase boots. He's able to snag an Arcane Rune as well.
they're constantly pump faking this blast off on the bottom side of the map. They don't have any vision of the techies right now. They might be able to get a kill onto Sands here, but it was a bait. It was a bait. Turns out Wonder Boy shows up, gets a kill. Once again, Primal Beast doesn't care. You have to use that blast off onto the Primal because otherwise he's just going to onslaught away. So WS's position in the lane has been incredibly solid just to make sure that he's never at risk of dying while still bullying away the Tusk.
Yeah, and now your TPC's way down to the bottom lane, so he won't be able to continue to pressure with Nevermind, who's very close to the level 6, so it's the resources across the map looking a little bit awkward here for Team Flow to manage.
Always ready for a fight.
Looking to build up a few stacks for the Lina, realizing that this lane is going to become a no-go zone pretty damn shortly, even just with that double Wraith Band as well on the Broodmother, providing a lot of protection against that consistent harass, not even needing a single point in the Insatiable Hunger just for that lifesteal component. They seem to have an idea of where people might be. They're just like, find the techies for me, Snapfire, that's your job right now. And well, she's doing a pretty good job of being able to scout that one out, but I mean, CZY's rotation down to this bottom side of the map hasn't really resulted in anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All that does is free up more space for Mango Rose to be able to farm unopposed. You can see he's finished up the Falcon Blade into the Javelin, and he's going to be in that Maelstrom pretty damn shortly.
Even Mercury was considering about starting to make his way down bottom and halfway through the river and thought otherwise about it. Needs to go back mid to shove the lane out and won't even be able to get the power rune as well as Wonder Boy. Not the greatest action rune to look to make a move with, but we'll see if it's going to be able to pay off. Never mind. It's the target with the scan. Will be on the mark though from Flow, so great awareness from them means that Wonder Boy will not be able to get anything.
Even just using the Spiderling to be able to scan him out a little bit here. Oh, on the bottom side, once again, they force out the spin. They just cookie him away. WS, no concerns. Eats the tango, goes back to the lane. He is nearly a full level, more than a full level ahead of this Juggernaut, about to reach up onto that level 6. So I'm expecting them to actually be the ones to get a bit more aggressive shortly.
There you go, bro.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Under the tower. A deep dive attempt. The TP is starting to come out, but the damage has already been dealt. Unknown. Somehow still alive. And the turnaround will be there. Trezam and Mercury in combination together get the combo off. The magical damage is too much for Atlantis to deal with, but they do still at least get Unknown, so this Juggernaut is having a miserable game.
He is indeed. Not really what you're expecting out of the last overall pick, right? This sort of laning performance so far. And it's not even all his fault. It's just the limitations of the hero, right? Such long cooldown on the Blade Fury when you really want to be going for kills as frequently as you can, and he's already gone all the way back to the jungle.
And now they're going to look to put some pressure onto Trezam under the tower. With that kill prior, they're looking for some revenge, and they'll find it. And I mean, now this is pretty much the Primal Beast home. No one is going to be able to come here to look to shove him out. So there should be a lot of damage into the tier 1 tower.
You just see Ponyo on the top side able to completely wipe out all of those Spiderlings, even just with a single overwhelming odds. So he's making sure to keep his position not too obvious. Doesn't want to give up his life for free, but might unfortunately be the case with Mercury coming through. Avatos combo, phase boots dead.
Very nice. Now that helps Nevermind to be able to siege down the tower. 20 seconds without the Legion. Being able to shove out his Spiderlings.
Actually even giving a little bit of this mid-farm over to the Juggernaut. So, I mean, Mercury's doing everything right this game. Like, he not giving up too many kills for free in mid, making the right rotations to open up the map, give space over to the Juggernaut. It's basically a 10 out of 10 performance from him so far. But he's got to keep it up for Flow to have a chance.
And while we see Atlantis the dive from Wonder Boy off the back of the haste once again, feels like the Tusk has gotten all the power runes so far this game. And in combination with the Mortimer Kisses, they got that kill onto the Techies, and now with the Catapult, they'll be able to find the tower as well. So just starting to open up the map a little bit here for Dire. But like you were saying, I mean, for Radiant, they're getting their own little bit of farm. Unknown back in the jungle, trying to find his catch-up. And he's actually got enough gold for the Midas, so this recipe is now being delivered. Of course, he is going to need a lot of time to really come online.
He will indeed. Although, at least with the Juggernaut, kind of similar to the Faceless Void, it makes sense to go into the Midas somewhat, right? Jug has very good base attack speed, but every little bit's going to help just when that Omni Slash goes off to be truly effective. And when you consider all of the heroes that they've got on the front lines, you're going to get that Omni Slash hitting into many.
Mercury, is he going to be in some trouble? Toss and telekinesis sends him packing. Wonderboy still looking to pursue on with WS rapping from the south. That'll set up for Ponyo to step in and find that dual victory. So first of the game here for the position 5 Legion Commander. Probably not too important to maybe bring up all the dual victories that we get from him this game.
No, I wouldn't think so. I don't think that's going to have too much of an impact on this one. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's keeping it somewhat flexible, of course. With that overwhelming odds, I wouldn't be surprised if he went into the Aghanim Shard for himself, and then he's already got the phase boots queued up, nearly finished, so he's basically going to be uncatchable if, with that 100% uptime of the overwhelming.
Feels like we're... For Team Flow, you're just looking towards the blink timing on Mercury. Just hoping that he's going to be able to get it at a decent one, and it looks like that will be the case.
He will.
He needs one more camp until he's able to pick that up. Has a Ferris Trinket, which is a great neutral item here for the Tiny. But what are we hoping Team Flow can get out of this blink?
I mean, the obvious answer would be the kill onto the Lina, right? And, you know, you might be able to lull her into a false sense of security in farming down on this bottom side of the map. They might be able to pick off the techies here, but this is still a pretty deep dive. Well, crap load of damage being well top lane. WS getting chased down as well. One thing up broad charges are there to play with. They actually press the attack Wonderboy, so he's got to look to try and charge into the middle. It won't protect WS though. Now Wonderboy's like, guys, did anyone else TP? I might need some help. A snowball further into the grave as he's going to try and bring the Rubik with him, but CCY can play around with the Fair Fire. It's another one of those things, right? Like, is it really worth committing that much for a techies when you've got an LC that feels like almost his entire job was just to make sure that this Brood Mother didn't have a totally free time on the top side. Speaking of the Brood, she's nearly finished up into that pipe for herself, so that's going to be really effective at just keeping the Spiderlings alive against the LC, against the Trample. Even the Mortimer's Kiss is coming through, but well, WS doesn't want to leave him up here on his own. Is there going to be that connection coming through from the boys? Doesn't seem like it.
You're going to need to start addressing this Broodmother in regards to how much she's going to be able to take across the map. She's already done
that the Primal TP'd up here, so Mercury with that power room picked up, with that Blink Dagger.
You want Mango Rose though. He's too far down to the low ground, and look at the shards as well, blocking Mercury in a position where Mango Rose can start to get the damage out, with the Laguna Blade piercing away the health ball. And now CZY, they'll also catch up with the Rubik as well, with the gloves raining down. So in the end, Trezan did get the dual victory, but also Techies is really not going to do too much with the plus 10 damage, so we'll be a 2-for-1.
I don't know, man. You get to that super late game, you get the plus 252 damage from level 25, and bam, that's going to be the big difference maker there. That was all on the back of Wonderboy, though, right? What a great shard. Yep. Realizing how exactly the Tiny was wanting to be pathing, protecting the Primal Beast on the top side as well, realizing that he still really needs this BKB until he can feel super confident in going in onto the front lines.
I know a lot of leaners in regards to their item and skill build is very kind of personal, as we are seeing Team Flow look to try and run into the leaner. And they might be able to do so. Smoke's going to pop. Let's see if they're going to actually guess if he's on the Crete wave or not. And oh no, they thought he was at the secret shop instead.
They know now.
So they'll start to swing over. Mango Rose is going to show in the lane.
He's actually a little bit further away from the tower as well.
Aware of the positioning of the Lina. Mercury ducks into the tree line. They'll get confirmation. There's the combo. Down goes Mango Rose. The team starting to TP, and actually they won't even get the kill. Mango Rose stays alive. The snowball from Wonderboy just as the techies tried to suicide for his own life. And a 2 kills for Atlantis. Beautifully done. The team rotates fast enough to make sure they keep their win condition alive.
And the big thing is Ponyo didn't even have to TP for that one. So if he wants, he can come back towards this top side and prevent the tier 2 tower from going down. Although it doesn't seem like that's the main goal for them right now. Broodmother's taken a 16-minute
Dire's
tier
top
2 tower.
has fallen.
Oh, very impressive. Nevermind doing a lot with the kind of space that they're giving him across the map. Unknown is finding some farm as well. Fourth in
I
net
mean, we
worth.
haven't called his name for what feels like about 8 minutes, right?
Yep.
So that's exactly what a Midas Juggernaut wants.
Well, Mercury should be able to get a kill onto Ponyo as well. They stole the jewel.
Under attack.
Mercury's out of a little bit of damage now. Maybe Trezam can help out, but they jump in. Wonderboy again was a savior previously, and he will do it for a second time in a row. But now with the Broodmother showing up, Nevermind's going to be able to provide the damage mitigation thanks to the pipe. And they'll keep the boys alive and now continue to chase down WS, who's got an onslaught up in a couple of seconds. Get some distance away, but it is not far enough as Mercury will toss the Broodmother in. Avalanche soon to fly out as well. As Team Flow, a couple of good sequence of events for these lads.
Is under attack.
Yeah, and I mean, I still just go back to the decision not to TP the Legion up towards the top side. Yes, he gets a D ward off, but
Dire's bottom tower
is that really accomplishing all that much? The only reason that Broodmother was able to join that fight was because she didn't have her job to do anymore, right? Tier 2 tower top's gone. Now she can just look to do it on the bottom side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower.
And Nevermind is having a stellar performance on the Brood with all his movements so far this game. Incredibly impressed.
I mean, I'm terrible on micro, but if you just let me do what I want on a Broodmother, I could do that similar sort of thing. And
Can you? You reckon?
well, no, probably not still. But you know, he's certainly making it look easy.
But that he is. That he definitely is. This is mech now coming out for him as well. So if he's able to have kind of similar team fights back to back, where we see him just get in as the fight breaks out to activate the pipe and activate the mech, then we could see some of the damage start to be an issue. I mean, if Tusk isn't able to blow people up along with the Primal Beast, and well, they are going to be aiming Primal Beast down bottom. WS got a BKB to work with. Pulverize does get what the hell? Dude, Rubik.
The rage.
A small Rubik just slamming the big beast into the ground. WS, he'll still pop the BKB, but nonetheless, he'll go down.
Mid tower got though, so you know, little silver linings coming through from Atlantis.
Radiant's
Afford them
middle
that
tower is
first
under attack.
BKB usage though, and I wonder if they're actually going to use this time to consider walking towards that Roche pit, maybe feeling like they need another pick off before they look to do so. If they could take the tier 1 tower top, I'm sure that would be a big bonus for them. But in order for them to do it, they need to commit all of their heroes up here, because you don't have a tier 1 to TP2, you don't have a tier 2 to TP2. So if someone did look to make a defensive rotation to protect that tower, you leave someone solo, they're just dead.
And that solo pick-up potential for Mercury has been increased though. Echo Saber just completed. And he's going to look to try and use it straight away, but the jump on Ponyo was pretty deep though. Mercury's got to be cautious, but Nevermind's in the neighborhood. The pipe, it's not enough to keep him alive though. Mango Rose in combination with Sands. Mortimer kisses the look to turn it onto the Broodmother next as the Pulverize holding the backline support, but it's a decent amount out of the Omni Slash as Unknown finally looking to show up to the team fight, but they haven't dealt with Mango Rose as the Lina starting to slay down some of the members on Team Flow. They'll look to catch up to CZY next, as a Rubik won't be able to escape the pesky Primal Beast. Oh, he might even get Nevermind. All right, charges him off to the high ground. I'll lay down another web. Onslaught still on cooldown though, so Nevermind. Oh, they won't catch up to him.
Still hasn't died this game, and really, as the leader, you're not all that concerned about these spiderlings keeping you pushed away.
Oh boy.
It's all in the respawns. But yeah, that was a great blast off coming through from the techies. I mean, laying that down, plus the proximity mines for all of the magic resistance reduction that it provides. Multi-man stun, but the biggest issue was, of course, who didn't get hit? Lina. And Lina just sat back, did whatever the hell she wanted. More than 5,000 damage in a single team fight.
Oh boy.
And off the back is still surviving on that team fight for Mango Rose. It puts him further in top of the net worth. Gains a lot of experience as well, also the highest level in the game. So closing on the Gleipnir. Of course, her kind of counterpart in the position 1. Unknown has a Shadow Blade now complete. It's going to be looking to work towards the Silver's Edge as his next item. So he's finding his farm.
Mm-hmm. It's not awful for him for sure after a disastrous laning stage. So clearly feeling like he's going to be the one to be that big difference maker. I honestly wouldn't hate it if he just didn't get involved at all until he picks up that silver edge for himself.
Yep. I think really if you're the only time he's looking to get involved if he has the Omnislash up and maybe they take a team fight where it's on his kind of farming pattern towards the engagement.
Might even just be a thing of, well, he hasn't shown for long enough that they're just going to forget that he's even part of this game, so that when he does turn up, they're like, oh crap, we got to deal with this Juggernaut that we've let free farm for the past little bit, and he's actually going to come bottom potentially in response to this, but no, it doesn't seem like it. They go for a smoke though. Techies has 2 smokes to be able to play with. Seems like they're going to want to pop it, yeah. Broodmother, anytime that you're not revealing on the map, especially with the lane in a position like that, it does feel a little bit sus, so they're going to back off on Atlantis, play around their vision a little bit more to take away the power rune. Seems like they've got a pretty good idea, and yeah, look at that.
Great positioning.
Drawn in on the map.
Great position from Sands, and he's got the boys on the high ground as well. Gonna actually look to try and cookie away. Atlantis want nothing to do with this team fight at the moment. With the BKB on cooldown from WS, the call from them is just to play it passive, maybe for the next minute.
Overwhelming odds is still pretty overwhelming on Old Maid LC.
Do you reckon he commits for the pipe on Ponyo, or is this just a casual hood for himself?
Wouldn't hate it. I mean, if you've already started to go into it, why not?
It's a game where he doesn't need to worry about being that initiator. You've got the blink on WS. Tusk has got his own blink as well, so you've got multiple people to kind of fill that role.
Now Lena's level 18 as well with the Boots of Travel if she wants to go down that route, but she does have an energy booster that'll just be sitting in the old inventory. I wonder if she even sells it. Yep, there we go. No more Arcane Boots. Used it just to assist with the spamming out of that Light Strike array. Like you mentioned, everyone has their own individual style with Lena. Some people just go 1-1-4 and then all stats. He's chosen to level up that stun a little bit more, maybe just feeling that he needs it for just the flow of the farming.
Ah. You reckon Flow need their flow?
I think they do. I think they need this Roshan pretty damn badly, but well, luckily for them, only about 200 gold away from that silver edge on the Juggernaut. He's level 16 as well, so he's going to be able to deal plenty of damage output in these upcoming fights. It's just a matter of who can they find the original pick-off onto. Honestly, anyone feels kind of good. Probably Snapfire maybe would be a decent target. Just force the mechanism away from the rest of the team. She does have buyback though, and of course there's no way for them to have an indication of who does and who doesn't. Maybe just seeing that the Lena doesn't have the Boots of Travel available, and really no escape tools for her either if you're able to get that Omnislash in onto her.
Oh, they're looking to start on Roche. And already before the fight breaks out, WS is down half his health, so big team fight occurs. Primal Beast will be a little bit more weak, but there won't even be a fight. Flow, they're going to look to take it before Atlantis even get confirmation of this, and there's not a lot of damage being dealt into the tier 2 tower bottom. Mango Rose, they're coming, they're going to be cautious. Silver's Edge, they won't be aware of this. Jump in on this slash. Mango Rose is going to go down for the crits. The snowballs there at the last second, but the damage has been dealt. Mango Rose will try and turn with the BKB. Can he make it up to the high ground? In pursuit, they go for the LSA, gets him enough distance away. The TP out, CZY will stop him short. They get the Lena, and they're going to get so much more out of that team fight as well as Team Flow. They found what they needed. They'll get more as well. Mercury cuts the TP short. WS will not be able to even get an inch away with the onslaught. As Team Flow, they're in the driver's seat now.
They are indeed, and I mean, this is one of the reasons why we see Lena's not level up that Light Strike array. You've now given it over to CZY's Rubik, and I mean, just with the range, the instant cast on it, 7-second stun cooldown, to be able to combine together with that telekinesis, it makes these team fights so much more difficult, and we just saw the impact of the reveal of that Silver Edge, right? Able to get right in on top of that Lena, able to burst her down, not even losing the Aegis.
And this is something that we haven't really spoken about, but the Jug matchup versus the Lina, we don't see it often really because Jug is an abysmal hero, but you can address her. You're a crap load of physical damage against a hero that really has some issues in armor, and you can itemize to get on top of people. Like this could be, he's going to go Bastion next. You could consider a Swift Blink after that, maybe even 2 items after that. So, and Dai have not even thought about itemizing to protect against an Omnislash. Now WS is going to an E-Blade, but there's just, it's really going to come down to the snowball. You've got to be quicker and better with your positioning on Wonder Boy to be able to mitigate all of the Jug's Omnislash.
Yeah, I mean, he eventually got there, but, you know, Lina was down to, what, 10, 20% HP? I nearly thought Lina was going to be able to get away from that, actually. Not even choosing to lay her down one last Light Strike away when she was on the escape, and that meant that Rubik didn't have his blink interrupted, so he was able
they're going to see
quickly
Mango Rose
chase it
again.
down.
This time they don't have the Omnislash to play with, so they're going to look to jump in, but Mercury, he'll toss Ponyo into the middle. They'll stand their ground, though. Mango Rose has plenty of damage off the back of the BKB, but they're going to be careful. Look at Trezam jump from the high ground. The Suicide Blast off onto 2 with the Omnislash to combine together. It's plenty of damage, and now they'll run into Sands as well with a Cookie actually into the middle. Means that the Snapfire just offering himself to the gods.
Another BKB used. You know, with Alina, until she's got that Shadow Blade for herself, she's going to need to back off entirely, and, well, it just goes to show again, like we saw multiple Light Strike arrays, I believe, in that team fight. That didn't even, the recap's not revealing the full extent of all of the abilities used, but CZY is doing a fantastic job here of just his positioning throughout all of this. Never putting himself onto the front lines, but always there for the follow-up stun.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This game doesn't look like it's going to get too much more fun for Atlantis. Tusk is he's going down a Scepter route now because he's fallen so far behind. Like WS has got 6 deaths as well, so his scaling potential is definitely not as much as what you'd be hoping for out of the Primal Beast when you compare it to someone like a Broodmother and what Nevermind has actually been able to provide flow through these first 28 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels like their main comeback potential is, I mean, it's through the Lina, right? But Shadowblade needs to get picked up, Silver Edge needs to get picked up, and that Shiva's Guard as well would be huge.
Mercury might be in trouble. This is an ambitious attempt from Team Flow. Only 2 heroes try to kill the Lina in front of her tier 3 tower when all of Atlantis were alive, and now CZY is going to be able to get some distance away with the telekinesis. Wonderboy still in pursuit, but the shard's not fast enough to cancel the blink, so CZY will get out.
It's just one of those things, right, where you're like, we've won these past 2 team fights relatively easily, but you just forget the fact of why that might have been. It was on the back of some great positioning coming through from the Juggernaut both times.
Yep. Well, that time that Jugs had, it's Bastion now completed, closing the distance onto the net worth of the Lina. But herself is... Yeah, I know, I'm a big fan of the Scotty. Great against the range carry in the Lina.
Even just stops a little bit of that heal coming through from the mech, from the press the attack as well. Could be nice. Still a big fan of the blink, though. I want to see him go into that blink after the Skadi, and then probably Abyssal Blade after that.
Trezam, are they going to try and chase him down? We'll make him work for him. Another round of the LSA is going to be on the mark, so in the end, Atlantis should get the kill. Should.
Please.
He actually juked him. Did Ponyo see him?
He has no TP. He has no TP.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go. Fortunately, Pon, well, doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter about the duel. They'll get the kill. Mango Rose going to shove him bottom as well, so it'll force some reactions back. Meanwhile, top lane WS deals with a crap load of spiders as well, but at least the Broodmother is always forcing the attention to top lane as well.
Really feels like Atlantis don't want to take these team fights too frequently. They're waiting for their big next item, and for them, that's going to be the E-Blade on WS. He's able to get up into the...
There might be in some trouble.
That's very nice.
Jump in from CZY, and the follow-up's going to be there. Nothing that Atlantis can do to keep him alive, but Mango Rose might see an opportunity to enter. Unfortunately, with the LSA being off the mark, Unknown will have an opportunity to back off and reposition out to safety. So just a little pick off. I guess well, it's a position to toss, so still definitely worthwhile.
He'll take it if he doesn't have that buyback. And again, like, this is a Tusk that's nearly being overtaken in net worth by a Snapfire. Not really something that you're wanting, especially considering I felt like they had a decent kill squad going together. Snap, Tusk, Primal Beast. You can kill most people with that trio. And well, I wonder how WS is going to try and keep this E-Blade hidden, because it's going to be a very key component if Jug feels confident enough to be able to go in onto the Lina. Well, and even if your stuns are perfect, right? You're going to get that E-Blade off, and if your stuns aren't perfect, Lina's got Shadow Blade, so she'll be able to disjoint that Omni Slash. So fights became a whole lot more difficult for Team Flow just in this past couple of minutes.
Mercury might be caught off. Oh no, WS just didn't get that blink straight on top of the Tiny, so Mercury could react fast enough, and the smoke might not pay off for that. They're still hunting. Wonderboy will find the initiation, but the rest of Team Flow are pretty close to the Tiny's location. But McCabe's going to protect him for long enough, and there's the Omni Slash, but the E-Blade, they'll use it the last second, trying to keep it alive, but the Blade Fury will cut away the life of the carry. Team Flow once again looking to continue on, catching up the Snapfire in the river. Ponyo will just be able to escape, but all the momentum is on the boys on Radiant. These team fights continuing to go their way.
It was just a little bit too slow once again with the E-Blade, right? There's 2 fights now where we've seen the Blink Snowball save, not quite on point, the E-Blade, not quite on point, and the Silver Edge, I believe, was just 3 seconds left on cooldown because he used it for the attempt to try and kill the Tiny in the first place. Speaking of the Tiny, just looks to get himself another pickup. I mean, I don't know if they're going to get another fight to be able to truly take another 5-on-5, but I wonder if Ponyo has used his overwhelming odds, if he's used the press the attack, is it worth just dueling someone so that there's not more damage coming back towards the Lina? I feel like you almost give your life up for that purpose.
It's a tricky call to make if you want to duel like that, or if you want to try and hold the press the attack to keep someone alive at the last second against CZY. But Primal Beast, BKB is on cooldown, trying to force some reactions and buy the time. Second full set of barriers claimed. CZY is also just going to TP out of the tree line. No one will be able to run into him. WS will catch out the techies. And this time they'll make quick work of him. This is a very difficult position to come back from, though, Atlantis. 2 full sets of barracks disadvantage. Jug has finally usurped the Lina in regards to the net worth, and
they know where she is as well. Just using the techies' minds, there's a little bit of that information. This feels like a little bit of a desperation attempt. Luckily enough for them, they didn't have any vision set up right then on Team Flow. Got to be careful with the couriers though in terms of revealing their information, but mid lane, they're going to see it invisibly just start to push out. And have a look at Mercury's position. Just in the perfect spot with CCY able to get away.
Oh, they're going for him. Uh-oh, WS just runs straight into Unknown. And meanwhile, Mercury finds an incredible combo out into middle, but the Omni Slash just ripping them apart. They just haven't responded once to the Omni Slash as Unknown had a horrific start to the laning phase, but he is well and truly made up for that. WS, meanwhile, he should just escape, but the BKB will expire before the TP is successful. CZY cuts him down. Now they've got the second Roche to look to claim as well.
I mean, CZY has been playing incredible in these past few fights, but you mentioned it perfectly, right? Not using the, not having the true response to that that Omni Slash. Even in that fight, Primal Beast ended up using it on himself once the Juggernaut was in on top of him, and you've got to make sure that you're using it after the Omni Slash comes out. He was using it a little bit preemptively, and they're going to be going up against Megas.
Wow, I really did not think we'd get in this position.
Even Alina can't come back from this one.
Farming Mortimer Kisses. Easy spiders. T4 is down. Throw and expose. Lina not going to respawn for a couple of seconds, and they might not have a throne by the time she's back alive. Trezam just sacrifices himself to try and put some space onto the map. They will be able to respawn and have one last fight. The Jewel's out onto the Tiny, but it will not matter. They turn to deal with the objective, killing off the throne and securing game one.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the previous series, right? Where you knew what the response to the Lina would be. And in terms of what Mythabu Gaming were able to do, they adapted to it. They changed up their itemization. They changed the way that they were playing. They used different people as bait to show that they actually have a response to it. We didn't see that from Atlantis in this game. We didn't see the actual... Every single Omni Slash went off without a hitch. There wasn't a single wasted one. He was able to get a ton of farm after a horrible laning stage. E-Blade wasn't a factor. Invis wasn't a factor. The duel we saw in that very last fight, you were able to get it off onto the Tiny to prevent a little bit of the damage coming through, but it was just too little too late. And then, of course, CZY, well-deserved MVP in my opinion, even just around that Roche fight where the Lina went down for, I want to say, the 4th time. He was just in the perfect position to be able to pop the smoke, lift himself out, use the light strike array, blink away, and then, I mean, they just committed far too deep on Atlantis and got demolished one by one.
I think props have to be given to Nevermind on the Broodmother performance like that. 8, 0, and 17. Probably, I don't. If he doesn't play nearly as well as what he did in this game, I don't think Team Flow would have found the victory with how much space he was making for them. Even showing up to some of those fights in the nick of time to be able to get that mechanism heal off, which was really vital. The pipe as well, and that was really when we actually started to see this fight, this entire game actually turn around. When Broodmother showed up. They won that fight. Then all of a sudden it was just Atlantis. They started to lose so much map control. So I think with what Nevermind was able to do in this game in particular as well was a big reason of why Team Flow were able to find game one. And we didn't think they'd get there. And from what we saw in the laning phase as well, I mean, I wouldn't blame us, but somehow they're able to find that farm. They had some really good team fights towards the middle stage.
Yeah, it was looking rough for them for sure. But they just let Nevermind do whatever the hell he wanted. Let's be real. He took out like 3-4 towers solo. And really, I don't think you can look to do that when this was a first phase Broodmother. Like, they had plenty of chances to be able to answer it appropriately. I said that all of their heroes have this pushing style, but they just never seemed to want to do it. They were more conscious with trying to get a singular pick-off. And I think at the early stages of the game, it's all about just being able to pick up that farm. And if you don't have towers to be able to safely farm, then you just got to fall further and further behind. And yeah, I think that even though Flow's draft was certainly very unorthodox with the techies, with the Juggernaut, they made it work.
Yeah, that they did indeed. So Team Flow, now we've spoken about how important of a series it is for them. If Team Flow are able to take this over Atlantis, then unfortunately for those boys, they will be guaranteed relegation out of Division 2. But it's not over just yet. Just game one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we have in store for us after the break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Blade Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Southeast Asian Division 2 DPC here for the Winter Tour. Daniel, we've got a Game 2 coming up shortly, and for the boys on Team Flow, we weren't believers of the Juggernaut, but they proved us wrong, and now they're one vital game away of knocking Atlantis out of Division 2. I mean, we're going to need to see some adaptations here. Do we think it's something we're looking for in the draft, some gameplay? What are we looking for?
Gameplay. It all comes down to gameplay at the end. We both were pretty, I don't want to say fans, but we didn't hate what Atlantis had picked up in the draft. It was just how they actually responded to the main threats in the game. You know that the strongest hero that they're going to have for the first 20 or so minutes is that Broodmother. Wasn't addressed. You know, they just didn't look to play around it enough. They didn't even try, it felt like, to kill the Broodmother a single time until after he'd already taken that tier 2 tower on the top side and had taken a tier 1 tower bot as well. So it's just little things like that I feel like they just need to adjust what their priorities are.
Yeah, which is, we'll see how easy of a thing it is to be able to adjust on the fly when you've only got 10 minutes, 10, 5, 10?
Stressful.
5? It's not easy. Not a lot of time at all to be able to adjust. You got to go toilet, maybe have a quick snack, come back, speak to the team real quick. Yep, you got to hydrate. I got the water on deck, but you and it's also, it's like you need to make sure you speak about the right things as well, because you speak about some things that might not be vital, then it's in your mind for this game. It could kind of cloud the judgment. It's not an easy thing to do. So regardless, hopefully they were able to go back to the drawing board, and well, we've got a draft coming up shortly. So we'll see the kind of differences at least we have to set either sides up for game 2.
To me, it just comes back to the fact that Atlantis had that first pick and they picked the Lena and they didn't have a really solid hero to pair it together with, right? Like the big bonus of the Tree and Protector, of course, the lane is good, right? But even if you're away, pulling a camp, blah, 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 you're able to get off the living armor. You're able to provide a little bit of that save. And they've done the same thing again. I'm shocked. Like, I'm not sure why they're just not favoring this Trio Protector. Obviously, you don't want to give it away, but yeah, Flow are just like, all right, it worked game 1, we'll do the exact same thing. But they feel like the Ember Spirit's going to be able to do a little bit better job of addressing the Broodmother, perhaps being a little bit more active around the map than what the Tusk can be. But I don't know, I'm not convinced.
It's a Wonder Boy Ember, though, something that he is incredibly comfortable on. So we'll see if that's going to be enough. You're like, all right, we're going to back you this time. You had the Tusk, unfortunately, wasn't able to work out. We'll give you the Ember at the 8th. We see it instantly protected as well. Batrider is going to be taken out of the pool. Are there any others that you're probably considering about banning here in the second phase to enable Wonder Boy?
Death Prophet. Get rid of that Death Prophet, get rid of the Dragon Knight. Those are the big two for me. I know Death Prophet into the Lena isn't amazing, but into the Ember in lane, it is. And that's the big thing, right? You want to make sure that you're getting a little bit more push potential. You want to make sure that the lane is really solid, that Brood's game isn't threatened. And we still don't know what the position 5 is that Atlantis are going to want to pair together with this Lena. So I really wouldn't even be surprised to see Flow look to get rid of what they feel are the strongest POS 5s to be able to provide protection to this Lena, because they didn't seem to be concerned about that Legion commander at all.
No, without a doubt. So probably not going to see them go back down that route. And well, for Atlantis, they won't have the Primal Beast to work with once again, which they definitely favored to try and play into the Broodmother. So you're going to need to go for some different answers. And unfortunately, I don't think the Ember Spirit Slight is going to be enough. At least you do have one person to play that lane, which of course is very important. But you're going to need to make sure you have multiple other people.
And I don't think you want to commit your mid laner to dealing with a Broodmother either, right? Like, not solo. You can't just keep him in the lane. You can't keep him following around the Broodmother, because Brood's going to get farm regardless, right? Even though you might be harassed a little bit, your Spiders will go off and, start pushing the lane in. And in the meantime, the enemy's position too is going to be trying to make your leader's life a lot more challenging. So it's really that balancing act, right? I think you need something else that's going to pair together with this Ember Spirit to actually confirm kills onto the Broodmother.
We'll see what they want to try and pick up here for Team Flow. Could be considering something like a Clockwork as regards to their position 5. Just a nice way to be able to jump, potentially catch the Lena off guard.
I think they can still Tusk. And I also really don't want to see level 4 light strike array leveled up again against a Rubik. I think that was a really big blunder.
Yeah, we often see, in particular, like if you're not versus a Rubik, then sure, understandable. But in particular against a Rubik, like you are not putting any more levels than 1 in the Slave and the LSA.
If he feels like he needs it, just because that's his style, do it to the Slave, you know, not to the light strike array. It's just way too strong.
Even then, it's like...
I know, but it's not,
I know
like
you're saying like which one's better than... Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Which one's better than the other? Are there
you
any
can't
other
put someone off too much, you know? Like, heroes that confirm kills with Ember Spirit, you think of ones like Mirana, for example, but I don't think you can do that against a Broodmother, because if the micro is good, which we know Neverminds is, he's going to be able to block any kind of arrows just with his Spiderlings, so it's got to be something else. Like, I wouldn't hate seeing them techies, to be honest. And,
I don't want to see techies.
You know?
I really felt like Trozam didn't have a whole lot of impact. There were like maybe one or two fights where his blast off was pretty on point, but apart from that, like, it felt very lackluster.
I'm just seeing the W. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, it's going to be Team Flow that actually looking to pick up the Mirana themselves. So the response from Atlantis is going to be the Beastmaster. Oh. Okay. Very interesting. So, I mean, that's a lane that is incredibly spam intensive. So you will need a carry that's able to kind of have a crap load of sustain against that.
Can they lifesteal it? I know it's not good into the Lina, but... what can you pick into this?
I'm fine with lifestealer. I mean, the thing with Selena is I prefer like another carry-esque hero. So we're gonna get a Bristleback that was banned. Was it Atlantis or Team Flow that banned it?
Forget, but it was banned last game.
Yes.
And it's understandable, right? Like, you've got a lot of armor. Sorry, not a lot of armor. A lot of physical damage for the lanes. So you can deal with the boar relatively easily. You turn your back, and these big Illuminates certainly aren't as deadly as they were before. The Mirana, in response to the Beastmaster, if you run it as a position 5, is going to be able to deal with those boars very quickly as well. So I really don't hate this one. And again, it's something that likes to run at you. So I still really want to see them pick up a Death Prophet with their last overall pick here on Flow. Just to put it into the mid lane against the Ember Spirit. Gives them more push, gives them more just beefiness, which is always going to be a good thing.
So the only maps that Flow have won so far has been off the back of the Bristleback. They picked it in both Game 2 and Game 3 versus XERXIA, and yet they were last pick. So they were not versus the Lina, which I'm a bit concerned about, because I think Lina will actually have a very good matchup versus Bristle. You're a Silver's Edge builder. You can easily outrange him. I don't think Team Flow have enough control to keep the Bristleback onto the Lina. So I think this is a matchup that you pretty much have to snowball this game. Otherwise, I'd be really concerned about it towards the mid to late stage.
Can I give you a janky suggestion? Bounty Hunter 5.
Okay, next.
Actually, no, it's pretty terrible as a 5. Something that hasn't been explored, especially when that Bristle meta was a thing, is Bounty Hunter into the Bristleback, because you've got such insane armor that you really don't care about the cool spray or even the right clicks that much, and then you just come and yoink a lot of his farm so that he doesn't hit those super early timings and, QW spam over and over again. But the draft actually doesn't allow for it. This is going to be the Beastmaster Coddle lane. I like the bans coming through from Flow in the last stage. It would have been an amazing Undying game. Not going to be the case this time around. So what can they pick?
They need some control.
Really, I mean, they do, but they couldn't Phoenix, could they? I mean, Phoenix Lina doesn't feel that great, but do I hate it for the game? I kind of do. I'm not sure what they want to do as their position 5 here, to be honest. Tusk still in the pool.
Their lineup feels really weird to execute. You don't really have damage with Raw, or follow-up damage with Chains. You need someone to play in front of the Lina, which is only the Ember. You don't have ways to start fights. I feel like you need a lot with this.
5 Mars. 5 Mars. All right, there we go. That's what I want. I want a 5 Mars. Do you want me to explain why?
The spear for the Bristleback.
Yes, and the arena. And it's pretty decent to protect the Lina as well.
I know Team Flow used to do that a couple of Pro Series ago. Yeah, we're very big fans of trying to flex any hero they possibly could, and that's
Don't hate this at all.
not bad. I mean, armor, you have a stun, which is important, can kind of put yourself in front of the Lina. I really don't hate this pick. You might get Invoked, though. I think this is a pretty incredible Invoker game versus the Ember versus Sven. Warcry is going to be really nice versus Bristle to beef him up.
Once he gets the shard, though, it's not too bad.
True. Yes.
Just give me the Death Prophet. Or Meepo.
Please don't, Meepo. Don't do it.
But what if?
No, what if? That hero is not good. I actually don't know if anyone would win a Meepo game in a competitive when 5 of the opposition heroes don't even answer it. The hero's just so bad. Maybe I have PTSD from the game we casted in China. We got a Sand King picked up for Team Flow. So what, the mid Sand King for Mercury?
Okay.
I mean,
don't hate it against the Ember.
Yeah.
I guess they felt they needed a little bit more lockdown as well. Like Rubik Mirana is super unreliable. I mean, I guess it's something that can just quickly get on top of the Lina. My main issue is that your follow-up damage is kind of slow, right? Like, I don't think you're going to be able to chain this Lina 100 to 0 unless her positioning is woeful and you're basically right on top of the Bristleback already.
I think they're going to try and get a lot of map control, though, with killing everyone else before the Lina comes online. Like, you have the Sand King Mirana combo, pretty good abilities for Trezam to steal this game as well. Axe is maxed out, Blast, you're pretty happy with. Storm Hammer Stun, probably maxed out, so even the Rubik's going to be doing a lot of damage from afar, so I think you can kill pretty much everyone else but the Lina. And that's really what you're just wanting to do. Just get a crap load of kills early on, have the map control, early Roshan for Team Flow, free up the map for Nevermind as well, and then we'll see how they're able to play. But I do really think late game that they're going to have issues with addressing the Lina. I'm pretty happy with how she's going to match up versus Bristleback, but I actually don't hate this Team Flow draft, especially the Sand King last pick.
Yeah. It feels like we had a very similar attitude towards game 1 outside of the Juggernaut last pick. We thought it was going to be absolutely binned. It was in lane. And then they just didn't address it for... They let him farm for 20 minutes with a minus, basically. And they let Broodmother push. So, to me, it's just going to come down to the gameplay. And, well, we're just going to have to wait and see what both teams do. You know, again, lots of high stakes here coming through for Atlantis. They got to win this. Otherwise, they are guaranteed relegation for Team Flow. Gives them a tiny little bit of a safety buffer. And then their last matchup would be against Army Geniuses. So that's certainly not any kind of guarantee, especially when you're going up against UDV, who are also on the same wins, losses as you. So this win, very important for both teams.
Where the chips going, though, Danog? Who do we believe in? Who's got this?
I mean, I believe in Atlantis' draft, and I believe in Team Flow's gameplay.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't consider myself the best player.
So?
Don't make me choose. You know, I always like to go back to draft. I'm going to say Atlantis. I think they're going to identify that Broodmother was an issue. I think that they've picked heroes again that can look to deal with it. I think Lina's been pretty protected. And I think that, again, the main issue for me is that they're not going to have that chain lockdown for the Lina. She should be able to get back to safety most of the time.
We are going to see at least to start the lane. Nevermind will eat a bunch of harass, so that's about half health. It's going to be a 2 for 2 in regards to the bounty runes, however. And we'll see how this mid matchup
Hold on, I want your prediction as well, not just me.
I like Flow's draft. I do think late game though Atlantis should win, but I believe in Flow to make sure that doesn't happen. So in regards to this mid matchup, Wonderboy, of course, his Master Tier Ember, level 25, but Sand King plays very well into him. So it is going to be a question, though, how comfortable Mercury is on the Sand King. It's something that we saw a while ago. Southeast Asia actually really liked this hero mid, and in particular this matchup. So it's just a question of how comfortable he is. And also, I think Mercury was pretty important at some of the early stages with his tiny rotation. Kind of fell off. Some of the other people kind of picked up the weight a little bit to help get them over the edge. So, yeah, we'll see how he's able to perform.
We'll see as well how much these supports are going to opt to go back and start building up some stacks. Of course, Broodmother, not really one of those heroes that's going to be able to take advantage of at all, but you got a Bristleback and you got a Sand King. You got to be using all parts of the toolkit to be able to ensure that you've got that farm so that it doesn't get to the late game and Lina doesn't get out of control.
It's always
I'm expecting to see a much earlier Silver Edge coming out this game as well from Mango Rose to be able to deal with that Bristle.
Who would love to have some stacks this game. So do we feel like there's... Can CZY look to leave the lane and have Nevermind alone so he can start to make some stacks for the Carrier Bristle?
I think he can, absolutely. I mean, now that CZY has been able to block off the spawning of the small camp on the bottom side of the map, it's going to mean that he might have a little bit more freedom to be able to do that, although Nevermind's a little far forward here.
Some trouble at the moment.
To get far enough back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He really wants to try and keep this these creeps away from the tower so that lane resets to be a little bit more in his favor, but Ponyo's doing a fairly good job of a lot of these rotations, making sure that the camps are unblocked and getting as much harassment in onto this Broodmother as possible.
Sands will even do the same thing as well towards Radiant's triangle, trying to unblock the hard camp, so WS look to get some stacks. Of course, this is really vital for the Beastmaster. Something we see a lot of teams look to utilize is creating those stacks for him to get that early Helm of the Overlord thanks to the maxed out axes. So I really think without any stacks, like Beastmaster's game is much different than what it used to be. Very, very important for them to find some.
There's just way too many answers in the lane, right? Like all of the heroes that are good against it are in the meta, whether they be ranged heroes or melee that have some kind of physical wave clear ability.
I think people have gotten a lot better as well at addressing the balls in the lanes, just regardless, even if it's not like the greatest counter, like if it's not like a CM. Yeah, exactly. They just recognize like how important it is to be able to shut that down as soon as it spawns. I mean, we saw people had to learn to do that versus the Enigma as well, but the Eidolons in this bottom lane. Mango Rose will go down, so that is a gigantic kill for them to find. Silk and Bowler maybe set up into the arrow, didn't actually see the kill. Meanwhile, top lane Beastmaster, he's going to go down as well. Trezam in combination with Unknown's Bristleback already off to a good start here for Team Flow.
They are indeed. And, well, that's even without stacks already starting to build up that net worth. Like we were saying before, it's just a kill on the Bristle. So, not the first blood, but still gets him up to the top of the net worth there. And well, I'm expecting a lot more movement to be able to come out. I mean, Trezam's had to walk all the way, TP all the way back to base, so it's going to be a little bit of time until he's able to rejoin this lane. So I wonder if on the way, if he decides to start building up. I mean, that's the advantage of the Dire side as well, right?
He's so far pushed up without a support playing behind him. Ponyo was starting to make a stack, and unfortunately for Mango Rose, he felt he was capable enough to be able to play the lane without him, but Flow makes sure that they'll punish any attempt at him playing like that.
And they even, with this double stack, pull it into the wave as well. So that's going to be another wave that's just completely eliminated, taking out the flag bearer creep as quickly as possible. This is not looking good at all for Atlantis. And honestly, that's the sort of mistake that you'll see in pubs where the communication isn't quite there, right? Yeah. The pull had happened, Ponyo had done the right thing, but there was just a Lina, a squishy Lina, int hero on the front line solo against two heroes. Seeing a little bit of these stacks start to build up here, and we can see Mercury rotate back towards the jungle with his 3 points in the Sandstorm to be able to pick it up. Isn't going to farm both of them at once, though. But Trezam looking to scout things out a little bit himself. Will he be able to get the second D ward? No, he will not. But does give them information about this stack. So I wonder if that'll mean that maybe the Rubik goes mid, starts to soak a little bit of that farm, and then Sandkin goes to try and steal it away, perhaps.
Well, they're even setting up on potentially trying to go for Wonder Boy. Unfortunately, it did just hit level 6. They've got stuns between the three of them, but it's not going to be easy to find this kill.
Oh, they could bait this, though. They're going to be praying that this rune is bottom.
Radiant's
Well,
middle
Oh, it is.
tower is
Lee
under
Remnant
attack.
there. Doesn't seem like it. Ponyo's in the right position once again to be able to scout out that sort of gank setup. So very nicely done by the Sven so far.
All right, well, we're going to see that this stack really is now the next big objective of the game. Sans is going to be able to scout Trezam out on his movement over. Even Wonderboy is going to be able to connect as well. Might be able to get a deny to the Ancients as Mercury gets a lot of damage out. Wonderboy's got to be cautious, but the sentry is laid down, so the Sandstorm will not protect the Sand King. Do you really want to fight with the Sandstorm? Wonderboy's going to consider about doing so, utilizing his slights instead of the right clicks as tries to turn around, but it's not going to be enough. Ponyo gets the kill, and now they'll look to try and farm the stack. I don't think you can do this without 4 points in axes.
Well,
It takes a lot.
yeah, but you got a coddle there, so maybe they'll stick him around with the chakra magic just to refresh that. One more use of the axes into the chakra into taking it. Bang, bang.
Cool.
Should be able to get the next one. Should be able to get the next one. Don't worry, the boar will soak it up. It's just boar, no special name.
Disappointing. All right, there you go. Bunch of neutral items as well, which is always going to be really nice.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is
the
under
fact
attack.
that Diet... What's going on?
Bristle Boy,
Oh.
he's just sitting up here, solo, no cares in the world, hasn't been contested for the past minute and a half, and he's like, you know what? Take your Ancients, all that. I'm still going to become pretty damn unkillable pretty soon.
Radiant's bottom
Nothing to be able to
tower is
reposition
under
him.
attack.
He's already picked up that
Radiant
Vanguard.
structures are fortified.
Angry Rose might be in some trouble.
Not again.
If he actually looks to go down the stairs because Mercury's nearby, Arrow's already been used, so they're just going to be relying on the other spells to help secure the kill. The rest of Atlantis, well, it's 2 members right now starting to poke, but there's just nothing they can do. And meanwhile, across the map, Nevermind, he's already about to find this Tier 1 tower bottom lane.
No one's addressing it. Understandable. Tier 1 tower, not as important as Tier 2, but you can't just give up your entire side of the map against a Broodmother. It just allows him to get way too far ahead.
Yeah, because you then take a look at Flow. Like, how are they going to be able to break the Bristleback? So hold that
on the
thought.
back of the
Mid lane,
Silver Edge.
Mercury. Sentry's going to be laid down, so they see him inside the Sandstorm. He'll try and get some distance away, but Wonderboy hot in pursuit thanks to the Remnant. He can even move over to Trezam next as well. Some boys are off to the right side. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually keep him alive as Wonderboy will dodge the arrow. They'll lose the life of the Sven. Nevermind's out of Spiderlings as well. Trezam is still alive, but one more slight will clean him up. And now they'll refresh it as well. CZY still has some leaps to play with. Some of them are on a... Be able to jump away.
Dire's middle
Still
tower
no good
is
movement
under
overall
attack.
to be able to get that
Radiant's
return kill.
bottom
He's
tower
even
is
hunting
under
for
attack.
CZY one more time. Will he be on point with a guess? We've been seeing if he was trying to hang up there underneath the high ground vision, but won't be the case. And, well, at least he'll be able to pick up the bounty. Broodmother not denying that one away from him. Little bonus coming from Wonderboy.
Nice deal. Mercury has that blink down. I thought they were going to smoke under the ward, but not the case. They are hunting Nevermind, but it looks like even the Broodmother's going to be able to evade that. So do they want to go to the Brood, though? See
Not
what the
when she's
target's
here.
gonna-
Like, it just seems like a bit of a weird position to have to be in. I feel like you need to commit the Primal Roar to be able to kill the Brood. Like, I don't think the Ember Spirit plus Coddle is going to be enough.
There's the blink reveal. And they get the stuns onto the creeps as well, so he won't be able to micro to block the arrow. Great reveal from Mercury. One thing, Denog, I don't know how Atlantis break this map. You've got a Bristleback to put in front of towers. The Sand King as well can defend very easily. It feels like Atlantis might have a lot of difficulty with being able to kind of split the farm between their cores without being able to find these objectives, so maybe have an extra wave or even a couple extra camps.
Yeah, no, I agree with you entirely. I mean, it's going to need to be off the back of like a pick-off onto one of those 2 heroes, probably the Sand King, more likely, and then maybe try and bait the Bristleback into joining a team fight, use the Primal Roar when he's facing you and try and burst him down. It's a lot of ifs and buts and all that sort of stuff, but that's the reality of the situation when you've left the Bristle just to be this farmed on the top side of the map. You can just see he's like, well, Siege Creep, time to take it out. Not overly committing though. You can just see 4 heroes rotating up towards this top side. They realize how important this tower is to be able to take down, and it's only taken 18 damage so far.
Yep. I really want them to defend it.
They're smoking. This is a Blink Dagger on the Sand King as well. No epicenter, but I mean, Bristle just standing inside of that Caesar Serenity feels like that's going to be enough damage as well if he's able to start getting those Warpath stacks up.
Oh, they're going to try and lead him with the wall. He turns his back though, so a great position for Unknown to be in, and Mercury, he finds the angle to jump in. Quickly getting rid of the life of the Beastmaster, and all of a sudden this attempt from Atlantis is just quickly shut down, and meanwhile Nevermind getting some pressure onto the bottom tower, so he'll force some rotations out of Sands, and I don't even know if you bring all 5 that this tower is going to go down. I don't even know if you want to bring the Lina there though.
No, you don't. I mean, she was doing the right thing with pushing out the mid lane as much as possible, but as soon as they made those TPs, luckily enough, they had that vision there on the high ground. It's just been dewarded, but she's able to get away. You're just trying to delay things out more and more for this Lina. That's the situation that you're in right now. She's building up stacks for herself. She's 40 gold away from the Maelstrom, so there's some comeback potential there, but certainly not as much as you're wanting, and you don't want to, at this stage, be nearly half of Bristleback's net worth, 12 minutes in.
I think I just had a spider crawl up my leg. Top lane, WS. I was trying to chase down the Beastmaster at the moment. Wonderboy, he's actually going to have a free fight, so he'll be able to turn to the Rubik, but look at Mercury jump in, drops the combo. It's enough to get rid of the Sven, but Wonderboy's still okay for the moment. Playing with around with the Arcane Rune, gets the Remnant over the top. Does he have the damage left to get rid of Unknown, though? A Burrow Strike, gotta be cautious, Unknown. Playing on the edge. Look for the TP out, slides back up, but it doesn't get the kill.
Poor guy. I mean, the Searing Chains lands onto the wrong target as well. If it's onto anyone other than CCY, they get multiple kills there. He's still able to get the one onto Mercury, but is this enough to be able to go back top immediately? Unfortunately not, though. Beastmaster still 10 seconds away from that TP. By the time they'd push the lane out, you wouldn't have been able to protect that tower. So to me, it feels like, all right, it's not worth pushing all of these heroes into this tower mindlessly. You got to just go for the Helm of the Overlord, or at the very least, the Vlads, just for that little bit of extra damage output. Now you've got a BKB Bristleback 13 minutes in to have to deal with Vanguard and Soul Ring going into that Aghanim Scepter. It's ended up being a fantastic pick for them, this Bristle.
Mercury might be in some trouble, actually. Yeah, that's... So... These are quite a lot of deaths for a Sand King. I'm quite surprised he's still 3rd in net worth, but it can get to a stage where if you continue to die like this, like your net worth is just going to plummet. He's gone first sign of Blink Boots of Travel. This is all off the back of kind of his involvement in team fights, and if he keeps dying, then his scaling will be a big issue. And I'm still concerned, as we are going to see WS should be able to escape. I'm still concerned, like late game, the prowess of the Lina, and if it ever gets to that stage, you need every single core on Team Flu to have a solid net worth.
Yeah, I mean, it never feels good to be dying that many times on the Sand King, but it feels to me like almost all of them served a purpose, right? Gee, this would be a huge kill.
The Hood activation gonna be enough. Ducks into the tree line, no way. Okay. Was he dusted off? I didn't actually see.
I think so.
Nice attempt, almost getting out. They're gonna look to your back, though. Oh, he's just running straight in. No cares in the world. Stolen Raw used straight away from Trezam, setting up for the arrow. Unknown, who does he want to try and chase down now? Maybe think about the Helm of the Dominator creep. Plus 102 gold. Very juicy. Wonderboy, though, again. I mean, this Ember's got a free fight. Not a whole lot of stuns they can look to use, and with Shan's being able to amplify the Ember, Wonderboy is starting to become a pretty big issue.
He is, but for every hero whose name isn't Bristleback, essentially, he is still the one that's going to be able to deal with him at all stages. And luckily for him, Ponya's done a great job of scouting out that Mirana, so you're going to be able to get away from the Bristleback. They seem to think that they've got vision up on that high ground, and Nevermind is committing very deep for this. Choosing to back off at the very end, as he's so close to being able to pick up that Pipe of Insight, doesn't want another death marking his record. Yeah, Wonderboy has been playing pretty damn well. 6-0 and 4 so far. They might be able to get Mercury here again.
Oh, a little bit too early. They get the stun. Mercury's going to be chased down.
Dire's top tower is
Instant
under
way to
attack.
close the distance. Refresh going to come up shortly with the chakra, but it'll be a little bit too late. Mercury's able to get the blink away.
All right. I mean, at least before all of his deaths, he was able to buy out a lot of those key items that he needed. And, you know, like we were saying before, they're not just like dumb deaths, right? The one that he had just prior was so that the Bristle could just solo down that mid-tier 1 tower. It's not great that he dies, but you haven't lost any towers yet, so it's not like the Sand King being dead has hindered too much of anything. Like, Lina is still equal bottom of the core's net worth. Bristleback is still having a free game.
The money.
That's a bit deep.
He tried to get a solo kill on the Beastmaster, and then the rest of the boys showed up. Bristle's alone as well. Solar Bind's only level 1. Gonna help out too much with the magic span. Bristle will turn and activate the BKB. Definitely not the usage you're hoping for with the first BKB.
Yeah.
Top lane.
Beastmaster wasn't there.
They're onto the Lina. Mercury with a start. The damage will come through pretty fast thanks to the Epi. So meanwhile, Nevermind's making space. Bristle is as well, so I don't mean that Mango Rose goes down once he's out of position.
Good response to that by Mercury and CZY, realizing that, look, if we don't force them to lose something in response to this, they're probably going to have that opening to be able to take that tower on the top side. And they're actually making a very big rotation.
Oh no. All right, they still got the roar at least to hold him into place, even though the chains was off the mark. This Nevermind lead is starting to dwindle.
Yeah, it is. And now that you've got the Helm of the Overlord, can you actually take this tower and make a little bit more space for the Lina to be able to farm into? You can tell that Unknown, he wants to be able to defend that, but still 30 seconds away from his TP and just 1.5 items for being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter for himself. So little things going Atlantis' way, right? This is the strength of the draft that we were talking about. They've got potential to find a lot of these key pickoffs, and they've got the draft to be able to bring
on the
it
Lina
through.
again. CZY able to set up with the Yules, and Nevermind was in a great position to be able to capitalize on that one stun they needed.
That wasn't too great.
Illusion. Radiant's bottom
You know,
tower
Mango Rose
is
said it
under
all.
attack. Radiant structures are falling.
Playing on Mercury? No Raw to play with. Spam the axes and the blast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another
He's
death?
doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing, though, right? Like, what do you expect them to do? Just let an Ancient Ice Shaman siege into that tower? Probably not, right? And he was standing right underneath it. There just wasn't any kind of TP response coming through. Maybe feeling that they would be able to take a tower quicker in exchange. And look, it happened, right? They were able to take bottom tower, and this is against a Beastmaster draft.
Yep, outpost now for Team Float to be able to claim, so we've now got a little bit more map control for them to work with, limiting the space for Atlantis to be able to find their farm, and getting very close to the Scepter as well for the Bristleback. Only about 400 gold. Nevermind might be in some trouble. They've got this ward on the cliff, so scouting out that no one else is really playing behind the Broodmother at the moment. They're actually going to try and look to run the node over the top. CZY will hold their ember to place. Nevermind will be able to look to slither onto the northern side, so they'll both make it out.
Spiders don't slither, actually. They scuttle like that one did up your leg a few minutes ago.
Oh, I'm glad you brought it back up. Thank you. I was actually starting to feel like you weren't too worried about my safety, but that's okay.
I mean, you've just added a fear to my mind. You know, I'm always thinking, my legs are under the desk all day. One of these days, there's going to be something down there, but I don't want it to be that guy that checks under his desk every day.
Dire's middle tower has
Come on.
fallen.
So gonna pop the Moonlight. Maybe Team Flow looking like they want to take a fight.
I mean, they are
Mercury's alone, and a couple of right clicks. They've got the Sentry. Ponyo able to land the Storm Hammer. One more swipe, and the big sword's going to be able to secure the kill. It's Mango Rose that actually finds it. So some much needed gold injected into the bank of the carrier. Mango Rose bottom of the net worth out of the course. So that's a real nice pick me up.
All right, so death number 7, that one's a feed. Are you happy now that I finally said one of these Sand King deaths is probably not ideal? Almost every other one was for a purpose. They were getting something better in exchange for it. But that one, yeah, not sure about that, Chief. You know, just standing right next to a tier 1 tower with no tier 1 tower of your own, no boys nearby, not taking an objective.
Mid lane. He wants to set up for the Ember, but the force up to reposition. Wonderboy's going to be okay, but can they address the Bristleback? Looking to charge into the middle, but the roll will hold him into place. So it's done a good job to be able to kite the BKB. They're going to turn to address Nevermind on the Broodmother. They're going to be so cautious though. Look at Dai standing strong, but they've moved away from the Mirana. Mercury's going to find an angle to jump in, but the BKB will protect Wonderboy. Now we can Remnant over the top as well. Closing the distance onto the Bristleback, and Mango Rose cuts him down. 3 gone from the boys on floor, and now Nevermind might be in some trouble as well. The slide to scout him out. Sands, do they have a way to cancel? Mango Rose, does he go for the blind LSA? It'll be a bit too late regardless, but in the end, Atlantis find 3 kills, and they're actually the ones that have almost taken the net worth lead.
I mean, this is all on the back of some really solid plays coming through from Wonderboy, of course, pairing together with Sands. He was free to just use Sleight of Fist after Sleight of Fist in that team fight. 7 times, actually, he used Sleight in that fight. 5 Searing Chains, crazy amount of good that he was able to do. But big props have to be given. It's not something super complicated, but WS just making sure to save that Primal Roar for the BKB pop on the Bristleback. You could tell that he wanted to converge, he wanted to make the biggest use out of that, because he's still the strongest hero in this game right now. But a few more team fights don't go their way as unfortunately the Helm of the Overlord creep just got sniped by the arrow, but it's not going to be enough to stop Mango Rose from getting the Aegis. So yeah, just little things, they're going the way of Atlantis, and Mary's prediction might just be in shambles. That's all I got to say.
Oh, come on, I gave a caveat.
What was the caveat? I forget.
Lina will win this game if they don't end early.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that didn't even feel like Lina yet. That was not a Lina fight.
No, that was not at all. That was an Ember buffed up with a Coddle fight, who is godlike on Wonderboy Mercury. Nice 4-star, and now Senki just gets obliterated. Look at Wonderboy go, man. This guy doesn't know how to stop. They're going to feed him another kill from CZY. Detection's the only thing in question, and Lotus Orb's actually able to purge it off.
Bristleboy.
Unknown's going to try and charge in as well. Early use of the BKB, and they're kiting him.
Yeah.
Arrow will land onto the Ember Spirit. The damage is pretty high. Oh, they got him. A gigantic streak for Unknown to claim. They should try and chase down Ponyo. Stolen Remnant from Trezam's going to be able to land the telekinesis, so Unknown will be able to get on top. Couple of swipes secure the kill, and now they'll look to go back to clean up WS. A slow, painful death. Look at Nevermind, he's farming creeps as well. Well, the Beastmaster was trying to just escape to the high gun. Nevermind wants some creeps before he goes to clean up the job.
It's got to be a CZY that you give props to that time around, right? Just arrow after arrow after arrow just seemed to be connecting through from him on the back of his MVP performance from game number 1. And to be able to pick off that Ember Spirit who was 10-0-6 up to that point and give all of that juicy net worth over to the Bristleback, just get him into that next key item.
We are seeing, though, that Raiden is showcasing they can kite this Bristle. Like, if those arrows are not landing, then they can kite him. You got a 4-staff on the Sven. Coddle's got a 4-staff as well. Mid lane, there's 1 stun. No one's there to follow up. You got the Roar as well, which we saw prior. But I like this answer from Flo. They're already starting to work into a Lotus Orb. Trezam's got it, but even the Mirana is like, all right, we need a Lotus as well, just to make sure he's always got 1 on him.
Yeah, and even like, you're not needing to hold it specifically for the Primal Roar, right? You're just realizing the importance of the Bristleback's BKB. You're going to have Solar Bind on you. You're going to be Blinding Lighted. You're going to be Searing Chains. You know, all these sorts of things just slow him down and prevent him from being actually able to chase and force an early BKB, which is not what you want. You want BKB when you're actually committing to the middle of the fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're actually going to try and get some damage into the tier 2 tower top. I have a really good ward behind this push from Atlantis, so they'll be able to see the supporting cask and where they're located.
Mercury, not too far forward now.
Whenever the arrow's on cooldown, you know there's no follow-up. That's really what you need. Burrow into arrow.
Whistle's here, though. Beastmaster see it, though? He doesn't have a Hawk out at this point. Still 5 seconds away. And he's actually stolen Hawk.
Oh. See how much Vision's going to be able to provide them. Where's the jump from the Sand King, though? We're going to try and find an avenue in. Well, the Scepter on Unknown starting to go to work. He doesn't have the greatest mana pool, though. Mercury charging up the epicenter, but keep in mind, Mango Rose has the Aegis for another minute 20.
It's just keeping him harassed from afar. This is the issue that we were talking about, right? The draft issue that Bristle eventually is going to run out of this mana.
They're going to smoke around. Oh, look at the movement coming up from Atlantis, but Unknown is in a great position to try and protect him. The turn to address the Bristle back, but he's ever so tanky. Mercury finds an opportunity, jumping into the middle. The roll's going to get Lotus Orbed off. It'll get stolen as well. It's a 1 kill advantage for Atlantis. Got to be cautious though. 40 seconds left on the Aegis. Are they going to go for this? So back's okay for the moment. Keep in mind, Trezam stole the Roar. They're just waiting patiently for this Aegis to expire. 30 seconds. Can they keep Mango Rose inside the jungle? It's like with the movement speed from the Fiery Soul, he's going to be able to escape away.
I mean, they've already got what they wanted though, right? Like this Aegis about to expire. They won't be able to get the outpost though, and well, poor Ponyo probably going to go down, but they're still playing a little bit scared. They don't have that same information. Still though, Unknown able to pick up that that kill. I'm almost wondering, like, Lina, she's going into the Shadowblade next. Love it. And the Silver Edge. Is this a Diffusal Blade game for the Lina?
What is she actually going? What's this Perseverance for?
Lincolns?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Just make sure that you're always able to get off the...
Okay.
I mean, it's not terrible, but...
It's very defensive.
It's very defensive, but
double
also...
force.
Yes, but now Mercury has a Yule Scepter, right? So he can blink in Yule's Burrow Strike, so that Lincoln's actually doesn't do too much of anything and enables the follow-up without the... I guess with the Force Staffs, it makes life a little easier.
I'm very concerned for Team Flow. They're gonna know they're smoked. That arrow connecting just on the Beastmaster, unfortunately. They got a double damage rune for Mango Rose, who's looking to try and catch that Nevermind top.
Radiant's top tower is under
My Diffusal argument still stands. I want to see it on the Lina, especially if they're able to keep them at range.
Oh, Nevermind?
Found him.
Are they actually gonna see
How did they
him?
miss?
Oh no. I don't know where you can fit in the build, because I think you need Skadi Silver's Edge. So, where you get rid of Falcon Blade, Iron Branch, and you want Gleipnir as well. I 100% I see your reasoning. I just don't know where you can fit it in your build.
Maybe it's just not going to be like a poke and prod issue soon when you get the Silver Edge, right?
Yeah.
Like then you can actually just want to stand and fight.
Radiant are scared.
Alright, smoke up from Team Flow. They're going to see Unknown pop out on top of the lane, so you might think that something's going on. Trying to use the Spiderlings to scout out, which we'll see Wonder Boy. Mercury jumps on this, but there's no one there to follow up. The arrow's going to be off the mark. And now Mercury, he's in the Lion's Den. They'll try and give him some bonus health back, but it's not going to be enough. Stolen Roar still used. There's just not enough damage, though. And now with the Lina showing up, Trezam has to do a U-turn to escape. Roar holding the BKB target in the Primal, in the Bristleback, and Unknown's in a lot of trouble here. Wonderboy's going to look to run the Nova Chains, locking him into place. They've got no way to purge this off. Gleipnir as well to continue to control him. Laguna Blade evaporates the health, and this is some scary territories now for Flow to look to maneuver through. I'm worried they've lost their timing.
I am too, and Lina's just doing Lina things, of course. There's just so much damage coming into the overall fight, right? Like, Lina's spamming out spells from afar, you're getting a ton of Maelstrom procs, you've got Illuminate shooting through, Chakra Magic onto the Ember Spirit. Like, it's way too much. And then even if you make the dive attempt, what are you having to contend up against?
Mercury, he's gone for the Epi. That's a big combo onto two, but the arrow's going to connect on WS on the outskirts as well. The follow-up damage is actually going to come through, so they will still be able to finish off those two members. Very nice defense. Get in line. Oh, who have they caught up to? Force into the arrow. Somehow that clips. So they also get the Keeper of the Light as well. Not bad, Team Flow.
Not bad. No Roche though, so they're not going to get the full benefits of it, but at least they start to take it back a little bit of control of their jungle as CZY looks to scout it out. So what does this allow them to get into? Satanic next on the agenda for Unknown. Probably going to be getting into it around the similar sort of time as Mango Rose having that that Silver Edge for himself. So it's going to come down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it will. Gonna have a good late game showing here. Mango Rose. Chilling. All right, Brooks back with that 20, so he's going for the quill stack damage. And it's getting pretty close to the Satanic as well.
I wonder if they look to make a play immediately right now on Team Flow, because they would have known Mango Rose went from bottom to top, so no way for her to connect through to the rest of the team for about 30 or so seconds, but with the lack of vision that they've got right now and how close they were to being able to pick up some of this extra stuff. What is it, Chuckles?
No, sorry, it was a deep breath. Apologies.
Oh, okay. I thought you were chuckling at something. Maybe the spider had come back.
Oh, I hope not. Honestly, my room out here is infested with spiders, so I can't have
No, don't tell me that. Or maybe that's just a way to get me to never visit.
Oh, I've got webs everywhere, every single corner, hanging down. It's honestly a little bit spooky, but it's okay. I'm kind of one with the spiders right now.
I would dump a pest bomb every day if that was the case for me. All right, Silver Edge picked up. Bonus coming through for Mango Rose.
It's a nice rune.
It's a really nice rune. They do have ways to dispel it. No Yule Scepter on them, I don't think. But Roche is up. That's the important thing. Even if they got this kill onto Nevermind, I feel like it would just take them out of the area that they want to contest too much, that it's not really going to be worth it at the end of the day. And, well, he's just going to play a little bit more passively. Not showing the lane. He is showing underneath the Hawk. Actually, just barely not. Just keeping the lane shoved in. So if you're Atlantis, you need to be the ones to make something happen, right? You need to be taking the onus. You've got all of the items that you could possibly want. It's actually Flow that end up going into the pit first.
They see well, they have a good idea of where WS is with the boars. CZY's going to be able to scout out the Beastmaster. The rest of the team are pretty far away. Mercury's actually going to commit the Epi. So they want to make sure there is no Beastmaster in this Roche fight. Meanwhile, bottom lane has a gigantic wave with spiders as well, so you've got to take a fight or get back to defend. The break is out. Can they help the Bristle back? Half his health completely gone. Satanic will be back up to a respectable position as Mercury finds an angle into the middle. It's not the greatest initiation as no one was there to follow up. So a 1-for-1 now. Mega Rose? Arrow? Arrow connects. He got the Silver's Edge off. There's going to be no detection inside the pit. Mega Rose will be fine. Finally, they're able to scout him out. The Hex is there, but the Force Staff gets him out of danger, and now they can look to turn it back around. The LSA onto 2. Silver's Edge is coming up shortly as well, but Unknown stands strong. Look at the right clicks. Unknown just dismantles the Ember. He's looking for the Sven next as well. They haven't addressed the Bristle back in this fight, and they'll make him pay for it as Mango Rose. Caution, my friend.
He nearly sniped that one there. They have a gem, though, on CZY, so would have been able to scout him out, and they just end up giving the Aegis over to the Broodmother. But yeah, the amount of right click that this Bristle is able to output, it's just going to get worse and worse, right? The level 25 means that he's just going to continue to commit forward. He had the Satanic to be able to play around with that time, and just being slowed over and over and over again. Ember was completely bled dry of all of his resources by the end of things, and it shows the importance of not giving up a key hero in terms of both vision and control before such a big team fight.
And damage as well for the Lina, just that attack speed. It's everything now. With all that going on, Tier 3 tower was also cleaned down bottom and some nice little bit of damage into the barracks. So, but that's probably the place that Team Flow are going to look to try and push with this Aegis. Maybe it might be a little bit more difficult because that Aegis is on the Brood instead of the Bristle. Oh, he's got... Did he just pick up Blink? Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He dropped his Soul Ring, I want to say.
They're going to go for Nevermind? Is this really the target? Meanwhile, to the northern side, they're on the Lina. Mango Rose eats the arrow. And look at Unknown just jumping forward. So Mango Rose trying to escape under the cover of the BKB. LSA holds him into place. They need together because meanwhile, Nevermind's just continuing to get chased down. Oh no, you made the risky play of trying to change the life of the Brood for the Lina, but unfortunately the trade just wasn't there.
Just the Aegis though. Could be worse, for sure. They're looking to try and make another play happen. Everyone smoked up. You would hope, for their sake, though, that it takes them a little bit to be able to find someone, unless it's Mercury farming incredibly deep. Yeah, it was.
Gonna get the blink away. Teams are starting to tape into the outpost. Are they gonna commit? Unknown does.
That's for me.
Be alright though. Don't do it. Don't. Unknown? No one's here, but they don't know that, of course.
Yeah.
They're still gonna roar him up. He'll turn the back. They need the Lina for the Silver's Edge. Mango Rose is starting to move on over. He's got the Satanic, gonna try and turn. They're unable to kite him at the moment till the Force Staff is out. Unknown's gonna continue down to the south, further away from the team. They're starting to come, but they might be too late. Completely surrounded. And Unknown will pay the price, condemned for how aggressive he was playing.
Incredibly aggressive. Like, again, not respecting the power that these Lotus Orbs have been providing him this entire game, right? Like, it's just one of those instances where it's like, bro, you're a Bristleback and you're incredibly farmed right now, but we're a team. We're the ones backing you up and providing the ability to just run it to people. And, well, he felt like he could 1v5 and clearly not.
And now you've got that Skadi completed on Mango Rose as well. That is a further way to be able to help kite this Bristleback who's down for 50 seconds without a buyback. And they glyph before the Kree wave as well. Mercury, can he find the opening? Gleipnir actually catches him off guard. And the Blink's gonna still have an opportunity to jump into the middle. Oh, he ran into the arrow! The telekinesis holds him into place. The stolen remnant will blow him up. Oh no! Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh,
attack.
what is happening right now, Ares? I'm not sure, but they're going to need to back up because Nevermind, he's just doing broom other things. Running on
Might be able to get Mercury though. Oh, great blink. And like you said, Nevermind just finds a T2 tower for free, and they might look to try and cancel some TPs. Mango Rose actually uses BKB to even get back to base.
Nice use of the Hawk though. And Mercury just blink on forward. Looks like he's happy enough to farm for now.
Radiant are scanning.
If you had to sum up this game in one word, what would you say?
Messy.
I would say shit.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Great hacks.
Quick fingers on Nevermind.
I need this like I need another pair of legs.
Oh, we'll see some tier 4 neutral items coming out shortly as well. So both sides are going to have an opportunity to be able to get their farm on. Trying to see if
Lick is pretty godly for this Bristleback. Like, I know it's important for him to have Elven
Soulbind,
tuning.
Chains, Axes, Dispel, top lane, Mercury. He's going to go down to start the fight, but simultaneously Nevermind should be able to clean up Sands. Force Staff, and he deals with the Spiders. Roar's even going to hold Nevermind into place as well, so the Broodmother, oh, they force him into the double stun. But it looks like Unknown, he wants some revenge. Time to clean up.
Live though.
It's going to be cautious though. There was a really early use of the BKB out of Unknown, but they're just going to kite him. Looking to address the supporting cast. A couple of right clicks. Down goes the Rubik. It's all on Nevermind to come out on top in the team fight. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. One stun after the next. He'll turn his back against the Lina. The quills are stacking up, but Mango Rose finally is online, showcasing truly what this Lina can do at the later stages.
Yeah, she's got a DD as well. Not that she needs it, just able to back on back. And, well, some of those tier 4s, like you were mentioning, starting to come up for both teams. Not influencing the fight just yet. Hopefully that Timeless Relic gets picked up. All right, it does. By the Lina. And oof, look at this Coddle. He has been picking up a good amount of farm for himself as well. You got the Will-O-Wisp that you're going to have to deal with as well. It just puts
Are they going to look for the epi? Mercury's going to attempt it onto Mango Rose, but the Lincoln's was there. He wasn't able to pop it fast enough, and now Wonder Boy is going to be able to dodge the stun as well. And Flo, they made this ambitious attempt without the Bristleback, and once he's alive, they might not have any members to defend the base. A dieback on the Sand King, they'll slay the Rubik as well.
I just, no, I can't see why you look to go for that attempt with the Bristle when you're having so much difficulty taking a fight when he's alive, you know? Like, they've been doing an incredible job on Atlantis of just kiting around these team fights. You've, of course, got heroes that are pretty capable of doing it in the Coddle, fast movement speed, Lena, same sort of thing. You've got Silver Edge to have to deal with, plenty of 4-stars, Ember just flying around here, there, and everywhere, Raw, the BKB. Like, they're doing everything right.
That they are. An incredible late game showing here from Atlantis. One more fight out of Team Flow, but it's not going to be easy at all. We've seen this Bristleback has now been completely addressed in regards to the itemization. And he won't even be able to enter the fight before the buildings go down. Throne's just falling way too fast. They'll drop the Ignis just to buy them some space. Even the Stormhammer Lotus Orb just sends him away to defend the buildings. And with that, we're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. What a performance from Atlantis to send us a distance.
I mean, it's a night and day difference between game number 1, right? It felt like they were all at sea in terms of what they actually needed to do to be able to address the big issues that they were facing in the Broodmother, in everyone else that was just keeping the lanes constantly pushed in and them being in a really, really stressful position. This time around, they were like, all right, well, we know that the Bristleback is going to be scary. We know he's going to get a lot of farm. That's just what this pick is going to do. But if we just kite him around and we force him to waste that BKB, we've got the tools to be able to address him. And, well, they were helped out by a few unforced errors coming through from Team Flow. Bristleback thinking that he can 1v5, some stuns that didn't perfectly land on that Sand King, ending the game with 15 deaths on Mercury. Certainly not what you want to see out of that mid laner.
No, I mean, we were asking how comfortable he is going to be on the Sand King, and it showed. Unfortunately for him, had some really solid movements at the early stages, but wasn't able to help out towards the late game, and that's really what we were saying. And big props have to be given to Atlantis in regards to their itemization. It was just incredible itemization, and I understand the MVP for Mango Rose, but I think this game is all on Wonderboy.
Yeah.
I think you changed the draft where they had, what did he actually play in game 1 now? I forgot. Blanking.
Wonderboy or Tusk?
Tusk. You changed the first phase Tusk to an Ember, something that we said straight away, like, this is his bread and butter. This is something that one of his most comfortable heroes. And then you enable that on top with the Coddle. He was a big reason of why this Lena was able to have that MVP performance on the later stages, because Wonderboy made all that space. I think he had a phenomenal performance, and I think we might just see it first phased again in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, if it was up to me, I would do a joint MVP between Wonderboy and Sans. I think they just played together amazingly. Sans' itemization was great. I don't think Wonderboy gets as out of control as he did, if not for the assistance of the Coddle. So definitely a really solid team performance coming out from Atlantis.
And for me now, I'm very intrigued to see what Atlantis want to do to address this Broodmother, because Nevermind didn't go 7-0 like he did in game 1, but we still saw a lot of overall impact from just the map control that he is providing Team Flow. And it really seems like they're struggling with addressing the Broodmother as a whole in the game, like forgetting about his split pushing and his just potential just to overwhelm them in the lane. So we've seen they've tried to address it in multiple ways in regards to the lane. And I wonder if you just head to game 3 with kind of your tournament, well, your Div 2 lives, they're on the line here now. I wonder if you just look to get the Brood out in game 3.
Yeah. We will have to wait and see. We've got one last break before we get into game number 3 of this series. Again, a very vital one. Both teams desperate for the win to keep them safe away from that relegation spot. Will be a few minutes, but be right back. We won't be too long.
Three, two, one.
Atlantis crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
All right, we're going the distance here for our second series of the night, an important series as well. There's potential relegation on the line here for Team Atlantis if Flow are going to be able to take this game 3. And then, is there any... Does this give you more confidence with Atlantis with the performance we just saw for them now heading into game 3?
It does. They didn't... It wasn't perfect. Let's say that, right? Like, there are still plenty of things that they can adjust on. There's a reason why they've yet to pick up a series win, because I feel like consistency is their big issue, right? We saw in game 1, it felt like they had no response to the obvious nature of how Flow were wanting to take the team fights off the back of the Juggernaut Omni Slash. That time around, perfect for the bristleback. So I think as long as they just don't get into this cookie cutter mold of like, we're just going to play a game of Dota and not actually think about what they're doing, then I think they're in a good spot, right? Because if they're actually thinking, right, what do we need to do to be able to respond to this, and what do we need to address at different stages of the game, then I think they can probably take this one out, because both games now, I've preferred their draft.
Okay, so we'll see. Just, of course, a lot of it's going to come down to execution. That's really the big thing. But if they're able to continue to have a draft that enables them, that's the best place to start. Get that draft that's able to kind of put you in that best position. So I'm excited to see, again, we kind of brought up the questions on if the Ember is going to be prioritized as much as what we saw in the last game, and how they're going to look to address the Broodmother.
We shall see, as I think we should be getting into the draft pretty shortly. It's Team Flow with the first pick for, I want to say, is it the first time this today? I'm not sure. I'm forgetting. Everything's blending together right now, but I'm interested to see if we might see some different bans come out, whether the Broodmother gets added in, whether Treant is not banned for a change, because I still feel like that's a hero that could certainly change the tide of this game, both in terms of the laning phase as well as those late game team fights.
Oh, yeah, we'll have the bans coming up shortly, so we'll see what the difference is going to be. Of course, Atlantis will be on the Radiant side for this final game, and Team Flow back on the Dire side again as well. Danog, I'm just praying for no techies. Give me no techies.
One game one, dude. What do you want me to say? Good
it's
hero?
Not too much to ask for. No techies. Good hero.
You don't like new techies? I
had like
didn't
a minimal
like old
impact.
techies.
I don't
didn't
like
old
techies. No.
Yeah. I like new techies. You're actually active in doing things.
Well, we have a difference in the bans. Team Flow, they're the same, Nature's Prophet, Ricky. But for Atlantis, they're going to change the Treant ban for the Lina this time.
When's the last time we've seen a Shadow Fiend win?
I hate that hero. I don't understand why it's banned. I wanted to bring it up. It's obvious, like, maybe it's something Team Flow been prioritizing. I really, really hate Shadow Fiend. Every time I see it in China, I'm like, all right, other team's going to win. I think this hero is abysmal.
But how do you really feel?
It's garbage. It's actually garbage. I do not know why people think it's like a substitute to the Lina. I think it's horrible.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not a Lina substitute, that's for sure. No. It's like, to me, when it was being played, you know, the either 1 or 0 points raise build, it was like a Terrorblade substitute where you're always in meta form, basically, but there's basically 0 teamfight utility. Or maybe it's when games were moving a little bit fast, and you like once you hit that level 15 timing, the game just ends, you know, because you've got that presence aura affecting buildings. The way that people are building it these days, going like half and half, I'm not quite as confident.
All right. RC Hoodwinks, so some comfort for Atlantis. You're going to get Wonder Boy's hero more than... you're going to get WS's hero more than likely, and you're already going to show the Sands hero as well. They pick it into a Hoodwink. So I think already you have one really nice way to address the Bristleback with the break on the Hoodwink. I'm very intrigued to see how the Marcy is actually going to shape up versus the Bristle as well.
Yeah, like do you look to go into additional break to be able to address the Silver Edge and the Bristleback itself? I'm weighing up options for what they want to actually pick up here for the position 1 on Atlantis. If it's not a Marcy one, it could still be. We don't know. PA is always an option to me whenever I see a Bristleback. I know it's not exactly meta these days, but with their Marcy and Hoodwink combination, you've got a ton of burst damage. So if you're able to use that Fan of Knives for the break component, even hell, against a Death Prophet in lane, it's not horrible, right? Because you've got that mobility through the Blink Strike to be able to get out of the Spirit Siphon. So I could see a PA working, and they do have the last pick of the overall draft and this phase. So we'll see what avenue they choose to go down.
This Bristle getting picked up just like screams they want comfort for Unknown and something that has worked for them in the past, right?
Yeah, and I'm a big Death Prophet fan as well, right? So you can throw it mid, you can throw it off lane. You want a little bit more flexibility because of what the fact that you've got first pick. It's, again, just more combination. You find a target, you pick them off. So I wonder if they're going to go into a little bit more of like a... Let's call it a conservative style here. Like, is this the Oracle game we've been waiting for? Is this the... I don't think it's a Baden. I don't think it's Omni Knight. But
any defensive hero. I'm really happy with any defensive hero.
Don't hate it.
Less so. I think
it's okay.
Sure you're a 4-staff builder. It can it really enables a DP and Bristleback versus the Marcy though, which is probably the big thing. And you're going to go Force first item. I just want to get this out the way. I really don't like this Mirana pick. I think Mirana and Hoodwink both do the same thing and they're both countered by the same thing. And same with the Marcy being 4-staff, and we saw that was vital to Atlantis winning that previous game with itemizing to deal with the Bristleback. So I think as long as Team Flow go Force and another support that can hopefully dispel, that's why I was in agreement with what you said with the 5. Gives them a way to be able to...
Thinking what you want against the Tiny. I mean, it hasn't exactly revealed where the Tiny is, so again, I'm liking how Team Flow have drafted so far. Could be mid, could be position 4. Like, do they have enough? I think they've got good pick-off, but like you said, Hoodwink and Mirana do the same sort of thing. Marcy goes in first, but you've got Lich to be able to counter that damage coming through off the back of the Frost Shield. So now the question is, do you want more damage from afar? Do you want more like a Silver Edge builder? Do you want a Tusk? I guess they feel like they are going all in onto pick-off here on Atlantis. And I'm not sure how confident I am about it. Like, it's going to be pretty heavily off the back of Trezam and his positioning for sure. But, I don't know. How do you feel about it all?
I think the one thing about the Tusk is that often you can actually just blow people up before they can, in particular with the Lich, before he can get Frost Shield off. But I think if you're looking to deal with the Bristleback and a Death Prophet, then your tag team's not going to have a lot of value.
No. This game is almost entirely on Trezam's positioning to me. Like, if he is on point and he doesn't get caught first and he's always able to get that Frost Shield off, then they're going to be able to turn this around.
And it should have pretty good positioning, right? You got a Bristle and a Death Prophet, and your Tiny can counter initiate. Like, this seems like a very, very easy... I don't want to say easy. It seems like a very, very good game for the Lich to be able to position accordingly. You know
they're going to be hunting you, though. That's the thing. Like, is it a Spectre game? Just to be able to find the Lich? I Spec or PA is what I want for Atlantis. I think you need some kind of sustained damage in team fights rather than just all burst in on one thing. If Flow are able to predict it and respond accordingly, then could be rough.
My issue with PA is then, like, Liches counter you even more now.
Yeah, but you just find Lich, you know?
Yeah, but
that's
this kind of goes back to the Tusk pick. I feel like it seems awkward with this last pick now. I think you have so much you need to cover with the 24th, and I don't think it's going to be too easy.
Don't hate the Bloodseeker ban. Good against both DP and Bristle.
For Team Flow, from what we see at the moment from Atlantis, would we prefer this Tiny to be played from Mercury or CZY on the 4?
To me, it seems like it's going to be going mid, just because you've banned out the Ember Spirit. So that's the consistent slight spam coming in lane might make things a little bit more challenging for you. Also, set up for the Mirana feels kind of nice. It's all right. I mean, the thing that I was wanting from them was more stuns. They needed more team fights somehow, and Pango certainly does provide that. Also, they don't exactly have any heroes that are really going to be doing too much into the Rolling Thunder in terms of damage. Like, if Tusk gets a BKB, sure, you can punch it up, but something else needs to be able to respond to this without getting run over as well. So it's not like a sniper could work. Could they Terrorblade? Not horrible, but again, it's all physical damage against a Lich. Doesn't help you find the Lich.
And Pango can be kind of nice at the early game. Till TB has like a lot of items.
Yeah. Those are my three.
Yep.
The PA, TB, Spectre.
Let's see. What do they go? They're going to pick a
None of them.
Okay, so they have played the Marcy 1 a couple of days ago. They played Marcy 1. So it looks like it's going to be a similar thing.
How'd that work out for them?
They did not win.
I see. Into... Oh, it's an offlane Pango. Okay. I like that. Actually, do I? No, I don't like that. I would much rather have the Pango into the puck. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, this matchup's a bit awkward. Like, Silence is never good versus the Pango, but the Swashbuckle Orb Corrosion spam can be really nice early on, so...
And don't you want a DP against a Marcy, just constantly siphoning in the lane, as opposed to a Pango that's kind of like... periods of really strong, periods of not strong, every like 15 seconds, where the DP feels almost always strong.
Yeah, because now you're going to have a Pango tiny lane, and that sounds not very fun to play. To a Marcy... I hope it's Marcy Hoodwink.
Maybe they switch it up. Maybe they put the Lich in the offlane, even though Trezam's playing it.
I really favor Team Flow's draft. I really, really like the lineup. I'm quite...
They just switched who was playing what. I would feel so much more confident in Flow, though. Maybe Nevermind's playing mid Pango. Who knows?
I know Nevermind has a very good Pango. I know he's very comfortable in that hero. Something we saw when he was on Polaris when they won the BTS Pro Series. He looked incredible on the offlane Pango. I do think this hero is pretty much a mid laner right now. You need a lot more gold, and your catch-up can be very difficult. And you need experience. You need solo experience, really an important thing. But he is a master tier Pango, level 25, so we'll see how he's able to perform on that one. It can maybe even free up the build from Mercury with... it looks like he's got Headdress queued up, so he could continue to go into like the Greaves build. I think Force Staff completely destroys how Atlantis look to play this game. It's simple as that. I really would not even care if CCY goes first item Force. I think Force Staff and they win this game. I really, really, really struggle to see what Atlantis can do against it.
All right, counterpoint. What if Puck Dream Foils and then you Force Staff? Like, I still feel like you need the Blink Dagger to be able to address the puck because you have no one else that does right now.
Yeah, I think the Force first is kind of crazy. I think it'd I think it'd be
so
like...
You lied right
to
my
face. Well, no, I'd like him to do it, but it could be like... You could also be trolling. It could really... I think it's volatile.
I think you can very easily blink into Force. That's what I would be looking at if I'm CZY.
Yeah. I'm kind of like you making a bold claim.
Yeah, but my bold claims are backed to like evidence and thought.
Oh, right. So the Force Staffs are just... That's just not good this game, right? They just it provides them nothing.
No, they're good. Just not a first item Force Staff.
No. So the thought is right there with the value out of Force this game.
Yeah, for sure. Just not first item.
What's going on here? I don't know if Mega Rose going to win that now. Yeah. Where you kind of put in the chips? Are you like? I think this is a 90-10 out draft.
I don't think it's that far.
Never mind. Do it, Ponyo. You don't think that's far? What would you put it as?
The more I think, like, I really hate the fact that Pango isn't mid. I really hate it.
Yeah, I can agree.
And it's... I'm not sure if it's enough to swing my favor towards Atlantis' draft. You know what? Screw it, Atlantis. I want to see more tiebreakers. I want to see more tiebreakers.
No way.
I think they're going to find Shazam.
They're going to kill CZY as well. Starstorm's up in a couple of seconds. Okay. CZY will get up.
To the same.
Pardon?
Ponyo's... Stop letting him do this, Ponyo. Look, if he just kept chasing him, CZY would be dead.
All right, let's take a look at another lane. Let's take a look at top. I want to see how this lane's going to be able to shape up. Bristleback and the Lich. Seems like this should be a pretty good lane for the Bristleback, right? There's not really much that Atlantis are going to be able to do to slow down the farm for Mr. Unknown.
Oh, I forgot about the offlane Tusk. Will that swing my favor back towards play? Yeah, no, there's nothing really that you can do against this. Again, it's just all on the back of finding this Lich and the fact that he's been able to have this camp unblocked. He's making the pulls happen. Bristleback's super happy to just sit in this lane and farm. You're happy with life up here. I mean, Trezam can even look to put himself up against the Hoodwink, who, not like he has a Blightstone or anything like that, so he's not even going to have an amazing time trading against the Lich.
Would you say he's Bing chillin'?
Man, I could use some Bing chillin' right now, actually. It's still a bit warm, even though we've had our cool change.
Yeah.
Do you know what Bing chilling means? I'm just checking.
No, I don't. No.
It means ice cream, dude.
Does it?
Yes, in Mandarin.
Oh, that's a... Wait, really?
Yes.
That's a great word for ice cream. What? Ah, dude, English is boring. Trezam? It's going to be okay. They're able to slither on back towards the tower. WS. Sands get a nice little bit of damage out, however, up top.
Yeah, English isn't that great, is it? That's why we got to come up with our own words a little bit more often, you know, like people came up with Liddy and stuff like that, but it's not enough.
I thought Liddy was in the dictionary. Oh my Trezam. Rush shield. It's going to be enough. Tag team. Still in range if Sands can get the right click, but... Oh, he's going for it. Warmed up in a couple of seconds. Oh, no, he didn't get it off. First blood. Sands will find it.
I'm still conflicted about these drafts. You know what? I just hope both teams have a good
You said
time.
Atlantis already. It's too late.
I did, but then I saw the Tusk in the off lane.
Doesn't matter. It is way too late. Maybe double. I mean, this is... I think a lot of your hate for Tusk off lane came from us doing Division 2 last season, because I remember Atlantis playing it a lot. So I don't know if that's a good thing.
Like, when Jabs was playing it, and I was like, Jabs is a great player. But even he wasn't able to make it work most of the time.
Yeah, well, see what we got in store for us for the offlane Tusk. At least 10 and 4 versus 13 and 4. They've got really good positioning with the creep wave, so WS is going to be okay. Of course, plenty of one charges to look to play with as well. So, I mean, this is look how many creeps they've got. I wonder if they're going to look to try and put some pressure on under the tower.
Nah, I don't think you can at this stage. I mean, there's a lot of little mistakes happening right now on Atlantis. Like, I've seen multiple last hits in lane that Tusk isn't able to pick up completely unopposed. You've had Sands, who was standing next to this small camp on the top lane that didn't actually end up blocking it. So you're going to have the range creep denied. Just makes life even easier for the Bristleback. It's just little things like that that are not working out too well for Atlantis right now. At least for mid lane, the one lane that we haven't talked about, Mercury's having a pretty good time going up against the puck.
Yeah, it's a boring lane. Just spam spells.
Yeah, good job, Observer, looking us back towards the support battle on the top side. Will Trezam be able to get back to safety? Tower Aura could save him, and yeah, it does.
Oh, it was actually the one. That's okay. Stop lying.
And the Tower Aura.
Right.
Sands, he has chased under tower, literally the first blood, so it's not like he would never do this.
I don't think the aura saved it. I think it was the T2 tower just in itself, not the aura specifically.
Ah, the aura.
Oh, the aura. Unknown top lane. Do you want to do you want to keep going though? These quills are starting to stack up. Oh! WS is dead now. Oh, nice snowball dodge.
He's still dead.
But one quill back up. He got a double kill. And all solo experience as well. And now he's got enough gold for the Vanguard, so he's pretty much untouchable now in this lane.
I don't know, man. Off-lane Tusk.
Bottom lane, never mind. Manga Rose. Ponyo has to leap on forward, so Manga Rose will have a target to rebound off. So at least able to get the kill onto Nevermind. Mercury's going to come bottom. A very early use of the Exo, but he popped it out of vision, so Manga Rose... Oh, he's just going to straight up TP. Really nicely done from him. This tower should probably still go down though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got a siege creep to be able to play with. I feel like CZY just needs to be patrolling, making sure that there's no easy reinforcements coming to the lane. Force Ponyo, he's only got the one leap charge to stay out of this lane as much as possible, so Mercury should get some decent value out of this one, although Exorcism's wearing out.
Meanwhile, mid lane now, Nevermind as well is in some trouble. Maximum use of the control with the silence as soon as the coil expires. Wonderboy actually leaped there. Might not be aware of this.
Courier?
I was going to reveal now with the courier. Gets the
You got
boots. We'll miss the orb damage though. He's still got the vision, however. Shield crash coming up in a couple of seconds. They'll need the damage mitigation. And it'll take too long.
All right. Well, vital kill to be able to pick up, and well, they're doing a lot of tower pushing on that bottom side of the map, but so is Wonderboy around this mid lane. Lots of experience going by the wayside. Outside, Mercury. Speaking of mid laners,
He should be fine.
yeah, actually.
To the cold grave.
It's the Death Prophet we're speaking about here.
Top side,
Top
can they
lane?
kill Bristleboy?
I don't know. How many cores we up to? We're on 3 on WS. He's doing good to get in front of him.
Maybe they're just waiting for them to wear off, go for that Bushwhack Acorn shot again, but Sands might be just revealing himself in that lane a little bit too much. And I'm not sure if... No, definitely not now. You can't just be diving a creep wave.
They're going to see Wonderboy with this ward as well, so a lot of information for them now to play with. That was a TP from the puck as well, and I think even... Who else TP'd? Even Ponyo TP'd here as well.
Mid lane?
Mango Rose mid lane's going to make an attempt onto Nevermind. The Avalanche will be able to protect him. Gonna try and get closer to the haste rune, but it won't even be required to help him escape. So now Mango Rose, well, he's gonna haste it. Tiny that's starting to run him down. Combo's still on cooldown. Gonna be relying on the Frost Shield, but onto the backline. Wonderboy finds an angle to assassinate Nevermind under the tower.
How do you get back here so fast?
I don't know.
Crazy. And he was able to move all the way across the map so quickly without that haste rune. I mean, for me, I know Nevermind still ends up going down there, but CZY's been playing well all day. You know, just always in the right position to be able to stop a key hero from going down. It's not up to him if they just decide to run back in. That's completely out of his control, but 1 MVP performance, close to 2, honestly. Was he 2 and 17 on his Mirana in that last game, in a losing game?
Bottom lane? I don't think Sand's going to be able to continue to defend this.
Me either. They're not going to use the exorcism for this unless you're wanting to pop it and immediately TP towards that mid lane. Seems like Mercury just wants to try and bully him out solo. Gets him out. Should still be able to clean up the kill. So another tower opening up for Flow very shortly. Wonderboy making sure that that's all that they lose. Doesn't really want any more pressure coming in onto that mid tower. I mean, they don't have the greatest crazy late game matchup for this Marcy, right? They have no Silver Edge builder right now. He's going Battle Fury, BKB, Blink Dagger on the Marcy, which it's fine, but not against a Bristle, and not against a Bristle with a Lich backing him up as well, unless you're able to use that Blink Dagger to be able to take out the Lich to start things, and well, a death certainly wouldn't help.
It's a lot of life still back there for Mango Rose in our WS. Snowballs in with the tag team to amplify the damage. It's not enough. Trezam shows up. Gigantic Frost Blast to cut away that attempt at turning it back around. Ponyo's going to try and find an angle in with the arrow, but won't be able to see an avenue, so won't even look to cast it. Be nice if they can take away the invis from Mercury, but he'll get a refill in the bottle.
Nicely done. I mean, his main job is just making sure that that siege creep dies as quickly as possible. It's a full bottle refill as well, all the way from the base. So yeah, Mercury has been putting through a pretty solid performance so far this game. No kills to his name, but secured the tower on the bottom side of the map. Secured the kill in that mid lane. So the Lich that ended up picking it up just with the Frost Nova, I think it was. Frost Shield, rather. Even starting to build up some stacks for old mate Bristleback inside of the Ancients area. So, you know, like you said, it's all about comfort when it gets down to these really stressful stages, and they've certainly given that over to Unknown.
Sand's looking for a solo kill onto Trezam. Which the sharpshooter's not enough. But the shots,
just the tip.
That'll help out. That's all you need, brother.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't you tell me what we need. I have more life experience than you.
I've compacted all my experience in my short years.
I see. You did go to Europe, actually.
Sands will be able to get a Koro and also scout out. Oh, Ponyo. Unfortunately, the Tiny was in a great position to get the combo out as soon as he leaped in, and now Nevermind has got the Rolling Thunder shots. Will make it a little bit awkward for him, but regardless, he'll find that bounce back afterwards. A really big double kill for Nevermind. I mean, on the opposite side of the map, Unknown finds a solo kill onto Mango Rose as well. And meanwhile, he's going for the hero play on WS. Tree throw, not enough. Any spells? Swashbuckle up shortly. Does he dodge it? He will not be able to. Dude, that's huge. Nevermind had a really rough start to this game. He's still bottom net worth out of all the cores, but those 3 kills that he just got is a huge pick-me-up.
Oh, for sure. And, I mean, even if they made that full-on rotation, right, and scouted out that there was a bunch of stacks built up, who on their team actually takes any of these stacks? Nobody, right? Like, Puck slowly takes the Ancient stack, but, you know, certainly they're in a position to be able to make any kind of movements happen. Now, wisely enough, they move Unknown, making sure that they don't, through some sort of dumb luck, be able to get a team fight that works out for them. Hits his level 12, and he's nearly into his BKB already, so it's not like they have the big BKB piercing stun outside of the Walrus Punch to be able to deal with this Bristle once he hits that early timing.
They're coming to try and defend the tower on Flow. We'll see CZY off to the right side. Atlantis going to try and start running him down, but Mercury, look at the backstab. Here comes the Death Prophet. Protected with the Frost Shield, so the damage mitigation means that they won't have a way to address the DP. And now Nevermind can look to charge in as well. They've run into WS. There's no detection though. Up the sentry. Oh, he's going to run back at him. They won't actually want to take the team fight. Exo is still at the ready. Jump in from Mango Rose, but the sound's going to prevent the unleash. So the Marcy won't be able to get the damage out fast enough to turn the team fight into Atlantis' favor. As Mercury will need the Creep Swarm. Not enough, nor the Swashbuckle. Can Mango Rose turn this one around though? Exo about to expire, they'll get the bonus health back. He's a little bit vulnerable now though to all the physical damage that Mango Rose is playing with, and now Nevermind as well. Committed with the Swashbuckle, so his escape avenue has already been used, and in the end, Atlantis find a pretty decent trade.
They do, and I wonder if that's one of those fights that, yes, Bristle's farming all throughout, but I feel like his impact, if he actually just joined that fight, would have been so much stronger. As he's even going to be in a position to get gone on here, but at least he's finished up that BKB. I'd turn and fight. Will he choose to? I think he could.
He might now, yeah. Snowball's up in a couple seconds to maybe delay the damage. Puck's coming in. I don't know if the burst is going to be enough before he pops the BKB.
Oh, he's getting a haste as well. Wonder if he might be asking for bottle sips, but no. Mercury happy enough just to claim it for himself for now.
I think the big thing though for
I was just going to say, how different was that fight if Bristle's just up there? You know, like they were converged in this tiny space for an incredibly long period of time. They did burst down Shazam at the start of it, so that's a big plus coming through from Atlantis. He wasn't able to get off that Chain Frost. So their target prioritization is good. How's the overall movement though? Another great, I mean, look at this.
Oh. All right, they actually blew him up. DP wasn't able to stay alive long enough, and now Shazam, they'll find another kill to add to the tally. Wonder Boy continuing on with his strong showing in game 2.
I'm just wondering, like, at what point does this Kyron Sarge, obviously he's so close to it that you're going to finish it up on the DP, but you're going to need that BKB, my guy, just to be able to deal with the consistent stuns that they've got coming through, even just dodging out damage from the sharpshooter, not having to care about Dream Coil. That's something that DP needs desperately.
With all this going on, Mango Rose is now second in net worth. Of course, getting a couple kills in the previous fight gave him that Battle Fury. Now he's had some time to be able to catch up his farm as well. Mercury mid lane, not going to have enough mana for the sharpshooter, and he actually popped the haste as well just in case. There's a DD that he'd love to find, but it's going to be Sands that snags that one.
Instantly going for that smoke as well, realizing that you've got a Puck with the Blink Dagger, but she's all the way back in base, so I'm not sure exactly what they're hoping to achieve with this. Maybe thinking that in the mid lane, if DP came to push out that lane, they might be able to get that quick pick off, but doesn't seem like anyone's taking the bait for now.
Middle tower is under attack.
They do know where Bristle is, but again, can you kill this Bristle? I don't think so.
Power is in deny range though. They kind of
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
left the creep seating for quite some time. They're gonna
Think
make
they
the
can.
attempt, maybe with the break, but oh, unknown. Had a slight opportunity to pop the BKB and didn't want to hesitate. Now to the northern side, they've run into Wonder Boy. Coil's
Down the
only going to
ledge.
be onto one, and CZY is going to be able to enter the fight, so gets the combo out. That's a big streak for CZY now to be able to complete the Blink Dagger. Can't get any more out of this though, Arrow. Be able to sidestep it. Blink is delivered. There's the toss back. Will attempt the TP. Can he actually make it? The bushwhack. Covering the escape. Beautifully done from Sands.
Was indeed. I mean, this game to me feels like, yeah, there's been little mistakes in the lane that have been messed up, but I feel like overall, both teams just need a little bit of time to warm up because the overall level of gameplay has been much more solid in terms of prioritization of targets, being able to find people, you know, movement timings as well. They know what's going on though because of this observer ward right outside the pit, so one pick off onto Sands would be huge.
Out of Wood getting rid of the break. Jump in. WS is just going to mistime it though. So close to sealing the Aegis, but unfortunately, just 1 second away. All right, that's a big item though, even though you lose the Aegis. The Spirit Vessel not complete on the Hoodwink is going to be really important to be able to address his Death Prophet and the Bristleback.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's probably going to be DP that's the main target, just because, again, of the choice not to go into the BKB just yet. But, of course, if the fight goes long enough, we know that they've certainly got the capability to do it with their reasonable kiting potential. Puck, of course, very hard to catch. Same sort of thing with the Mirana. Hoodwink, to a lesser extent. Rebounds on the Marcy. She doesn't hate a long fight. So she's actually going to be scouted out by that courier. They're making a bit of a pincer move here onto Unknown.
Does Mega Rose want to farm? Is he...
I don't know. I think he wants to go for a backstab here onto the Bristle, but won't end up landing it as CZY. He's in position to try and get to first.
They all left the Marcy's location, but he'll just try and look to TP out. Unknown's not going to have the damage. Lane on the edge, but that's kind of what you need to do when you're down 3,000 gold and the Aegis is in the hands of the opposition.
Close to that BKB, though. I mean, again, main target, Death Prophet. Take her out. Make sure that she does not deal all of this damage in team fights, which she's been having great success with so far. Wonder Boy feels like he needs to amp up his own damage output. Already having the Witchblade, plus the Grove Bow, going into the Kaya next. Certainly going to go a long way towards assisting with that.
It looks like we're going to start to see Team Flow try and group up around the Bristleback's Aegis. He's very close to the Scepter as well, but kind of one of the big issues they have right now is addressing the split push. Wonderboy is doing an exceptional job just to continue to cut the waves and making it very difficult for Flow to get in a position where they can get these objectives.
Oh, CZY goes for the attempt, but again, wouldn't have been able to convert a kill with just a Lich there to be able to back you up. And, well, once again, looks like it's going to be 4-staff gaming for Atlantis. You've got just the Mirana for now, with it queued up. Hoodwink prioritizing the Aghanim Shard next. With you understand it completely, right? If you find the right sort of pick-off onto a target where Bristle's facing you, for example, or you catch the DP with a stun, you want to confirm the kill.
Yep. I think we might have to see a Hex picked up for Mercury next item. Maybe Nevermind could consider a Basher. Yeah, this game is just going to continue to be stalled out. Like, look at WS as well. Avalanche is now on cooldown. He's going to be relying on the toss to try and catch him into the tree line. We'll have vision of him, but he might be a little bit too slow to cancel that TP. So, yeah, I think you might have to... Because you might be okay with your Kaya and Sunj and BKB, especially with the Frost Shield to protect Mercury. Yeah. So maybe you just need to go Hex Blink to really address how Atlantis are trying to stall this game.
I think you absolutely will be fine, just with those couple of items. And, well, they've got the Aghanim Scepter now on the Bristle.
He's alone as well, facing the front, an easy kill. Mercury's going to be able to TP him, but the rest of the boys are starting to funnel to his location. They'll be able to find the break with the BKB still not activated till the last second. A lot of damage has been dealt, but the Bristleback will live.
Get the tower deny off as well. So not wanting to give them too much more that enables the DP to continue that snowball. They see her, though, underneath the observer ward, but instead they find the Tiny. Looks like we haven't talked about Nevermind for quite a while as well. He's finished up the Guardian Greaves into the Blink Dagger next, and looks like he's gone for a little bit more damage output as well. Feeling like that might be, let's say range damage output, right? Because they are lacking a little bit of that, the poke potential right now.
Why'd you emphasize the word poke?
There's a team in DPC called Poke. I know it's China, but, you know.
There's no way you deliberately did it for that. You're reaching. You're just...
Don't tell me what I'm thinking, all right? This is premium gaslighting.
Premium gaslighting. WS is getting pretty close to a scepter on the task, so it could be really important.
Premium unleaded gaslighting. Not just regular. None of that ethanol crap.
Mate, I come with the best gaslighting. Don't you worry. Only the best for you.
It. Clip it. All right, we got the Blink Dagger up on the Pango now. Although, I guess the Aegis is already expired, so you don't really need to worry about missing that little timing. But yeah, BKB, Rolling Thunder, you've got tons of tools at your disposal right now, and you want to do it before you're able to get into this Blink Dagger on the Marcy. You still need that ability to be able to react, and there's nothing outside of the Tusk that provides the instant lockdown. I think that was under a ward, though, that they went for this smoke. So let's see how they look to set themselves up. Wonder Boy, quick fingers.
Oh, they're going to go for the Miranda instead, and they get the Sinister's Gaze. Oh, Trezam. We spoke all about how vital his positioning was going to be, but we didn't mention the Sinister's Gaze potential to hold the puck into place.
Am I crazy, or did Puck have Blink Dagger up? I feel like she did.
But he tried to blink away from where he was facing.
The opposite direction, yeah.
So it gave him... I was going to say, it gave them that opportunity just to get the instant stun of the Sinister's Gaze. CZY, great positioning. Mercury's in a lot of trouble, though. Mango Rose, 2 rounds of the Unleash and just destroys the Death Prophet, and now we'll jump over to CZY as well.
And they're doing a lot of little things right as well on Flow. Like, CZY was there to be able to back up the Death Prophet, but the damage is just so overwhelming on the Marcy. Lich was about 2 seconds away, and even just the very tip of that swashbuckler as well connected onto him, but it was a second too late, got the disarm from it as well. So you can see that they're just so agonizingly close to be able to pull off a bunch of great counter engagements here on Flow, but they're just a little too far away. And you talked about that Hex being the next item to come through for the Death Prophet. She's not going to have it, but Pango's actually going into it himself. I'm not sure if it's going to be any time soon, though. He's still having quite a struggle being able to keep up with net worth.
I'm actually looking at the net worth. I'm quite surprised the position that Wonder Boy's in. I thought he's had an exceptional game so far, but it's not kind of translating into gold, unfortunately.
This is the thing, though, right? He needs to be a little bit less selfish with his farm, because you've
WS
got...
kick back onto the Pango. We'll drop the coil as well. Maybe a little bit more unnecessary, but they secured the kill. Easy like that. Coil's not the longest cooldown. I think that's a scepter reveal as well with the kick.
Yep. And they're still lacking in stuns now with the Pango going down, right? Even prior to him picking up the Hex. So Puck, I'm expecting to see some very, very confident plays come out for Wonder Boy. CZY on his own is not going to be able to get it done.
CZY, oh, he'll try and do it himself. Toss back, Trezam. Is he going to be ready for the Sinister's Gaze? The damage needs to come through, but he eats the arrow. The Puck is going to be able to survive it. Now Mango Rose trying to close the distance, but the Piggy will escape. Nonetheless, over the arrow at the last second from Ponyo held the bristle down, so he wasn't able to get that damage required to kill the Puck.
It was so close, though. Like, you could tell what the objective was to try and do, but they just weren't in position to be able to get that instant use of the Sinister Gaze. There wasn't someone there to be able to right-click him down. It would have been such a big kill to be able to keep this Puck away, and that's the impact of not having your stuns in the middle of a team fight, right? Creates a ton of chaos, allows Bristleback to really thrive, but will they be able to protect this
lane? They're trying to fight. Silence into the Rolling Thunder. A great way to start. They're going to put all their attention to taking out the Tusk, and now they'll look for more as well, as the Team Frost is ever going to bounce back to the retreating supports. The Sand's going to try and duck into the tree line, turning his attention away. Meanwhile, inside the river, actually, Mango Rose along with Wonderboy, battling against the Bristle, but the Bristle comes out on top. Level 20, charging them down. It won't have the control for Wonderboy.
He's a beefy boy, and it's a quick Roche respawn as well, so they're going to be able to go straight back inside on Flow to be able to pick that one up. I'm wondering as well, like, who they want to give the Aghanim Shard over to. It's pretty decent on the Lich if you're wanting to go for any kind of solo pickoffs, but I really feel like Lich is never wanting to put himself in that really risky position as the arrow reveals the fact that it's going on. Maybe they just give it over to the Bristleback to allow him to pick up a few more of those early stacks and have the movement.
Big Corio? Was pretty much the entire AC. In fact, it was of Unknown, so 2 minutes 50 without a lot of his net worth. Meanwhile, CZY just to solo kill onto the Mirana top lane.
Man's a good tiny. By the way, he went Blink and then the 4-star.
Oh, I'm well aware. He also went Arcane Boots was where I was going to bring something up, but I'm glad he has 4 staff now. It's okay.
Radiant are scanning.
I'd be worried for a second. Shard was given over to Unknown. Aegis, of course, on the Bristleback as well. But again, we're probably going to see the issue that we spoke about before with how they're able to address the split push, because Wonderboy's been able to shove out but decent amount of damage onto the tier 2 tower. They're starting to TP in.
I mean, right now, all Brizzle's hoping for is a better neutral item. Still holding onto that broom handle, and he's just picked up the Elven Tunic for himself as, well, that's perhaps a little bit deep there on the old Lich. We know, I've said it time and time again, how important it is for him to be able to put himself into a position where it's very hard for him to die, but certainly Radiant side of the map with very little vision is not the place to be. He's actually going into a shard for himself. I'm not as confident about that. I really wouldn't hate to see him go into like a Ghost Scepter for himself, just so that if he does get gone on by the Marcy, it's not instant death.
It would be a shame if he goes Ghost Scepter, because Marcy has a Nullify queued up, so I'm a big fan of this item for Mango Rose.
Yeah, so against that Frost Shield, right?
Yep. Against all the 4-stars that we've been mentioning as well to help kite the Marcy. Not only does it really address the arrow sharpshooter combo, but also just to avoid the Unleash in these fights.
He's just going to pop the Unleash to be able to take the tier 2 tower bottom on Mango Rose. They want to open up this map. They want to make sure that it's a lot easier to be able to catch out the Bristleback when he goes for these ancient camp farming sessions.
Dude, Sands is such a pest. Are they even got a Rolling Thunder? Okay, I was kind of sad. I'm very impressed with how Atlantis are playing against his Aegis. Bottom completely shoved in. They got that tier 2 tower. Mid's being pressured as well. They're just playing them like a fiddle at the moment across the map. They might jump Mercury. Core's going to be laid down and no hesitation with that BKB. WS is still sticking around though. Mega Rose wants to jump in, but great reactions with the blink. As soon as they see more members, they're going to look to disengage as Nevermind rolls into the middle. Off to the left side though, they're onto Mango Rose. Ultimate's still on cooldown, so he's going to be lacking the damage. He'll turn to TP out. He'll make it, but will the rest of Atlantis be fortunate as well? Mercury try and chase him down. A bushwhack, maybe to cover the retreat, but the blink is still getting cancelled. Forcer gets some distance away, and it looks like that's enough. WS will be okay.
I mean, they are incredibly happy with that outcome on Atlantis, right? Like, you're going up against this Aegis, you don't want to give any opportunities for them to just walk up into you, and, well, that's a little unfortunate that a DD is spawning on the top side. Looks like Nevermind will claim it, but, I mean, not having to worry about Exorcism, not having to worry about Rolling Thunder for the next little bit, you're super content with that result.
And they're going to try and fight here on Atlantis. Smoking 5. I'm not sure if that was under the Observer Ward from Dire. It does look like they're starting to back up, although Nevermind. Be cautious. Blink just is able to escape, but the shards will hold them both into place. Nevermind kicked back towards the boys on Atlantis. The coil to hold him down. And now Mango Rose is looking for more as well. The jump over the high ground, but they've got to be cautious. Unknown, he's showed up to the party. CZY with the avalanche onto 2. Nevermind's Rolling Thunder as well. Can bounce back off the wall. Atlantis will not be able to escape. They went too far in, and they're going to be penalized for that off the back of Nevermind's buyback. They're looking for Wonderboy as well, but they've already used all their stuns. The puck will be okay.
Again, they just did a lot right as well, though, on Atlantis, right? You had WS with a great ice shards blocking off the retreat, even predicting the Force Staff, picked off the Lich, no Chain Frost, no Ice Frost Shield coming through. But that's the thing, you're standing between a tier 2 and a tier 3 tower on the top side of the map with no Aegis, and they just committed for a little bit too far. They get the buyback out of Nevermind, which will delay that Scythe device a little bit, but
WS.
It was there for all of it.
Okay, never mind. No one else, I should say, to follow up with the Pango, but meanwhile, Unknown is just obliterating the objectives. If you're strong, Exo and Rolling Thunder's back up. You still got Aegis for a second.
Now.
I think they're strong.
I think they at least take a melee Rex, and then they're back.
All right, great kickback. BKB's able to get rid of the Spirit Vessel. WS just sacrificed his own life for this. And unfortunately for him, they'll make him work for it. Force Staff in. Mango Rose is back alive, so you've got to be pretty cautious your positioning now. He's trying to find an avenue in, but the Rolling Thunder continue to kite him. They'll get the bash inside. Nevermind's in some trouble. The Swashbuckler's not going to get some distance away. Look at the damage. Mango Rose is cleaning up. They get the kick. WS off the back of the buyback will shut down the escape avenue from Mercury, and in the end, all they'll lose is the melee barracks.
You know what? Sometimes you just get lucky and bash a Pango during Rolling Thunder, a Pango that's brought back. So, you know, it's that sort of thing that can go your way these days. It is a Scythe of Ice that they still pick up, though, on the Death Prophet. I mean, it's a big deal that they keep killing this Pangolier. He's going for one himself. And, well, looks like Puck, for now, is going to go to the Octarine core, but really wouldn't be surprised to see an Aeon Disc come out from him sometime soon. What can they make happen in this 35-second window, though? No buybacks on 2 cores. Got a glyph. Probably going to look to use it here.
Frost Shield will stall this one out.
Got to be careful on Lich, though. I mean, he'll know the fact that the Frost Shield is going to be, of course, providing that that cancel for the Blink Daggers, so it's not like he can get instantly jumped on by the Marcy, but well, looks like the glyph is enough to force them to back off, so not too heavy of a commitment coming through there.
Do you agree? Oh.
They got the Nullifier.
All right, that's a really big item. I'm already seeing they're even struggling to kite him at the moment. So that Nullifier is even going to increase the damage output from Mango Rose, but Team Flow transpoke across the map. A couple of heroes showing top lane, never mind. Oh, dude, this Tusk is so speedy. Look at him go with the bulwark. Never mind. Unable to catch up, and now Ponyo is also out. Maybe? No way, just ran past them. How did... What?
See ya.
Force, can he make it up? Nah, Mercury. Just over the Hex.
Now as well.
Meanwhile, back towards Dai's base. Some more vital kills are going on with the Bristleback. Back turn to Mango Rose. Stands strong under the cover of the Satanic. Mango Rose going to try and TP out. Will just make it so close to finding the damage required. Meanwhile, Wonder Boy, he can continue to play them around. The stuns are lacking with Sinister's Gaze being on cooldown, but all they needed was one big swipe out of Unknown and they get the kill in the end.
Yeah, it turns out 500 damage is still 500 damage, no matter. Yeah, you just got to be able to hit. And, I mean, Atlantis have the right idea. You know, they're going for the similar sort of thing. They got 4 staffs, they've got a Solar Crest as well, just to enable a little bit more of that movement speed to be able to stay away from the Bristleback. But it's really only effective when you take these full 5-on-5 fights. It feels like... Actually, they're going to be able to get a quick kill here. Nicely done there by Sands. It feels like past the first 15 or so minutes of this game, every single team fight that's happened has gone in Atlantis' favor because they've got all of this cohesion coming together. But as soon as it splits, that's when Team Flow and the Bristleback really start to show their strength.
Dude, Sands is playing incredible.
Yep.
I remember when Iad was on their team in the last tour as well, they really liked giving him the hoodwink, but Ashoja just kind of runs in the DNA of this Atlantis team. They are they've got some very good hoodwink players.
It's almost reminding me of a DJ hoodwink with the way that he's playing it, right? Just the ability to get influence tons of kills around the map. He's almost got an E-Blade picked up for himself as well, so you're going to have that plus the level 20 for the sharpshooter. Quicker recharge time or charge time. is pretty damn effective to being able to just get kills with yourself and maybe
they're going to reveal in the outpost. Combo's going to be out targeting the toss down at the moment. But as soon as Unknown shows up, you've got a big issue with addressing the Bristleback, who just hit level 25 as well. So got that bonus wall pop damage. That's the important thing. And obviously he's going to be working on the Abyssal Blade next year for the Bristle. So
but you just saw exactly what happened, right? Leap on Mirana, Ogre Seal Totem on Tusk, 4-staff on both of them, Blink Dagger on the Tusk, Snowball away on the Tusk. It's all about kiting out this Bristleback as much as you can, and I really like that item as well. Fresh Blink Dagger pickup on Mercury. They want to find this puck. They want to burst him down.
WS, front end and Nevermind top. They're going to be able to catch up to him as well. They'll make sure they use the perfect chain control so the rest of the team can close the distance. Atlantis is still going to smoke, though.
Just before Roche.
They're on the low ground.
I think that was just to try and get there a little faster.
And they won't be able to. Now they'll try and turn onto the Bristleback. He might be in some trouble. A BKB activated. Now he'll turn with the Satanic Lifesteal. Unknown. He should be okay for the moment. They need to try and kite Mango Rose, and they've done just that. BKB expires, and all of a sudden the right clicks just aren't a possibility for the Marcy. Now Sand, along with Ponyo, will just escape, but a big team fight because two members of Atlantis do not have a buyback.
Lane's in a really good spot as well for Flow. They're going to use this to push on forward. Even CZY at this stage is doing a really significant amount of damage to these towers off the back of his Tiny. And he's almost got a Scythe of Ice as well. What?
Oh, wow. Oh, they've got double Hex now and almost a third. So they're like, all right, we've seen what Atlantis can do to stall this game out. We're going to make sure we just go all the way into the catch. Sands, well, there's the catch. He's been making a lot of space for the boys, but maybe trying to force him in for the potential buyback turnaround, but they're not even going to use it. They see no hope of buying back on some of the members. So in the end, a prolonged team wipe, and they're going to look for more. This Bristleback just shreds objectives.
Why not? I mean, they're forcing out a glyph, but do you care? 10 seconds left until someone's back off cooldown, and why not keep testing it? It's like they're going to back up and take the conservative route. Again, we talk about how much this series means to both teams. Atlantis now with 2 and a bit lanes of racks down is that they're very, very close to being relegated out of Div 2C, and Flow give themselves that chance to be able to get the clean win, to potentially avoid tiebreakers altogether if they're able to win their last series as well. I really love Mercury's itemization this game. I think it's been almost perfect. He's even picked up an Aghanim Scepter for himself, but he's got the Plate Mail picked up for himself as well. Like, the closest they get to being able to take this DP out at this stage is the Marcy just getting a lucky bash and chaining it perfectly.
A lot to hope for, isn't it?
It is indeed, especially with that Scythe now finished for CZY as well.
Dude, Nevermind's even gone for an 8th lens. Oh, that's so much hate. That is just so much hate.
Dire are scanning.
Going into a Lincoln Sphere on the puck, but even then, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They're just going to have 2 more Scythes coming your way.
All right, let's see what they can do. Moonlight Shadow along with the smoke. They're going to actually look to leave the base.
Still got to kill the
Dire
first,
are underneath the sentry, so as soon as they walk up, they're going to be ready for this CZY. What a start! Combo onto all of them. Now the puck dragged into the snowball. She'll give it an opportunity to turn their attention over to Mercury, but they're controlling them at the moment. Mango Rose's BKB is about to expire. Now they can kite him into oblivion. Over the top of the tree line they go. CZY will end the fight onto Santa's Hoodwink. We'll continue on, however. The buybacks are coming out, but there's nothing they can do. Team Flow, they want more. And they'll find it, CZY. There's the Hex, the Hoodwink falling lower and lower. Mango Rose gonna hope about jumping in the middle, but he's playing without an Unleash. The Marcy needs her ultimate to have the damage output to turn this game around, or maybe
kick back in the fountain.
The kick inside the fountain. What do they got?
They got Megas, is what they're gonna get.
Kicks up in a couple of seconds too. He might just turn and kill everyone else instead. Mercury's going to try and take the fountain as well. Cheese is activated. They might not even die in the fountain. Look at them going ultra kill for Unknown. He's looking for the Rampage to close the game out, and he'll get it. Unknown with the Rampage. The tips are well deserved. 4 down, all diebacks. Puck against the world. The hopes of Atlantis staying in Division 2 will be cut short in our Game 3. CZY, he wants to add a statement kill to end this game as Team Flow. They'll put Atlantis out of Division 2 for the next tour.
Player of the series, CZY, by far. Like, he was exceptional this game. Just the one death on Unknown, I know it makes a lot of sense to give it through to him, but even just that last fight, right? 4-man Avatos combo that they're able to get off, just predicting their positioning perfectly, tossing them around, preventing the Bristleback from dying incredibly quickly while the rest of the team were taking their axe, like having enough money for a Scythe of Vice. Like, this is a crazy amount that CZY is able to do, and our Team Flow, they go, I want to say 2-4 now, so giving themselves a reasonable shot at being able to stay within this division.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be exciting to see how the next series, of course, breaks out, as we see the man on screen was, he was MVP in Game 1, I believe, as well. So CZY, well deserved here, that Rubik performance in the early games, and
even the Mirana again. He was 2-2-17 in a losing game. Like, that is damn good. So I think this is certainly someone that we should be keeping an eye on. You know, like I mentioned before at the very start of this series, there's been teams that are doing roster shuffles and all that, this, that, and the other. Maybe they need a position 4. And from what we've seen, at least in this series, CZY is certainly looking to pull it all together. He did almost everything perfectly that game.
I'm really excited to see with their, of course, upcoming series, their last series for Team Flow, which is going to be against Army Geniuses, which is, that's not too easy of a team at all. Definitely a bigger challenge. I want to see what the priority is going to be on the Bristleback for Army Geniuses, if they'll just ban it out straight away, because we saw the priority in this game bumped up to the first phase, and we spoke a lot. That just seems to be, they have a lot of confidence on this hero, and I wonder if Army Genius is going to be like, yeah, we'll take that out. We don't want to give you confidence, and this is now 2 series that they've won with the Bristleback.
It is, and well, like you said, do you need to have a direct answer to it? There was the Puck with the last pick. I wasn't the biggest fan, but he was able to get a lot done, wasn't he? Still. Despite the situation that he was in, forcing 3 separate heroes to go into that Scythe of Vice, I don't think we can really criticize too much about how Wonderboy played this game. I think it was just certainly an uphill battle.
Yeah, and I think the entire series as well, from in Game 2 in particular, we saw his Ember was just a big reason of why they could even make it to Game 3, and he really tried to put the team on the back and stall this game out so Mango Rose could have enough time, but we really see the big issues. Unleash doesn't have the longest cooldown, and even when you go Scepter, it's only a 40-second cooldown when Unleash is maxed out, but when you don't have it in a team fight, you've got no damage. It's as simple as that. We really saw it at the end, how much of an issue it was. They tried and tried, but unfortunately for Atlantis, it just was not enough. So again, for them, condolences. They're not going to be in Division 2. I mean, they can go through open qualifiers, I suppose. So there is still that potential. We've seen this team, they've stuck around for a long time as well, only making that one roster change with Ayad coming in for Sands. So we'll see. There's a lot of third-party tournaments, of course, in C, so how much improvement they're going to have heading into those open qualifiers, and who knows, they might be back.
Who knows, indeed. And I mean, who knows if they are able to make it through open qualifiers, or even before then, maybe it's going to be a coach that makes the difference. I mean, we saw XERXIA struggling for quite some time. They pick up March as coach, bam, top in the Division 1. It's kind of crazy what a really experienced person is able to provide to you. So I'm interested to see what the response is going to be, whether they decide to stick it out and go the hard yards, or if it's going to be something different altogether.
Yeah, well, we do have a winner's interview. It's going to be Nevermind that is joining us. So congratulations, Nevermind. Wonderfully done. A beautiful series victory from you. I want to touch a little bit on how you guys are feeling overall with the kind of the Bristleback, because it felt with you guys have already won one series off the back of the bristle. Then we saw in game 3, you bumped the priority up to pick it in the first phase. Did you just want to first phase it because it's something you guys are really, really comfortable in? Did you want to give Unknown something that is also one of his better heroes?
Yeah. Because our carry is like to pay Wizard back. He say this Wizard back you can stay on the lane alone. So the enemy cannot touch anything him, so he can free farm and just farm. And later we just stack like ancient key for him for 10 minutes. So when he can come and take a first, he have BKB on 14 or 15 minutes, and then he keep pressure them is very good for them. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw what the Bristleback was able to do for you guys, and off the back of the Staxy, definitely a great thing to enable him. So, in particular about your Broodmother as well, both Danog and I were very impressed with your Broodmother performances. Has there been someone you've liked to watch their Brood replays to kind of learn off?
Yeah, because I like to watch our 3-3, he give pain, push the lane, and then get some. One item is like pie or golden gift like that, and stick together, we fight together is very strong. So if you have the pie, one pie, enemy have magic damage, is really cannot kill you. And this Broodmother is very noisy, can push the lane, can take the tower tier 2 like this, and get the outpost, pressure them, come to top side, get outpost is very free, yeah.
Free, exactly. Free game when you get that Broodmother. I think the other thing as well, I think I've heard 33 talk about it, is it's not just the fact that, Broodmother gets these items and blocks off an area of the map, but it's about playing together with the team. Is that something that you've really made sure to be vocal about, where you say, I've got my pipe, play with me? Or is that something that you guys just do naturally?
Yeah, I do this. Because this Broodmother is very easy to cause our enemy map, right? You get outpost, so if you can't get the outpost, the enemy so you cannot get the XP. It's very easy to pay thing. If you can get the top tower tier 2 on 15 or 17 minutes, yeah.
Cool. And I have one last question for you. You've obviously played with a few different teams. You've had times where you played with the Thai guys on Motivate Trust. Now you're playing with a bunch of Malaysian players. What's the main difference in both, like, their attitude towards the game? Is one type of player louder than the other? What do you think?
Exactly. If I play with Thai team, right, it's very easy communication because I'm playing with Malaysia team. I need to speak Chinese, yeah, but it's not easy like Thai language. Thai language is very easy from Laos. Actually, everyone from Laos can talk Thailand. Yeah, it's very easy for communication.
Cool.
There you go. Never mind, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations on your victory. Exciting to see how you guys perform in your last series. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go, Dan. All right, we heard from Nevermind, the Brood specialist, and of course how those boys are performing as well. Yes, there you go. It's a great showing. 3 games, he said, and we'll see if that's going to continue on to their series versus Army Geniuses, which is a very, very difficult opponent, but that is just our second series of the night. And speaking of Army Geniuses, they're going to be playing next. Really quickly, Danog, predictions for the 2 teams that are undefeated. Who's going to remain undefeated after this?
You know what? I'm not going to do a prediction of what I think will happen. I want to do what I want to happen. I want it to be Army Geniuses that wins, because I want Myth Avenue Gaming to have a chance to beat Polaris and then force tiebreakers for that top spot. More high stakes, right. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, we love some more high stakes tiebreakers, and we love some more hype series, and that's what we have in store for next. The 2 undefeated teams, Army Geniuses up against Polaris, after the break.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DPC Southeast Asia Division 2 Tour 1, and we are at the last match of the day, which is going to be, well, I would say the gigantic match between the two teams that performing very well across the Southeast Asian region, which is going to be the match between Team Army Genesis versus Team Polaris in a best of 3 series. And the winner of this series will be the first one who guaranteed that spot into the Division 1 in the next tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Polaris versus Army Geniuses. You are here with me, Cyclops, as your commentator for the last match of the day. Thank God it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. TGIF, And hopefully you're gonna enjoy this Friday night with me and the high quality Dota. For sure, bro. Yum. All right, so how you guys doing? Let's take a look at the lineup first. Woohoo! How you guys doing? And that is Polaris. Man, they are right now in world rank number 28. And they are doing such a great form. This is just a busy month for Team Polaris because, in this February, they have played around like 13 games, all competitive matches, with the record of 9 victory, 1 draw, and 3 losses. Oh, what a great form from Polaris. And I believe there are a lot of the Philippines fans out there in the chat. All right. Man, this one is going to be quite a hard game and really under pressure one for the Polaris side. This is actually the test of Agashi, that if he's the real deal or not. And here comes the Army Genesis lineup. And guys, that is Army Genesis, one of the hottest team in Southeast Asia in February 2023. They coming in to February playing so far 5 competitive matches, and they won it all in every tournament. So they are, I would say that they are right now on fire, and this one is going to be a very crazy bloodbath fight right from the start, definitely. And right now the draft is ready, so let's hop right in. Oh, actually we are in. Okay, cool. Right, so what we have here, oh, look at that. The first 2 bands from Team Army Genesis, it really makes sense, especially on the Native Prophet ban, because guys, you know what? Core players of Team Polaris, all of them can play such a great Native Prophet. For example, I would say Agashi played 5 games of Native Prophets in the last 3 months, and the win rate is 100%. While Mac played 4 games of Native Prophet mid in the last 3 months, and the win rate is 100%. Bach playing off-lane Native Prophet 5 games in the last 3 months, and he has 80% win rate. So that is really on point, banning the Native Prophet out in the first phase of ban. And then Army Genesis replied with the Brute Master. Okay, that's kind of cool. So yeah, Hoodwink, another interesting support. Naga Siren and Ricky. I do have a little bit of the inside of Ricky for Team Polaris. It will be played by Jing. The last 3 months, Jing played 9 games of Ricky with 88.89% win rate. That is really high. You know, his sleeping darts and all those stuff is really annoying for his opponents. And this is going to be a hard equation to solve for Team Army Genesis. Got to deal with the first 2 heroes of Team Polaris. And did you know that in this tournament, Army Genesis only dropped one game. It was against Team XERXIA. And the fun fact is, that game, AG lost to a Naga Siren. I do believe that Polaris watch a lot of that game, see how AG made mistakes, and they are looking to punish AG with the Naga Siren. As you can see from the face of Army Genesis player, they don't really happy dealing with these sirens. Meanwhile, the team Polaris also gotta think about how they're gonna deal with the Broodmother. In the monitor is Bok. I remember that I meet this guy in real life, Bok. It should be around like 9 years ago in Philippines. I flew there just to commentate to the two tournaments over there, and he was we met and we were having a good time together. Out eating some food, having a little beer. He's a cool guy. And he's really a veteran in the Southeast Asia and playing this long in a high level of competitive scene. Trient, kind of like that. The living armor and also the nature graph is going to put a lot of power in their lanes. This is to deal with the Naga Siren. Actually, you cannot stop him from farming. All you need to do is just make sure that she had a tough time in the early stage of the game, let's say in the first 10 minutes of the game. Make sure that you put enough pressure on her, and so she would be delayed other items, and you are hoping that you can wreck in the tower fast enough before she gone online. Say hi to all the guys in chat room. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh my goodness. I don't cast much of the matchups of DPC, but the matchup I cast, man, this is going to be an awesome one. Definitely. Two teams unbeaten all along. After this series, we're going to have the first loss. Still don't know which side going to be. Man, cool. So, let's talk about the stats that these two teams play against each other. Polaris versus AG for 8 times. It was Polaris who won 4 times, AG won 3 times, and another one is a draw between both sides. The latest encounter was actually a month ago in a tournament called Mansion 88 Dota 2 Invitational. It was a best of 1 match, but it's ended with the victory of Team Polaris. That was a great game though, even though it's a best of 1. Like I said, AG playing so well in this February, and 5-0 records, unbeaten in all tournaments. And look at that. It's pretty simple. All you gotta do with the Naga Siren is you want to push as fast as possible before Naga Siren just becoming online, because she's one of the strongest hard carry in 7.32D right here. So they're gonna speed that up with the Keeper the Light. I am not sure how they're going to place that Broodmother. Is it going to be a mid lane or maybe a side lane? Still possible. Army Genesis. Your way. Batrider has been banned by AG themselves. That's kind of weird because they are the one who love Batrider a lot. Your way from Army Genesis played Batrider 6 times in the past 3 months with 83.33% win rate. Still got another Ember Spirit has been banned as well. Looks like both sides still in need of a mid laner. Let's see what Max gonna be. Nature Prophet mid has been banned. Lina banned first. Leshrac gone as well. You might have to pick something out of the box for the mid laner. What we have left. Puck gone as well. We still have. You want to do some physical damage mid lane and like Tusk. Still possible, because your way. I'm sorry. Because Mac has been playing a lot of Tusk lately as well, and pretty good win rate. Yeah, it actually turned out to be a Kunkka. It's been a while. No, Kunkka is not like ordinary pick or just just a random pick anymore. Like you cannot pick him in any situation anymore. You only want to pick this hero when on some certain situations, like maybe dealing with a Broodmaster with a lot of spiderlings and all that. So in terms of the fighting power, it is not bad for Team Polaris. It kind of lack of the his visible spells. However, you still have the Sleeping Dart from the Ricky. But when you take a look at Army Genesis, well, got some lockdown from Overgrowth and Mana Leak and all those stuff. I believe this one it's wow. Or is it gonna be the Keeper the Light mid? Ooh, they're gonna be a Monkey King. Okay, that is another favorite heroes of Agashi. Of In Your Dream. Monkey King of In Your Dream. He played like 6 games in the past 3 months with, well, the win rate is just so. It's 50% win rate. That means he win 3 games and lost 3 games. Okay, so it's gonna be the battle between the Naga Siren versus Monkey King in the late game. Well, at this lineup, I kinda like Team Polaris a little bit more. Yeah. I mean, they kind of balance. Maybe I favor that Ricky as well, and the Naga Siren late game is just, man, it's just like a time bomb. You gotta shut down her real fast. All right, cool. Yeah, give me some. All right. Heroes are ready. Are you guys ready for the first game of the Best of 3 series? Like I said during this, before that, the winner of this series is going to be guaranteed at the first spot in the Division 1 next tournament. So very, very crucial one. And the first game of the Best of 3, of course, is going to set the momentum. Whoever loses the first game of the Best of 3, man, it is so hard to come back and win 2 games straight. So, yeah, the better play that best right from the start, especially on the laning phase. I would say the win probability for me is 1 to 49 because these 2 teams are so close to each other, and also the heroes are not bad both sides. So let's take a look at it. Woo-hoo. Yeah, so excited, man. Yeah, been a while. I cast one last week, and I feel so honored to get to cast this one. And the last match of Friday before I see you guys again on Sunday. It's going to be the last match as well. Okay, guys. I predict this one is going to be a very passive game, at least for the first 15 minutes of the game. Going to be like a very safe farming, make sure that all the boards get some good losses and stuff. I will have to see.
Coincidence? I think not. Coincidence? I think not.
You're a trusty mate.
Alright. All right. Man, I'm so hyped about, really. I have a feeling that this one is going to be like fighting right from the start. I might be wrong to say the game is going to be passive one.
Coincidence? 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 I think not. Coincidence? Coincidence? I think not.
A little bit of pause. So, guys, review yourself. Is you are supporting Team Polaris, Type 1. You are supporting Team Army GSS, Type 2. As I mentioned earlier, that this series is very, very important, man. I mean, you win this one, you go straight to Division 1. You lose this one, you're going to become like 5-2, and then got a high chance that you might have to go to a tie-break match, which is, man, nobody want to go into that kind of under pressure match, really. Yeah, just a little bit. Having a little bit of the tech issues. Let me do some quick intro for you guys first, since we still have some time. Okay. For Polaris, Mac on Kunka, Bok, Dead Prophet, CML on Lich, Jing on Ricky, Agashi on Nara Siren. On the dire side, we have Team Army Genesis, Varese on the Trend Protector, Your Way on the Keep of the Light, DB on the Broodmother, Jokam on Hoodwink, and In Your Dream on Monkey King. All right, okay. It's gonna be cool.
Coincidence? I think not.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't mean it literally. You set sail
Okay.
for fail.
30 seconds to battle.
Coincidence? Coincidence?
Another pause. It's fine. You know, maybe some communication applications, you know, having bit of dollar sound. Not sure what's going on right now, yeah?
What's up? Santai
Alright.
aja, bestie.
A sour note.
Okay. Game start, ladies and gentlemen, Polaris. So I think they just spread out. Let's take a look at the how they're gonna place their auto award right from the start. Siren gonna be lane against DP, the
battle begins.
off laner, Broodmother. And there goes like the it's Barry 2 for 2. Back to the game, boys. Niche doing a good job harassing on Jokam. He's about to go down on the Hoodwink. Middle lane is going to be the battle between the Kunka versus Keeper the Light. I think this lane is going to be fine for the Keeper the Light until that Kunka get his level 5 or get his ultimate, the Ghost Ship up. By that time, I think the support is just roaming into the middle lane.
Step lively. Your admiral is on board. Denied.
Alright, cool. On top lane is gonna be Ricky, Monkey King, Trient, and the Bok on the DP. He just loves to play this hero on the off lane so much. DP by Bok. He played it like 6 games at 66.67% win rate.
Coincidence? I think not.
AJ. Game is going to be quite passive. So, talking about the play style of the two teams, I think they are playing it pretty common. It's just that, in my opinion, I think Army Genesis have a little bit more variety strat to play in. They could just turn themselves into like the Terminator, search and destroy, or just play it cool or play it fast. In this case, it's going to be played super fast against the Naga Siren. They know that they're playing against the time bomb. Polaris has slightly advantage in terms of the records with the team Army Genesis. Won 4 times against Army Genesis, while AG only won 3 times. This lane gonna be quite fine for the Naga Siren. I still don't know how team Army Genesis is going to power up the pressures against the Naga Siren. All right. Oh, okay. This is gonna be the first time that you go straight on the Broadmaster. You can't die right here against the Naga Siren. Setting up the spiders. And this lane is not doing good at all for Team Army Genesis. And if they let that continue for maybe 5 minutes more, I think maybe it's time for evacuate for the spiders. I mean, normally when we see a Broodmaster game, we always see people just move out the house. When you see a big spiders, you can't do with it, You can't just sleep at night, lying on your bed and just hoping that one day that spider is not gonna land on your face. In this case, Naga Siren have a very strong lanes and the helper, just like Lich. I mean, the Frost Blast, it's like Jokan gonna have a heavy duty harassing that Naga Siren for his teammates. I would say that lately, Army Genesis depends a lot on Jokan game. If he's on, yes, they are one of the top of the world, but whenever he's off, that day gonna be quite hard for Team Army Genesis. Here we go, let's take a look at the fight on top first. Oh, in your dream. Jumping away. It's not going to be that easy to take that Ricky down. That's the reason why he's the most annoying heroes in the 7.32D. Put aside all those sleeping dots. Here we go. X-Mana spot into the torrent. The first time. That's what I'm talking about. X-Mana, the torrent won't be enough to take that keeper to light down unless you have some assist from the support from side lanes. But I mean, if you're moving supports out of the side lanes, this is what's gonna happen. Going straight on that ball, thing, smack it down by the In Your Dream. That is not intent to kill. That's pretty obvious. It's just sending the message, hey, this is my lane. That's kind of cool. Here we go. A good play by CNL coming in and check that your way is trying to do the illuminate on all those stacks. Oh no, that's look good. And that goes the first blood.
I'm just getting started.
Okay. That was a great move from Jokan, moving into the triangle and help the mid lane and get some kills. Go away. Coming into that trap. 3. Hit by the gold chip, but he's surprisingly tanky though. With all those leaving armor, you can't take that trend down quite easy. He has like 960 HP in total.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But he kind of moving slow, 285. 2 kills ahead for Team Army Genesis. Looks like they are doing pretty good. But the thing is, you gotta keep in mind you're dealing with the Naga Siren. You can't, be overjoyed about your tiny success in the early game. Your way. Nice combination between the Treant and the Keeper of the Light. Treant is just going to keep repairing the middle tier 1 tower, which is the most important one. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, what's gonna be? Even DP managed to take more levels of this lane, but he was unable to stop Naga Siren from farming. If you take a look at the network, this is not supposed to be. Naga Siren has more network than the Broodmother. So this is quite interesting how they're going to deal with the Naga Siren. I would say, I think we can say that he's free farming right now. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to put a lot of the pressures on the bottom 1 tower and make sure the Naga Siren is going to farm deep inside the bottom tier 2. There we go, and another kill happening in the dire NC. Mac diving in quite deep, get rid of that your way. I bet he used all his spells. He ran out of mana. X-Mark, Torrent, and a full ship. Back to the top lane, what's it gonna be? Here we go, the Monkey King trying to do the down today for the first. Running out the circle. Not like me, I'm always running in the circle. Okay, that's cool. Monkey King, surprisingly, he's still there. Well, at least he can buy some time for other lanes for his teammates, but he's down anyway, and a lot of players of Team Polaris is here, ready to take the top tier 1 tower down. Turn on the exhaust system. Diving into, Treant is stay behind the tower. What's it gonna be? Max slashing the tower as usual. Treant leaving armor and slow down the tower wrecking for a while, but I think it will go down eventually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Exhaust system. I think Polaris just have to work around these cooldowns of Bok. Once he has it, 1 tower need to be done. Alright, cool. 2 for 2. The network is still pretty close to each other. Well, this is not a situation that the Army Genius would love it to be, because Naga Siren playing quite comfy, I would say. Even though he lost one tier 1 tower, but he's fine. Look at him. On the way to the Yasha, and on the way to the Mental Style, and then get maybe a little bit of Divisal Blight. And he's fine. Jokam.
Radiant's middle tower is
Nice gank that one by Jokam. The Acorn shot. And the Bushwhack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The map awareness of all the core heroes, I would say that the Polaris doing slightly better, especially for the supporters of Team Polaris. We have seen a lot of attempt to kill from Army Genesis, but it was prevented by the supports of Team Polaris. And also, we need to take a look at the defensive observations. One thing that kind of annoying for Team Army Genesis is that information being gathered by that Riki all the time. And once he touches level 6, it's going to be even harder to spot him under cover. Only 5 kills up in around 11 minutes. It's a farming game from both sides. Okay, this is interesting. Violet Strike and farming all the stacks. Kind of surprised that there is no, resistance from Team Polaris to stop that stack farming. Akachi. One of the most interesting player in the scene right now in Southeast Asia. People saying that, hey, this guy is the upcoming Some even say he's the new 23. Okay, that's interesting. But look at this one first. Trent inside the tree line. Finally, they found that Trent. A little bit too big for himself, running away. I don't think he's going to use Overgrowth just to save his life. And he angles Overgrowth along with the Wukong command, Aircon shot, everything. Turning around. They lost one, but they got two. Woohoo! Army Genesis doing quite well. Meanwhile, back into the Radiant NC. Looks like becoming a spider house right now. A lot of webs. And Akashi going to have a rough time staying around here, especially for the supports. I think the prime target is Lich. I mean, it's the first feeling ever when you play Lich and then you ran into a lot of spiderlings in the in the woods. You might see it. Oh, just one spiderlings, man. But then you got bit, bited, and then it just spread down like 100 spiderlings. I was like, man, that. I hate the hero, to be honest. Especially when it's played by DB. Look at him. Look at how he micro. It's just like he's playing StarCraft right now. Now you are going to lose the whole bottom lane to this Broodmaster. But I think Naga Siren also can just, you know, farm race against him. Oh, but I don't think so, because look at that. Look at the net worth of the Naga Siren, only 6.1k net worth. I think they would have to say do something about the bottom lane for the Polaris. Maybe just for once, you know, trying to catch that spider, force him to go back and return all those NC creeps to the Naga Siren. Because if they let it go like this, that Naga Siren is going to be underfarmed. Look, all the creeps being killed by the spiderlings. How are you gonna farm? Unless you gotta move that Naga Sirens up to top and a triangle. Three to 5 game score. Oh my goodness. Sleeping Darts. I love to play darts, by the way. That's a damn. That's a big dart. That's a big green dart coming out from Jokum. It's a sharpshooter. Oh my dear lord. All right, let's take a look at the fight on top. It's gonna be a Date Pro that turn on his exorcism, but unfortunately, I think he's gonna go down very fast. Fuck. Oh, that's not a good fight at all for Team Polaris. It looks like, hey, surprisingly. But the core heroes of Team Polaris is still leading in terms of net worth. Naga Siren on the second place, and that Kunga on the first place. Interesting.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Loaded to the gills.
Here we go with the smoke. This is gonna be a first big team fight. Polaris. Kunga leading the charge. Getting into the triangle. Aiming for the bomb tower where Hoodwink.
Regeneration.
And just teleported away. I'm feeling like both sides wasting a lot of time, you know, trying to gang each other. But if you take a look at the heroes lineup on both sides, it's quite hard to gang up. Finally, they fired that spider. Well, this is long-awaited kill. They managed to take that spider down, so they freed that bottom lane once again. Oh, sharpshooter about to take that Kunka down, and he's gonna be fine. Walking down, getting support by his teammates. One that's Broodmaster down, and this Naga Siren need to clear all the NC creeps. Let's farm as fast as possible. Akashi. On the way to Orchid of Benevolence. Oh, DP Park. Ah, my goodness. That's once again that he died. No, a bit too fast. And this is gonna give the opportunity to Team Army Genesis to take the mid tier 1 tower. Going up to the triangle, trying to get that Riki. Riki is jumping here and there to his teammates, but they are being chased at the end of the horizon. Sending in the ghost ship Torrent as well. It's still a micro skirmish from the Army Genesis, and then they fall back and try to take the objective first. They have to take down this mid tier 1 tower, and their life going to be a lot easier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Army Genesis. 1k I hate. I kind of worry about the late game though. I mean, it's almost 20 minutes in, but they still cannot grab like the drastic advantage. Here we go, they're gonna go from the side lane first. ENG, DB, start attacking on the Kunkka first. Here we go with the Torrent, sending in illumination as well. Every single spells, and here go the overgrowth on top. They're gonna release the Wukong command. Bog is prime target. He was hit by the illuminate, and he goes down. Back to the mid tier 1 tower. They're gonna take this one down. Maybe continue to the mid tier 2. What they're gonna do? Let's roll. All right, and that goes the first 10 kill belong to Team Army Genesis. They gotta keep that one coming.
Excellent.
I mean, they know what they are doing. They are playing against Time Bomb. I always say, you know, playing against Naga Siren in late game is not fun at all. If you guys remember, that's a guy named Miracle who playing such a great Naga Siren. Actually, he's at one time he's the best Naga Siren in the world for Miracle. He was so well known about it. Naga by Miracle need to be banned every game. It was unstoppable. When we think about it carefully, Naga Siren is actually the hero of Southeast Asia for a while. We always see the heroes in like in the finals, in the grand final match of the big tournaments, along with Spectre. There are a few heroes that we call like a finals hero. So these kind of heroes will be picked in the grand final and all those such. I think Naga Siren and Spectre is one of them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here we go. Your way. Sending in a lot of horses. Looks like they're doing such a great job in terms of the creep wave control. I mean, if Polaris cannot deal with this problem, you know, that the creeps always being pushed to their side, their farming space will be the farming space will be less and less. That's gonna make them underfarm. It looks like Naga Siren, look at that. Leaning in terms of network. Second place is the Monkey King. Big team smoke from the Army Genesis trying to find someone in their own NC. I think they're gonna see this Riki start shooting. Overgrowth. Definitely, he's gonna go down. It's just some micro kills. You can't just keep, you know, eating appetizer and feeling full for the whole course, right? You gotta eat the main course, or you know, you gotta eat the whole course. I am talking about you gotta try to find yourself into some objective here. This game is getting harder and harder for Army Genesis, even though they are leading in terms of killing score and also the network. But I don't quite like it when they want to play late game against Naga Siren. They have to rush more, mouth rush more. All right, what's they gonna do? Seems like they are hanging around in a very aggressive positioning for Team Army Genesis. They are ready for any fight. I mean, one thing that they could do, maybe they can try to push a creep wave deep in and maybe try some Roshan?
Guess it's my shot.
I can feel the pressure from both sides. Especially from Army Genesis, even though the game seems good to them. Jing playing his role very good. I mean, gathering all the intel for his teammates. Look at him, trick of the trade, up to the high ground, and trying to harassing and buy some time for his hard carry, you know, draw some attention to himself. That's a bait. I think Army Genesis should not pay too much attention on that Ricky that harassing inside the Diamond Sea. Instead, they have to just pay attention to all these tier 2 towers and the heroes that are coming out 2D. On the BKB, looks like that Kunka is gonna turn himself in. He's just gonna standing man fight toe to toe, ladies and gentlemen, sending in some good chip as well. Jumping in here and there. Balance strike from long range. They just want to take the support down, and there goes EML. Don't want to chase it all. Oh my dear lord, that fuck is ran out of the spirit siphon. He's staying alive with the oxygen wire, and then he down eventually unstoppable for your way.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they got 2 kills on the tower.
Tower has fallen.
They gotta keep this kind of thing coming for Team Army Geniuses. 6K ahead. Polaris is still confident with their late game carry. Take a look on this one. They know the Team Army Genesis spent a lot of the ultimate. They still have the sharp shooting though. But Naga Siren is gonna be the first one arriving at the scene, sending in a lot of illusions, and they get rid of that Varese.
Straight to the bottom with you.
5-13 game score, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind that this Naga Siren can come back anytime if you make a mistake in front of him. Just one big mistake, then they are back in the game for Team Polaris. Akashi on the way to the heart of Tarask for the Naga Siren. Woohoo! Man, Naga Siren with the heart. Actually, Heart Tarask is one of my most favorite items. I love to buy it when I'm spectating all those stuff, especially when I play the heroes of Phantom Lancer. It's just, you know, it's just so sick to have it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
5-13 game score. Game looking good for Team Army Genesis, but I'm not sure how long.
Coincidence?
5K ahead. Army Genesis, it's time to grouping up and do some objective. A lot of spiderlings and his teammates stays behind. Old man smoke right behind the spiders. Into the triangle. Looks like Polaris knows about it. Great positioning by the Radiant side. All smokes. Alright, cool, man. That's gonna be fine. It's that's not good. Here we go, DB. Now he found his target is going to be that Kunka setting up a smoke by that Riki. Oh, Kunka turned the BKB and trying to just get away from that smoke scheme. Here we go. Spiders right in the front line of chasing all the backliners of Team Polaris and the rest of Team DB is moving in. Wukong command produce a lot of the damage, and the most tanker hero is about to go down. It's Matt. Can he teleport? He died right at the spot. And now the rest is going to search and destroy. Oh my goodness, DB. Now they are not going to go down to the lower ground yet. AG knows that they are having this advantage in the big team fight. Maybe they just want to retreat and go back to the Roshan pit. Get the first exit of the game. That's what I'm talking about. They got 2 kills, they got what they need, and this is going to be Aegis for an extra price. Into the Roshan pit. Without that Kunkka and also a Lich, I think this one's gonna be impossible to protect. And let's go. I got the Aegis of Immortal. 5-15 game score.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ooh.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see how they're gonna deal with that one. Here we go, they're holding on the Aegis at the Monkey King. Go straight to the back line. Nice acorn shot to bounce it back. You can't lose that Kunkka right in front of your own base. Against the enemy that's holding an Aegis, that could be the end of the first game of this best of 3. In such a crucial best of 3 match to guarantee the first spot in the Division 1.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Akachi on the Naga Siren already had a hard task. Monkey King, ooh, what a damage from him. Next one gonna be a Daedalus. Doesn't matter how many hearts you have, I have more crit damage. Next one gonna be that Brute Master. Now being found now 5 versus 1. He turned the BKB. Surprisingly, he is quite tanky, waiting for his teammate. Now finally, oh, the white horse never come. That spider just have to just run away. He'll be fine, he'll be fine. They're just trying to find the right spot to fight. They're not gonna back out on this fight yet. They are inviting the Polaris into the triangle, I believe. Here we go. This one is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who get approached for. I think DB gonna be the first one who goes in. I'm not sure about his BKB cooldown. Probably he doesn't have it. But DB gonna go in anyway. Spiderlings. Spiders. Then it illuminates as well. Naga Siren still trying split pushing with almost 3k gold in his pocket. Gotta save for the buyback as well at this stage of the game. AG 7k hate. What a hard game for them. I think this Aegis is going to reclaim soon. Ooh. Even though they kind of win the big team fight just now, they managed to get the first Aegis. They get some towers, but they still cannot go up to the high ground or just, you know, fight on 5v5 against Team Polaris. But hey, look at this one, right? Xmatter spot him himself, clearing a creep wave and exit back. Naga Siren on the way to a Hex.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What a tough game it is for both sides. 5-man smoke once again. Polaris Jing is not with his group. So if the fight breaks out, probably it's going to be 4v5. But there's so many times the Army Genesis trying to use the smoke and trying to catch somebody, but Polaris is always cut away. Xmatter spot into that spider, now jumping in with the power strike. They started the fight, sending in illuminates as well. Oh! No, and there goes CML. That's not looking good. CML still gonna buy back it, but anyway, it's only 30 seconds away. He'll be able to defend the high ground definitely, unless they lose another core heroes right in front of the base. That would be hard for them. I really want to see how the buyback status is.
Under attack.
All right. What a passive game we have here. Oh, Marines being found. X-Matter spot Torrent into the ghost ship. Definitely gonna be the day to the supports. Okay, now he goes. They actually breaks into a big team fight here. Throwing in some illuminates. GP harassing on the back line. CML is the target. CML just needs to just run away from the scene, but he being chased by the Monkey King. Just one smack. CML down. With no buyback, 40 seconds in. Turn on the BKB and Spider drain his HP back. It's a double kill for the Monkey. Oh my dear lord. Next one is going to be that Jing. He's still on the cover. But it doesn't matter because they all aim for that Puma. Have another BKB. A few HP. Okay. Lock it all down. Naga Siren finally arriving at the scene. And the first time is your behind this game. 7 kill streak ended. This is the power of the Naga Siren. Now race down the river. Oh, 8-18 game score. Now we get to see a glimpse of the power of Naga Siren in the late game.
Bounty.
Okay, it looks like this is going to be a super long game, man. I mean, I don't know. I would say 50 minutes, maybe even more. I don't know, man. Really. I mean, it's a fight of the super late game, but you can't. Oh, okay. Another mistake made by that Jing. A lot of sentries all over the base of Team Polaris. This is gonna be a really good case study with a full-grown Naga Siren versus Monkey King, all slotted. What a great Friday!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Back. I really like about Team Army Genesis is their flexibility in playing a lot of play style. Meanwhile, Polaris tend to just love to play a passive early game and just wrap the game up in the middle game and all those stuff. But in this game, Army Genesis has shown that they can play fast game too. But well, we are not at the conclusions of the game yet. They can play fast, but we're gonna need a progress from them. I think the next big objective is the second Aegis. Let's take a look at the team's preparation for the second Aegis. Observe wards from the Radiant side, ready to go in. Meanwhile, Army Genesis, I think they have to have a big smoke gang again and catch someone. Hope that they can catch someone. Guys, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be big. Whole team smoke from Team Polaris down to the river. If they can catch anyone with the X-Matter spot and the torrent further, that would be cool. This is gonna start a big team fight here. 4-man still on smoke. It hasn't popped up. Spamming all the spells, managing the creep wave first. Okay, Ballet strike. Target is out of the river. Hex on somebody. Oh my dear lord. Naga Siren already has a hex. Song of the Siren setting up the tempo of the fight. The rest of Team Polaris decided to just move out. But they lost Song of the Sirens already, so this is gonna be a big factor for Team Army Genesis to make decisions whether they wanna go in and contest for the Roshan or Jing. Naga Siren with a Hex. Oh, Blackthorn. And also a Hard Harass. Oh, sharpshooting. Oh, didn't see that clearly. But they almost lose the Kunkka. Kunkka lost the BKB though. So this one is going to be Army Genius's opportunity to get into the Roshan pit. They know the Kunkka doesn't have a BKB and also have to walk back to the scene. So I think this is going to be cool. Naga Siren got to deal with a lot of spiderlings. You see Naga Siren Hex on the spider. Water him back with the torrent coming. Naga Siren. Okay, dropping some spear. Draw that Naga Siren back. He doesn't have the Song of the Siren as well. Naga Siren about to go down, and it's Agachi down by the Monkey King. No buyback as well. 60-second golden opportunity for Team Army Genesis to get the second Aegis of the game and try to go up on the high ground. No Aegis, so they may try to go for the high ground first, or maybe grab another kill. All right. Oh man, the timing is just unfortunately for Team Army Genesis. Okay now, but however, I still think they're gonna get the Aegis in time before Naga Siren respawn.
I'll scan.
Monkey King for the Monkey King. Okay, Bell Fury, that's a hell of damage. Daedalus as well. A support, only one hit from the Monkey King could easily kill the support. Holding on to the Aegis for Team Army Geniuses. Sleeping Dart. I really hate that Sleeping Dart. Gotta keep it for the Monkey King, I think.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
X-Mana spot. Tourist Mac Messi. Talking about the hero synergies, I kind of prefer the Army Genesis a little bit more when it comes to hero synergies, especially the way that they use the Overgrowth along with the Wukong command. It's just perfect. And also we have the Will-O-Wisp from Keeper the Light as well. So that's gonna combo great. X-Man is botting in himself torrent. He used a Will-O-Wisp before he goes out, but his teammate teleport just in time with the Balance Strike in order to save the Keeper the Light. Sending in Illuminate. Naga Siren have to use the Song of the Siren to break the fight off. But still got somebody left behind. His CML. The network between two sides are getting bigger and bigger. But the question is, can Army Genesis leverage from this time Aegis and turn it to become the first set of racks? I think they can. They are right here. No, not yet. This is going to be the first high ground. And jumping in, Torrent and hit on that Monkey King. Half HP already. He stays in the front line, taking all the damage. He was silent. All the smokes and all the sleeping darts. All the darts in the world. Here we go. Start attacking on the mid-tier 3 tower. Half HP already. Setting up the smoke. Make them all miss. Oh, a silence. Torrent, everything in order to stop the damage. Still the Monkey King. He just take down the target. There goes the first life of Aegis. And DB just get rid of that thing. with the help of Illuminator. Balance Strike comes out, the Torrent, everything they aiming for that Monkey King. He was being bounced inside the Radiance base. Is that where he's gonna lay? He tried to drain the HP back. That's where he dies. This is not looking good. This might be the turning point in this game. Turn the BKB, the rest of Team Army Genesis trying to go back to the base safely. But Polaris is on the run. They are on the hunt. Sleeping Dart. They're gonna get one more kill. A net, a dart, and everything. The Mayonnaise not only defend themselves, but they still get some kills. This is not good at all for Team Army Genesis. They lost the Aegis. They were unable to take down or dealing damage to good power. They lost 2, and they're about to lose another tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, setting up the smokes. Slashing all the towers, trying to heal the tower. The Carpenter doing his job. But the damage is just too much. Naga Siren. Oh, and the Kunga with the... Oh my goodness. That's all crash. X-Matter spot on himself. Kapow! Ooh, look at that. 900 critical damage. It's just enough to kill the whole creep set. Okay.
Get lively now. Your admiral is on.
Oh, okay. Let me adjust some the audio volume, guys. Okay. X-Matter spot on him. He still have the BKB available to just pop it up whenever he being aimed by all the spells. The rest of Team AG trying to just chase the back line. Next one is going to be Kunka. Kunka was slide away. In front line is Akati, the Naga Siren. Look at the damage out from all the illusion of the Naga Siren. But he can be killed by all the Wukong. Wow, that is the top flip. Ooh, hit right in the spot. Agashi stays in the front line, being everything for his teammate, and apparently sing her song just to get away safely. Oh no! Naga Siren! Oh, the Acorn shot! Oh my goodness! Wow, a tip! Oh man, that is a turning point in this game. That could potentially be a fatal shot. That's crazy! Oh my dear, oh my god, what a timing! But the Acorn shot a small help. No buyback. Polaris gonna do what it takes in order to defend these first set of racks. They can't afford to lose any racks in such a disadvantageous situation like this. No Naga Siren for at least 40 seconds. It's time to score up on the high ground. DB getting ready for it. Use the Venomist in order to zone everyone out.
On board.
Oh man, this game is not done yet. I know it when I see the team names that is gonna be Polaris versus AG. I know it that this game is going to be like this. It's gonna be not like fast ending sweeping games. No way. It is Friday night in Bangkok. Man, what a lucky man I am. Naga Siren is up again. Half HP for the mid-tier 3 tower. 13k ahead. Now sending out the smokes.
Back so soon.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they're gonna do some risky move here. They're gonna go around from the right-hand side. And maybe strike Team Army Genesis from behind. Oh, looks like they knows. Army Genesis getting ready for the big fight. Staying on the high ground, a triangle. They will be able to spot the incoming first.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
12k ahead. Let's take a look at the net worth. Who's leading the pack right now? Okay, and it's gonna be Kunka. Kunka, yeah. High damage. Second place is the Monkey King, and then Follow up. Kunka, the highest net worth hero. He's a smarter spot than himself. Everything is on Army Genesis side, but the graph is bouncing back up to Team Polaris.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here is a third Roshan. This is going to be the main objective for both sides. I am not sure why Army Genesis is not so aware of this.
Dire's bottom tower
I'm sorry, I mean for Polaris.
are scanned.
Army Genesis is already at the Roshan pit. This is going to be quite convincingly ages for them. That's not good. That's too easy for AG.
Radiant
What a play by them. You know, perfect timing. They get the ages and a cheese. But even though they have the ages, the question is still remain the same. That who is going to be the first one who throw themselves inside of that base? Because inside the base, the damage is ridiculous. You got the damage from that Kunga, the Dead Prophet Exorcism, and also the Naga Siren, Riptide, and all the slashes. Getting ready for it.
What was I doing?
Oh. Uh-oh. All right. For the Radiant side, they can't just wait. They have to, you know, try to push the creep wave out too. But Army Genius says it's already here. Ballet Strike, Sleeping Dart on the Monkey King. He's the one holding an Aegis. Keep that in mind, Polaris. The defensive line coming back into the Willow Wisp in order to zone everything out your way. No more Willow Wisp, but the new creep wave is coming in. Oof. Man, what a hard game it is. 50 minutes in already. Still no sign of game ending. Into the side forest they go.
Radiant are scanning.
I see the spiders, but there's nothing much they could do about it for Team Polaris. They just want to come out here, kill the creeps, and go back to the base safe. If the fight breaks out, especially outside the base, that's going to be a hell big advantage for Team Polaris. Hard game. Really hard game for both sides. Especially for the audience. I mean, even though you can see 16k, 17k ahead, it means nothing. I mean, if you lose this high ground fight, then everything's come back, well, even on the other side. What a hard game it is.
Invisibility.
Damn. I think this game is going to be determined by the small mistakes by some side, I think. But right now, look at this one first. They're jumping down, they're setting up the Wukong command. That Wukong command will be prevented by the glyph. And zoning out Wukong command, all they want to do is just trying to, damaging the tower. Nice save by his teammate to force stop him out whenever he was locked. Oh, okay, throwing some flashbang, that's sounding good. Oh, solve the siren in order to save the Kunkka. Man, that's not a good sign that they already use the important spells from now on. It's AG to march in another bit of this in order to sort everything out. A Hex on that DP. Shooting a lot of things on that DP, half HP already. But guys, take a close look at the Monkey King. Monkey King, MK, turn the BKB, smack on 2. That's another Wukong command. Let's go. The Spider half HP. Bounce it all back, throwing some flashbang to bounce and Kunkka back finally down for 100 seconds. This is time where he needs to use his buyback or they're going to lose at least 2 set of racks right here. Sleeping dart on the Spider. Staying in the front line. Ricky almost. Ricky Martin. He almost goes down, but luckily he still got some fire footwork. And that he turned that into a kill though. Sending another goal shift in. Oh no, that's not good. Team AG for winning. They're about to lose him, but the fight is too soon to say. That who is gonna come out of this one alive? Monkey King about to go down there. He died finally inside the Radiant base. Next one is gonna be that Spiders stuck in a torrent. Now all of them just swapped it back. Guys, let's go for round 2. What a long fight it is. Definitely more than 3 minutes of non-stop fighting with a lot of buybacks too. And it just knocked it off, surprisingly. And then why you buy back for? Oh my goodness, that's a mistake.
Nothing will stand in my way.
That is definitely communication breakdowns. I mean, I can't see any reason why 2 buyback from the AG side, and they just don't want to, commit more fight. Now, turn out the game, you gotta fight at this late of the game with the buyback, without a buyback from Monkey King. So Polaris is going to grab its golden opportunity, doing the old man smoke into the dire NC. This is crazy, man.
Got twitchy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
38 kills in total in 53 minutes. They have to play very, very careful from now on for AG for at least 6 minutes because they don't have a buyback on the Monkey King, the most important hero. I would say it was the communication breakdowns from the AG side. Now Naga Siren, who has a buyback, is ready to just teleport down with the boots of travel.
Dire's top tower.
Oh yo. Now they are switching the cheese. It was the Brute Master back then who holding the cheese, and now they let that Monkey King holding the cheese. And they're gonna do what a risky move they are. They're gonna move out the base and trying to strike on Team Polaris off guard without a buyback of their hard carry. They see it, they hex it, and Smiley strike. First one off, the Racers have to retreat. Team Polaris turn the BKB, now they're aiming for the Monkey King. But are you sure you want to fight on? Are you sure? They get into the Roshan pit. Okay, solve the siren. It's time to go back home. Knock it off, ladies and gentlemen. But DP gonna get caught. Bok Carino in the deep trouble. He's gonna die at the river, and there he goes. He doesn't have a buyback for 70 seconds. Let's see if AG can use this to push and get inside the base. $16K ahead. I will say the Sleeping Dart also playing a big part in so many big team fights. And right now, Naga Siren is going to put a lot of pressures on the top lanes, sending in illusions. What a hard game. I mean, when you thought you already got this game, and then you realize that okay, the creep wave is pushing. We have to go back, deal with the creep wave, wait a couple more, and then it's start over again. But in the late game now, I starting to convince that Army Genesis could have enough damage to deal with that Naga Siren. It just come down to the initiation. Win rate. Oh. Thank you. That's a great stat from SAP. Whole team smoke. They know that they got to buy back on the key heroes. Naga Siren still has it. In case Naga Siren die, we can buy back and rejoin the fight with the Birds of Travel. Oh, they're so close to each other, man. This one might be the big turning point. Woo! Man, got me goosebumps on this one, be honest. Come on, bro. Swing first. Come on, swing first. Which side ever? Man, this is such a hard situation to be in. They're gonna try to bait each other to just, come down to the river first and then jump on. Whoever get gone on first, I don't think that's a good idea. A lot of Riptide, a lot of illusions of the Nagasan. Oof. They're not going to... Ooh, okay. Just going in straight like that. The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. But look at that. Polaris is looking to strike in the most risky way. They're just going to walk up the stairs on the side way. And Army Genesis didn't even know. They're setting up the small fire. Oh, Will-O-Wisp hits on too. Okay, Polaris. Man, so many spells has been spammed. Still holding on the ultimates of the Overgrowth and also the Wukong Command. That's going to be the most important spells of the dire side. Catching on the Naga Siren. I think they found the real one, but the Naga Siren replied with a hex and trying to get that keep it alive first on the BKB. Will-O-Wisp is coming out, throwing a little bit of flashbang. Trying to find some safe place to stand and shoot the Illuminate for the free. Naga Song with the Siren is out, setting up some position. Box stays in the middle with a lot of course. Man, Emily Rose is right here. Akashi, take that your way down. He fought back right away. He needs to be back on the scene. Here we go with the Overgrowth, but where is the Wukong Command being used already? It's man fight time, guys. Anyone who has the BKB, you need to turn the BKB, but look at the man fight and triple kill for Akashi. Oh my goodness, no buyback for the Monkey King. Now finally we are reaching this point where the power of the Naga Siren is at its peak of the Mount Everest. You can't stop him. Oh no. My goodness. Level 28 max. And no buyback from all the Army Genesis side. What a hard scene to see for all Army Genesis supporters. They got this game all along. In the first 50-60 minutes of the game, this is actually their first actual mistake. Oh my god. What a game, bro.
Immortality!
Naga Siren with an Aegis and also a cheese on the Riki.
Bounty.
Radiant's
My
bottom
god.
tower is under attack.
That's the reason why this Naga Siren is always in the history of Dota. No matter what patch it is, she's always there in a competitive scene. Like I mentioned in the early game, that there are the heroes that we call it the final heroes. It's like the heroes that love to pick in the grand final match and all those stuff. And in such a crucial match, where the winner of the series is gonna get a spot into the Division 1, they are about to win with the Naga Siren. I think I would be too soon to say about winning, but right now, they are about to take down the Barracks. The Barracks Obama under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not looking good for the army. They decide they're gonna do some.
Dire's middle tower.
That for the first set of racks, and they're gonna go for more. 2 set of racks, maybe 3 or 4.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Running out. Ooh, they still got a clip though. They're staying in the little bit. Naga Siren still holding on to the edges. Keep that in mind. Are you sure that you really want to just go by outside the base? Army Genesis still want to hang on to this game, while Polaris just don't want to make any risks. Guys, are you ready?
Radiant are scanning.
This one, whole team smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It is still on the Naga Siren. 62 minutes in the first game of the best of 3 series between these 2 rival teams in Southeast Asia. Army Genesis from Indonesia versus Polaris from Philippines. Still don't know who's gonna come out of this game alive, but Polaris already got the first set of racks on top. If you take a look at the graph, you can see there is a lot of swing from the Army Genesis side down to the team Polaris. There goes in. Tower about to go down. They're still trying to get ready for the, I think this is probably going to be the final fight. Setting up the smoke right in front of barracks.
Dire are scanning.
Finally, the creep wave is here. It's the time, ladies and gentlemen, walking up to the high ground. Finish the unfinished business for Team Polaris. The rest of Team Army Genesis is trying to hold on as long as possible and still got a glimpse of hope. Spreading it out a little bit. Naga Siren uses Storm the Siren in order to kill the Polaris, setting up the kills. Polaris inside the tree line. Kind of stuck there. He was like sliding himself in. Jokam, however, getting caught in the middle. Oh no, if they lose 2 supports like that with no buyback, this is going to be like 3v5 defending mid.
Excellent.
It's time to go up to the high ground. The question is, how are they gonna, they keep growing. Oh, not looking good. Below is in. Barracks. Man, what a hard game. It's 65 minutes in the first game of the series. Come on, bro. Oh my dear lord. Here we go at the bomb lane. X mark the spot just to attack on the power.
Bounty.
The Mac. Here we go. Naga Siren. Naga Siren. The army of the Naga Siren. Army Genesis. Oh my god. They didn't even have to just go up to the high ground themselves. Just send in the illusions. Oh, unstoppable DB. Akashi got him. Still had a buyback though, 90 seconds in. And there goes the barracks. It's time to just go for more. Naga Siren turn a BKB by the Monkey King and jumping in. They have to use the Wukong command in order to sort all the invaders out. But that Wukong command being countered by the Song of the Sirens. Everyone is slaving. And that goal another setback. Polaris coming back from behind. But can they finish the game in one go? Smoke screen. Now finally jumping in for the Monkey King. Turn the BKB and Wukong command. You have to fight right here or never. Going in for the DB. BKB for the Spider. But where? Oh, looks like Naga Siren being forced into the dire base. And now he's trying to so hard just get away from that. Naga Siren gonna go down. He has the buyback. It's down to him whether you want to use it or not, or just prolong the game a little bit more. Come back when ready and just do one fatal push.
Clear sailing now.
Dire are scanning.
This'll come in handy.
Oh, man, playing against Naga in late game. I can't, remember how many times.
Death's bounty.
How many times I lost a game with the Naga Siren late game? Oh man, that's crazy. 17 minutes in the first game of the series.
Radiant are scanning.
I think probably this one gonna be like 75 minutes in. Oh, this is actually the longest game I cast this year and also the last year. I think I think the average game time should be around like 40 to 45 minutes in. But yeah, I feel so good to get to cast this kind of intense game and a meaningful one. The most meaningful between the two teams. Now let's take a look at this one first. Oh my dear. And I paused. It's like a lag.
Coincidence? I think not.
All right. While they are disconnected, let's take a look at the items and level updates. Look at that. Ooh. Naga Siren. Surprisingly, he doesn't. I mean, Naga Siren is the kind of hero that doesn't have like a really, really like super fancy items just to be strong. And look at him, he's still level 26. I mean, comparing to the Monkey King level 28, it's like 2 level difference. And also, you look at the Monkey King's item. In late game, you can't fight Akashi. I mean, toe-to-toe fighting. So it is something that you maybe, I don't know, man. If I'm AG going to the second game, I would definitely ban the first Naga Siren and then Nature Prophet in the first 2 heroes against Team Polaris. Also, Nature Prophet is very dangerous when you play against Polaris. But look at this scene first. Oh no. Getting caught. Spidey, I think he's kind of off guard just now. And it was a clumsy mistake made by the spiders. He losing, concentration, losing focus on that. And that should be the end of the game, to be honest. Still no Aegis. But then, yeah, okay, that makes things very hard. However, Conker stands on the front line. It doesn't look very good, but he's still healthy. And how tanky he is, look at that. That's a very high armored Conker, waiting for his teammates in. Okay, turn the BKB for the Dead Prophet, but that's no... Now, finally, the Exosystem comes out, and... Oh, no. Monkey King gone for the first one. He bought back right away. This is going to be the last fight for sure. I mean, if they lose this one, Say GG and go next, bro. Come on. Now jumping in, Jing. Maybe a sleeping dart on that Jokam. Jokam running away, but spider lasers make him walk through the walls. Okay. Jokam gonna get caught. And that's where he lays. They're down to only 3. And they also have to defend against the full-grown Naga Siren and also a cheese. That should be it. Still want to try for one last time. The core is still there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh my, jumping in for the Monkey King. Keep in mind that he doesn't have any buyback left. Monkey King. Oh, they can kill the Naga Siren? Oh, really? But the Naga Siren bought back that away and he's gonna use the boost of power back in. A silence on that Monkey King. He's running out of everything. He still have the Wukong command, but it doesn't matter. He's about to go down. Oh, 99 about to be called. No Monkey King. Oh my goodness. And it's a GG called. Polaris 1. Oh. Army Genius 0 in the best of 3 series. Such a crucial match, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a game. Oh. Wow. Just wow. Woohoo. Oh, man. First game of the day for me, casting is 75 minutes in, and a crazy 5 games. It's such a good case study between like the a very late game Naga Siren and the Monkey King. And let's take a look who's gonna get the MVP. It's gonna be Mac for his Kunkka play. I think the reason that Mac gets the MVP is the first thing first, he controls his lane very good, and also in mid to late game, his role is to throw himself in, and you can't, I really appreciated the amount of time that he throw himself in and take all the damage for his teammates. I mean, definitely the damage received on him is going to be a very, very high, man. He done the BKB, he bought the items like Assault Class to add up his armor. Then, yeah, he's just like the backbone of the team. Without Mac, I think the Naga Siren won't shine. Definitely. Oh, wow. But that is just only the first game of the series. We still have, I don't know. I do believe that this series is going to end with a 3 game, but who knows? It might end in the next game. So guys, stay tuned. And shout out to everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. We still got more games, but for now, we're going to take a break for a few minutes and we'll be right back.
3, 2, 1.
Take up like the flame cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again on the Southeast Asia DPC Division 2 Tour 1 in such a highlight big match between two teams, Army Genesis versus Polaris in the best of 3 series. And you are here with me, Cyclops, in the second game of the series. And the current score is it's Polaris 1 and Army Genesis 0. Oh, wow. What a play, man. What a play. Oh, for the... I think there are a lot to be improvements, especially for the Army Genesis side. I feel like the way that they are playing the game is just okay. I mean, they got a pretty good early games. They take control of the mid game. They can take objectives and stuff. But it's just that they are playing against the Naga Siren, and sometimes I don't want to say that they are playing unwell. They are playing very well for the Army Genesis, but we gotta give the credit to Team Polaris that they are playing perfectly with their Naga Siren and waiting until the very late game, man. Wow, what a play by both sides. There are so many turning points. Most of the thing that happened, the consequences are Army Genesis wastes more time, and time is limited things. You can't take back the time. So if you can't manage the time well in a game of Dota 2, and that's the end. But right now, we are up to the new game. I expect to see more exciting fight from both sides. Let's go to the draft. Bring in the moonwalk. Ooh, okay. Thanks, man. Okay. So, the first ban at Rubik by Team Polaris, that was a respect ban to Jokam. Jokam Rubik. Jokam played Rubik 6 times in the past 3 months, and the win rate is 83% win rate. That is a very high win rate by Jokam Rubik. So, first one gone. And then Army Genesis decided to just cut out the problem of the previous game, which is Ariki. Man, the guy caused so many problems, like especially for the smoke screen, jumping in, doing a smokes, and on the hunt, he used the sleeping dart, setting up the kill for his teammate as well. Ooh, now interesting that Army Genesis let Polaris pick Nature Prophet. Nature Prophets and Polaris, it's just like noodles and meatballs. It just, it's something that comes together. That's what I'm talking about. They first pick Nature Prophet. Do you know why? Because their core players, both of them, position 1, 2, 3, they can play Nature Prophet very well. And with the first pick of Nature Prophet, you can't guess which lane or which role he's gonna be. Akashi play Nature Prophet 5 games in the past 3 months with 100% win rate. That is position 1 Nature Prophet. And Mac play Nature Prophet 4 games in the past 3 months with 100% win rate. And Bok play Nature Prophet as well, 5 games with 80% win rate in the past 3 months. So this is a hero that they love the most. But meanwhile, I think Army Genesis already got planned to counter that Nature Prophet. I think this is not something unexpected for Team Army Genesis. I think they already got a plan to deal with an NP. So it's going to be a Tiny and a Pugna. Another interesting heroes of Team Polaris is DP. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick DP for Bok again, but the fact that the team had Clockwork. This is interesting. Clockwork is another good hero to counter the Nature Prophet, and the Polaris is just picking it 2 in the same side. So I believe that this is going to be quite hard for Army Genesis to deal with. Say hi to all the guys in the chat room. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Cyclops. If this is your first time tuning in, I would have to say, apologize for all the things that I made, the mistakes in the first game. And hopefully you guys gonna enjoy this second game because I think it's going to be a very entertaining one. Playing under pressure, especially for team Army Genesis. Oof. They can't lose this one anymore. Another hero that they have to ban is, I think, is going to be the Mac hero. Lina has been gone, but Letrak is another hero that Mac loves to play. Might have to ban the Dead Prophet gone. That's a good ban as well. Don't want to deal with the Dead Prophet. So chaotic with all the exorcisms and stuff. Monkey King has been banned. That was a good one. Bat Rider, that was a good ban against Your Way. Your Way Bat Rider considered one of the best in Southeast Asia at the moment. He played like 6 matches of Bat Rider in a competitive scene and in the past 3 months, and his win rate of the Bat Rider is 83.33%. That's crazy, right? For Army Genesis, it still could be Tiny by Your Way because Your Way played a lot of Tiny mid too. He played like 6 games of Tiny with 66.67% win rate. That's not bad. And if you think about it, if you can get a fast blink dagger and just hunt down a native prophet quite fast, jumping in avalanche and a toss, it makes sense. And then you might just place that Pagna in the off lane, spamming the Nether Blast, taking down the tier 1 tower very fast, and then just move on to the middle lane and so on. Pagna is not bad. Templar Assassin. That's another interesting pick from Army Genesis because definitely that is a steal pick from Polaris because Akachi really loves to play TA. In the past 3 months, Akachi played 7 games of TA with 83.33% win rate. I mean, if you are not picking TA here, definitely Polaris gonna pick it. And then Polaris, reply with the Brewmaster. I love that pick so much. So this is definitely gonna be the native prophet, maybe mid. Yeah, I think gonna be NP mid by Mac. And then they still got a spot for hard carry. Or maybe just put that NP as a hard carry and then pick something like the Ember Spirit for Mac. That would be cool. The Ember Spirit would be great against that the TA and the other ones. Snapfire. All right. What I always do during the cast, when I do the solo cast, is feel free to type down where you guys watching this game in the world. So maybe I have some time to do some hometown shout out for you guys. The draft is pretty intense, if you ask me. It was a good ban and draft. Well, these 2 teams fight each other for 8 times already. They know everything inside out. Polaris, Army Genesis, 8 times. It was Polaris won 4 times, AG 3 times. Oh, interesting, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a patch. Not a good hero to deal with the Nature Prophet, you know. I mean, if you get hooked, there's nothing much you could do. It's a straight, direct counter to the Nature Prophet, but in condition of that part need to be well farmed right from the start. All right. Oh my goodness. Beastmaster has been banned. That's another good ban. Beastmaster, another crazy heroes. Beastmaster, fun fact about DP Beastmaster is he played like Beastmaster 5 times in the past 3 months, and he has 100% win rate. I think that's the reason why they banned out the Beastmaster. But surprisingly, they banned out Slack as well for Team Polaris. Even though In Your Dream loves to play Slack a lot, he play like a lot of Slack, but his win rate is not so high. The heroes that In Your Dream love to play the most and got quite a high win rate as well is Morphling, which is still in the pool if he wants to pick. Morphling of In Your Dream, he played it 7 games in the past 3 months with 71.45% win rate. That's quite a high win rate in a competitive matches. Probably gonna be a Morphling this one, really. Yeah. I have a feeling that Army Genesis want to let that Polaris taste their own medicine. Well, Polaris won over Team Army Genesis with a very, very hard carry and stall it to the late game. So why not just go for something very hard like a Morphling too? And that's a very complete lineup from Team Polaris. Like I mentioned earlier, that they're gonna need something like the Ember Spirit. Even though the Ember Spirit is not so familiar with Mac played the Ember Spirits only 2 games in the past 3 months, but he played it well. He won it all. So let's see how good is the Ember Spirits of Mac. This is going to be the Ember versus TA Classic matchup. This one probably going to be a Morphling. Morphling or even MK has been banned. Yeah, I can't think of anything but Morphling. $14 seconds reserve time for Army Genesis. Oh, it's gonna be a tight hunter. So it's gonna be a tiny mid. TA as a hard carry, tight hunter as an off lane. 2 supports. A pretty greedy lineup, I would say, for Team Army Genesis. But it might work out. All right, guys, let me remind you guys again that the winner of this series will guarantee the first spot in the in Division 1 on the next tournament. So this is a very crucial game for both sides. If Polaris win this one, congratulations, you got your spot in the next one. And then AG got a high, I would say, very high chance to have they have to go and play the what's it called, the tie break. Yeah, so yeah, this one is very important. If you guys take a look at the heroes, I think this one it's going to be completely different from the previous game that we have with a slow pace farming for a super hard carry in late game like 70 minutes. This one is going to be totally different. They're going to start the fight right from minute 7 or 8 once that the Emperor Spirit got some proper items and level. And with the helps of all these roaming supports, Snapfire, all these stuff, man, we're going to see a lot of bloodbaths in this one. Definitely. So say hi to all the guys. Thank you so much for tuning in such a party night on Friday night. My name is Cyclops. If this is your first time watching me, I am from Thailand, from Bangkok. I mean, if you get a chance to just come to Bangkok, just come say hi, bro. All right, that's gonna be cool. Definitely, this one gonna be a really, really action-packed match. Ooh, wow. Well, we are getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Southeast Asia DPC Division 2 Tour 1, the match between Team Army Genesis versus Polaris, game number 2 is about to start.
Coincidence? I think not.
Well, a little bit of pause. Normally they got a. It feels like Discord these days have a little bit of issues, man. I mean,
Hey, what's up? Santai aja, bestie.
Cool. Well, for now, I have to do some shout down to E-Pulse, my good friend for a while, for a long while, many years, our relationships, and also shout out to Rivalry, and shout out to Esport Business Network, or EBN, for all these organizations that give me an opportunity to play in this one. Commentating in this one. Hey, have you guys playing the Dota 2 in the first person view? Man, it would be cool. I mean, look at that. It would be super excited. Right. I mean, if we got some VR and then we play as a hero and then we run for real, maybe on a treadmill and all those stuff. That would be cool, really. That would change the definition of esports. All right. I would like to see the Parallel Brewmaster lanes. I think that is a very important lane. I mean, if you give away free, a good comfy lane for Brewmaster, man, that's gonna haunt you. That's gonna haunt you in mid game and late game because a well farmed Brewmaster can rush all his items, the blinks, the agonyms and stuff, and he's gonna cause a lot of troubles in team fights.
Coincidence? I think not.
All right. A bit of a long pause. I think one guy disconnected, so just have to wait a little bit. All right, now finally the game is about to start. Everyone reconnected then. Woohoo!
Coincidence? I think not. Coincidence? Coincidence?
You look rabid.
Oh, let me adjust some audio on my side.
Bye. Relax lang. Relax. Bye. Relax lang. Relax.
Feed the trees.
All right, cool. Yeah, still on a touring map, guys. Just wait a little bit. I think this one is going to be very, very action-packed match right from the start. Like I said, the heroes are different. I think the mentalities getting into this game is also need to be changed, especially for especially for Polaris. I know that they won the previous game, but there are so many mistakes that they made during the game because of sometimes maybe too cautious and stuff. So if they play with more loose or relax, I think probably they're gonna release the better performance in the second game of the series.
What's up? Santai aja, bestie.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. A little bit of pause. Okay, a little bit of the I think the internet connection issue, so it should be fine. For if we are taking a look at the heroes, I mean, if you ask me which one I prefer, I would say I prefer the Polaris more because of the complete how that lineup complete. I mean, you got the heroes that can do well with the split pushing, like Nature Prophet, and also put a lot of pressures on lanes. You got another high mobility heroes and producing a lot of physical damage, like the Ember Spirits. You got a heroes that also good in the big team fights, like the Apparent Brewmaster. Maybe he's not so mobile like the prior two, but the team fight ability is very strong, and also the amount of mechanics and stuff. This one I don't know. I think it feels much easier for Polaris to get the game going.
You are most gracious.
Polaris. Are they gonna crash right from the start? Okay, DP. Polaris. Once again, the Polaris is on the Radiant side. They won the previous game with the Radiant side, so
the battle begins.
This battle rune gonna belongs to Team Port. Oh, hook the rune away. That was cool. That was gonna be 3 battle rune for the AG side. Yeah, that was great start. And guys, that is position 1 punch by In Your Dream. Let's see how good his hook is. Because if you're gonna play position 1 punch, yeah, maybe like not so relied on hook many times, but But in late game, you're gonna be like the key factor to start the team fight. Jumping in, blink dagger, hook. Middle lane, of course, gonna be a classic matchup: Ember Spirits and Templar Assassin. Bottom lane, Clockwork. This is Titan. There's the Prophet. Oh, nice one, Tiny, just dragging the creep wave away from the Radiant.
Coincidence?
Good job by Jokum. This is gonna pure experience. Gonna be pure experience for DB. Meanwhile, on top, Bok doing pretty well in terms of last hit. He has 6 CS so far with 1 denies. Level 2 already. And in terms of laning, I think this one is an okay lane for Team Polaris. They have the 5 snap cookie in order to save if they manage to get the hooked by that touch. I think we need to focus on the middle lane because the game actually depends on how good these two guys farming. Look at that. Oof. A lot of damage being produced by both sides. If you got a good farm in the middle lane, you can, start the gang from minute 7. Or maybe 8.
Nuh-uh.
Two and a half minutes in. Game gonna be quite passive. All the core needs as many as CS they can get. DB on the bottom lane. I don't feel like Clockwork and Near Prophet put enough pressure on the Tide Hunter. I think I demand more. Now Searing Chain say, hey, your way getting hit by the tower as well. You need to pump up everything just to survive, but he is about to burn down. Oh! Hey! Man, this is too hot. Oh my god. This fireman. This is going to be the big thing in this game for sure because once that Templar Assassin teleport back from the respawn, the Ember Spirit going for another level. And he's gonna get fast bottle. And it was a mistake by the Templar Assassin, It won't be a problem if he won't get, aggro by the tower. Alright. On top, in the middle, level 5 versus level 5. As you can see, Mac is gaining a lot of confidence against the Templar Assassin, but hey, do not get too confident on that. Alright. Cool. Your way still got a chance to come back, man, even though he made a mistake in the first blood, but oh, wow, Tiny. Oh man, he threw the Clockwork into a goddamn dinosaurs. Oh man, a lot of dinosaurs over there. Oh my goodness. Here we go with the Polaris. The 5 snap cookie I'm talking about. Your way down for the second time. That's not a good sign. Meanwhile, can AG get something out of that loss? He's trying to throw some trees on the CML. But this one gotta give the credit to the supporters of Team Polaris showing up in the middle lane and giving the Mac the assist. He needed so bad. That's not good. That's not good at all for the Templar Assassin. The hero's still level 5. You know, lack a lot of the damage. And down for 2 times already. This actually causing Jocam to join in the middle fight. Look at that. Diving in once again for the Mac. He's really on fire. He didn't know that Jocam is around. Jocam coming out from the tree line, but no problem. Fire Remnants away from the danger. Oh, okay. And this Ember Spirit started to, you know, getting more and more confident. We might get to see more fancy footwork from the Ember. For his CML. CML level 3. Being tiny and also DP. He dragging the creep wave away. He's just gonna squeeze it all that with the ankle smash. Leading in terms of CS is still a Templar Assassin, even though he died for 2 times already in this game. But in terms of the net worth, it's still pretty okay. Oh, no, position 1 punch, getting body blocks a lot. Oh, his teammate trying to use here. He can be fine, auto to save him. Somebody being thrown inside the tower. It's gonna be Bark. Nice one, nice save for the support, but can they get the mid-tier the position 1? They still wanna go around now, the 5-snap cookie. Ooh, in your dream, got away. That was a nice save for the support. Let's take a look at the net worth. Leading in terms of net worth is Tidehunter. Top 2 net worth are from the Dire side, which is a good news for Team Army GNSS. But here, the bad sign is in the middle lane, Mac is already level 8, and he dealt a lot with the tower, the damage to the mid-tier 1 tower. That means if they manage to get that mid-tier 1 tower down fast, that Ember Spirit will be freed from the middle lane. And that's the dangerous part for Team Army Genesis. That Ember could just show up in any time, anywhere in the map, and just fire remnants away when he's done with this thing. So I think one of the main objectives of Team Army Genesis is to keep their mid-tier 1 tower alive as long as possible. So the creep wave management is still okay for them. And not opening up too many routes inside of the safe zone. At the bottom lane, DB diving in behind the bottom tier 1 tower. RC is inside now. DB, ooh, level 8, they're getting shot by the tower. He's gonna be fine. A lot of Kraken shell. Here we go. Polaris, it's time to maybe slide of fit fire remnants in. Really annoying the way that he played the Ember Spirits. Fast, high technique. And producing damage. Oh, on the way to the Guardian Tree for the Tidehunter. I bet Tidehunter is going to be like the big part in this game for Team Army Genesis. It's just like the backbone of the team from now on. He's very tanky, he's high level, and powerful ultimates. Your way. Pick up the bar rune and try and just farm the Radiant NC.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Your way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Your way. They're gonna get a bomb tier 1 tower. There's a tower trading on top as well. Rivalry with the blast. And your way got the tower at the same time the team take top. Bok, it's such a big difference between Parent Brewmaster and Tidehunter in terms of level. He's still level 6 for the Brewmaster. Tidehunter is almost 9. So if they want to go into the big team fight right now, I don't think Polaris is it's powerful enough to fight AG. Look at that. Bog is still level 6. I bet he played it very carefully not to die and feed to in your dream. So it turns out that he... Okay. This might be the first big team fight happening around here with the power Cox Fire Remnants in. Half HP on the TIE Hunter. He still have his Ravage ready to just swap up. Can he pump the Ravage? Multiple kisses about to go down. He walked into the hooks. His teammate saved and hooked him. Let's take a look what they're gonna make decision for. Polaris, are they still hanging on? It's quite dangerous for them already. Ravage is still there. The enemy being released. Let's kill that back. That's what's gonna be the bomb. He doesn't have a primal speed. He doesn't have to do so because his damage dealer is already down. There's no point. Fight on. So just teleport back. Okay, it's not a good trade at all for Team Polaris. They're hanging around too long. And they kind of underestimate the sustainability of the Army Geniuses side. 3-2 game score. Surprisingly, Army Geniuses taking the lead in terms of the network. Keep in mind that the native Prophet is not joining the team fight just yet. DML gonna go down, definitely. They're aiming for the support, that tiny support. Everyone just locked down inside the power cox. A Pyro runs away, but still being chased by the whole crew of Team Army Genesis. A gush on him to slow him down. Block. Does he want to jump in front? Block still has the primal. No, he doesn't have a primal split. Light of fits everything. Looks like Army Genesis putting a lot of pressures on the mid tier 1 tower. They strike from the sideway. Avalanche on the torso and also a hook. Can he fire Remnants away? No way. That's where he lay. Man, they're playing it super fast with the lead of that partner Nader Blast.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's crazy.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Come.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's looking pretty not okay for Team Polaris. And look at the... but the Native Prophet is farming back. Look at that. The second highest net worth, Native Prophet, 6.8k. Haven't joined any team fight yet. I bet he's not ready. He want to go for the Rod of Atos first and maybe... I don't know. What do you want to... What item you want to go for survivability? Maybe a BKB or... Mac game being shut down after he had the first 2 kills. Nice catching up here. Hook shot, setting up power clock. Great assist by Bok. By the CML, the clockwork. Ravage is online, so better think twice if you want to approach the DP. Going straight for the Blade Mail first for Ember Spirit. Interesting item build. Increasing the damage and also the armor at the same time. Once again, that Army Genesis got everything under control in the early game. It might come down. Hopefully, it's not comes down to the same situation as last game, that they were a bit shaken in the mid to late game. They have to wrap it up. Light of Fist. This is such a hard game to play against a tanky heroes like a TIE Hunter for Mac.
To the temple's defense.
At some point, I think he might trying to bait the Ravage, but still level 10. I think his level stops pretty obvious. Look at him. He's now from leading in terms of network. Now he's at 5th place. Now here we go, the hook shot in, lock him down, the power cogs combo up with the bottom of cases. Maybe they might be able to take that Tight Hunter. Now finally the Ravage out, but where is the fall of damage? The Desolator is already out. But is that going to be enough to take anyone back? Take down that DB. Oh, the tankiest player in the game is already out, but yay. Man, go away. Stab him with a Desolator. Another one. Avalanche on the toss, slide him then away. We still see no sign of the Nature Prophet in team fight.
Dire's top tower.
This is really surprising me because normally when you pick a Nature Prophet, you want him to join every single team fight right from the start. But they are playing it like a super hard carry, like playing it like a Spectre or something. Here we go with the slide of face turning on. Avalanche on the toss. They got that CML from the back line. In the front line, turn on the B-back. Not the blade now and about to take that. Find that cookie. Slide of face. Very nice one. Mac collecting another kills in his pocket. He's trying to climbing up the network ladder from 5th place. Avalanche on the toss. Toss the target back in the middle of his teammates, and that's another great kill from Team Army Geniuses.
Radiant are scanning.
It's time to get into the Roshan pit with the Desolator ready and also a Gutch. This is going to be quite easy Roshan for them. Looks like Polaris knows about that, sending in some Trent.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Dumping in for the Ember Spirit, Slide of Fate, Searing Chains. I think they might have to. I think they should. They should commit this one. They should compete. Contest.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning.
Avalanche.
Dire's bottom tower.
And a toss. And man, this looks like. Oh, CML. Hook shot away. He made a good move. And maybe he. Oh, okay. They changed the target. They are aiming for that Jing. Jing fast snap cookies away. Scatter blast, everything. He's just trying to find some time for himself. A little bit too deep, do you think? You know, but and here we go with the primal split. But that's no follow-up damage. Then that's gonna be another waste ultimate for the primal split. They seem a little bit powerless, but one thing that I noticed is the network gap between two teams are getting smaller and smaller. That means after all this time, the team Army Genius keep ganking around, you know, getting kills after kills, small guys. Skirmishes, Polaris, hard carry, Nature Prophet, keep on farming all the time. Look at that. The highest net worth with almost 11k net worth. I can't hardly wait for the Nature Prophet to join in the team fight and fight as fight because the main reason that the Polaris lost in the previous fights is because it's 4v5. Now here we go. What's gonna be? First edges for Team Army Geniuses. One guy that needs to step up that game is Bach. This is not a good game for him, and he's going down without doing any single damage. His teammate trying to save him with a hook shot, but it might be another corpses over there. Let's take a look. Can they take that TA down? TA holding on to the edges. Here we go with the Ravage. This is disaster for Team Polaris. Disaster. Avalanche and the toss, everything. Can Max the Fire Remnants away. Now finally they kill that TA, and it's just gonna go away. But where is the Nature Prophet joining for the first time, and then he died right away. My goodness. Oh dear. Another. Oh. I know, it's 6k ahead already. We might get to see game number 3, and look at that. Flight of Fits stealing chains away. Polaris Bok still level 10. He gotta use his primal split in order to just run away from the damage of the Desolator. It's just too much. Meanwhile, the patch by In Your Dream is also got very low impact in the game for the patch. The one who carrying the game by single-handedly is Your Way, the TA.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at him. Look at him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now level 15. Better watch out the setup. Okay, Avalanche to the toss. He turned to the Blade Mail. Can he just run away? Slide on Fist first. That was a good play by the Ember Spirit. But where is the follow-up damage? But if a kiss is being released, but is it gonna be enough? Oh no, Bob down. But can they take down the TA? Oh man, they're all so low, but they still keep on fighting. They fight as a team, fight as a unit, fight as. Oh my
Radiant's
goodness.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
6k ahead. Fight after fight, that Army Genesis that shown a big improvement from the previous game. I mean, definitely if they get the second game, the momentum will be switched to their side in the third game. And that's not a good thing for Team Polaris. They have to just get this over with in this game. But I still see no sign. Oh, they might be managing. Oh, man, that was a long bite. That was a long bite. And it's just enough to kill the Ember Spirit in one go. This is bad. This is very bad. We are so close to the third game of the series. Oh, next one gonna be Jing. Unstoppable.
Are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nature Prophet going for the Glepnet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DML. Oh, no way you're gonna run away from In Your Dream. He's now dominating.
Dire's top tower.
Facebook, Vanguard, and also Aghanim Scepter. They are going to wrap the game up right here. They got the perfect combinations of heroes. They have the physical damage dealer from Your Way, Templar Succeed, Desolator.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Light of Fist. All I can think of is, you know, that Nature Prophet needs to find a perfect landing. But the thing is, the Parent Brewmaster, it's not what they're expected to be. The Panda is not strong enough to stay in the front line and tank, you know, giving some time to all the damage dealer from the Polaris, especially give time to the Native Prophet to consider which positioning he's just gonna teleport on so he can get a good attacking position. But yeah, Bok was unable to give him not even 3 or 4 seconds. $9K ahead. Team Army Geniuses. Bok slowly catching up the farm. He's still... Oh man, his net worth is very low. And now he's gonna be the victim in every single team fight. He uses a primal split just to run away from the danger. What a tough game for Bok. He landing against the patch In Your Dream, and then it's just not working out.
Santai aja Besti.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Wow, what a play by Team Army Genesis. They get everything under control. It looks like Akashi is not the not a problem for them at all. I mean, as long as they stick together with all the auras they have, Guardian Creeps and all those stuff, you know, they're gonna be very, very tanky. I don't think the damage output of Team Polaris will be enough, even though that Nether Prophet is the highest net worth in this game. He has Drepner, but I think he needs more item just to, you know, attack. Maybe a BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
But is it gonna be the same like last game? Like they are so far ahead and they can't close the game? Okay. Dokam gonna get caught and die one more time. This is pretty much the same as last game. I mean at the it all comes down to the higher ground. They got everything kind of controlled. They got more farmed, but the other team got some heroes that seems to be the hope of them, like a Nether Prophet. Look at that Nether Prophet. Oh wow! Oh, on the way to Civil Edge. I bet that's a decent damage. All he needs is just a perfect landing in a bush or somewhere, just attacking without any noticing from Army Genesis player. And then he can easily sweep everyone out. The damage from TA is just unbearable for anyone in the Polaris team. And see how fast they can melt that clockwork down. It's time to get in.
Blessings. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
.8 minutes in, 17-7 game score. Game looks pretty awesome for Team Army Genesis to go for the third game of the series. But this is Dota 2. I mean, anything possible in the glimpse of an eye. Okay, they can kill that thing. All these micro kills, it looks good, but it's just not gonna make any big impact. Polaris is going to do the same that they did last game. Split pushing, you know, make sure that the hard carries get enough item to fight, and then hopefully Team Army Genesis making mistakes, a couple of mistakes too, so they can come back to the game. Oh, rocket flare. They see that Team AG is already in a Roshan pit. The reactions of Team Polaris to this, it's what I'm looking for. Are they gonna commit? I think. Okay, they see the first one first. Tiny tanking a crazy damage for his teammates though. And who's gonna go in? Who's gonna snatch damage? Yeah, the Ravage comes out, and it's your way to kill Polaris. Who get the aces? Actually, it's the TA though. Oh, High Hunter down, turn the BKB for the first time for Nether Prophet. He locked in the Sprout by his teammate. The fight next snap Cookie in. Oh no! Why? What? Oh dear, that fight snap Cookie. He was about to get into a perfect spot to shoot. And it's a ram.
That's why I'm here.
What? I'm speechless. Mistakes after mistakes. Man. Oh. Okay. Whew. What a hard game for Team Polaris. They start the game pretty bad, and then They made some more mistake in the middle game. So yeah, definitely. I don't know, but they had such a big lead for Team Army Geniuses. We got a very high chance get into game number 3. I think it was the miscommunication between the two. You know, I think that 5-snap cookie wasn't meant to use when Nature Prophet turned himself into the enemy. So he thought that Akashi is going to run, so he tried to use a 5-snap cookie to make him further away from the enemy. But instead, he turned back and shoot from the on the upper side of the stair. So it became like that. Here we go. Oh no! And then he got caught for Akashi. What an unfortunate event for Team Polaris. Hopefully this is not going to... No, this is definitely going to affect their morale getting into the last game of the series. I mean, in case they lose this one. It just look like it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Looks like the heroes of Team Polaris dying left and right. Thing is trying to run away from monster kills already for In Your Dream.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The trees.
And that's gonna be fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
They're about to take the mid-tier 3 tower down, ladies and gentlemen, knocking on Team Polaris' door. Okay, let's see the power of the Nature Prophet in a proper positioning, shooting position. Tower about to go down. Gotta blast everything. Avalanche on the toss. Very nice avalanche. Turn the blade down, but can they take that? The DA down. He's still holding on the edges. A lot of Monument Kisses. They killed that Jokem. They might just turn things around here for Team Polaris. Oh, Monument Kisses killed that, but that's the first life only. And Polaris Ball, Primal Split duration time is about to run out. Unfortunately, a Ravage. Oh dear, no. Everyone is falling apart. And then Godlike. The game might end it here. Everything that could goes wrong for Team Polaris. Triple kill for your way. Oh, they have to do a buyback. They wanna try to fight as much as they can. Akashi also bought back and still can defend the barracks. So they're not gonna giving up just yet. TA, Templar is seen down the throat. TA fall and Godlike gone. Wow, that buyback actually works, but man, can he just run away? He died for the second time. No buyback, 90 seconds for him. But it's still, they have still the damage dealer stays in the side of the barracks, and they got a kill. Oh no, if they can get one more kill, it's gonna be a 4. And this could be potentially a turning. Oh, Sprout, lock it all down. 5-snap cookie, everything. Look at the damage output from that Akashi. This game is on. Crazy going on here. Oh my god.
Double damage.
None of the players in the game got a buyback. Oh my. Let's take a look at the net worth after that's such a big fight. They got no buyback. Okay. This might be a chance to just get barracks back. It's gonna be 4v2, where the 2 are only the supports. Definitely gonna be a barracks back. Okay, Tiny trying to buy some time with Avalanche and Cross. It was stuck in a clip there. There in a lot of defense. Wow, surprisingly, they still managed to defend at the melee barracks for Team Polaris after that far behind in terms of net worth.
Never refuse gold given.
I insist.
I'm going. Ladies and gentlemen. Nice catching. Here we go with the hook shot and turn on the power cost. But oh man, he was like, he down so fast. And once he tried to use the Ghost Scepter, it was the life drain real fast. Next one's gonna be the Nature Prophet. Nature Prophet being caught. He can't got a chance. He just turned on the BKB. He died right there. No buyback too. So I think that is the place where we might get to see game number 3. Let's see. Come on, Army Genesis, you can do it. Keep this series on. Ooh. In your dream with the putt position 1. This is interesting.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And oh, it looks like they might see somebody in there. Alright, cool. 13 to 14 games, 13 to 34 games score, 3K ahead, and now Templar start attack on the middle set of racks, and that goes easy racks without any resistance from the Polaris side. But got caught some more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No buyback, so this is going to be quite easy. Another one tier 3 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom has fallen.
Yeah. Wow. What a performance by Team Army Geniuses. I mean, in the first game, they also performed very well in terms of the lane control and, you know, objective doing and all those stuff. It's just that their heroes hit the limitations. And they can't just wrap the game in the middle game and late game. So, unlike this one, they are... Oh. Very nice one. Very nice one. No buyback for the Prevalent Brewmaster, and about to go down one more. Mac doesn't have a buyback as well. This is his last life. He turned the BKB and tried to go for everything, but right now they lost the Mega Creeps. 31K ahead. It's a matter of time now. I mean, it's just too big difference between two teams. Alright, this is more like oh, CNL for the Ravage. Probably gonna be the last Ravage of the game. And that goes the Nature Prophet. Not looking good. It's a GG call, ladies and gentlemen. Army Genesis strike back. It's 1-1 in the best of 3 series, and we are going to game number 3. Well. I hope you guys enjoy a lot, you know, because that was such a great performance by the Dire side or Team Army Genesis, you know, managed to pull out a draw into this series, 1-1. Wow, that Templar Assassin, well, the way that he, I mean, what impressed me a lot is he actually down for 2 times in the first 5 minutes of the game, and he still managed to come back. Well, yeah, DB playing well as well, but I kind of like the TA too, because, you know, like the way that he carried the game, it's just perfect. But DB is also fine, you know, playing as the backbone of his teammates, you know, staying well in the lane, not dying so many times, get a good farm, and also make the difference between the level between the two initiator. Bok only level 6. while DB is already level 8. Man, he's on fire right now. So the question is, can Team Polaris bounce back after the loss in the second game of the series? Because the next game is going to be very crucial one. But before we get into the third game of the series, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
right, back again. I love all these videos, I love all the Southeast Asian food because you are back into the DPC Southeast Asia Division 2 Tour 1, the last match of the day and also the last game of the day. Team Polaris take on Army Genesis in the best of 3 series. And guess what? We are at game number 3. Whoever wins this game will win the series. Whoever wins this series will guarantee a spot in Division 1. While the other team, I don't know, man. Anything can happen in the future. They might get into a tough situation, get into all those tie breaks. Who knows? Yeah, but I believe that this third game of the series is going to be, I don't know. I really, there are so many unpredicted things happening in this series so far. So let's enjoy this one together. My name is Cyclops. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. All right, let me see. Okay, the draft is getting ready soon. Okay, so what happened in the previous game? I think what team Polaris need to improve like urgent in this one is the laning phase because they lose in the laning phase 2 games in a row. Well, the first one, okay, they were well drafted. They have a very strong hard carries like a Naga Siren that can, make them through the hard times, but not in the second game when the item gap and everything are getting, wider and wider between 2 sides. They were crushed by the Army Geniuses, Templar Assassin Desolator. Man, that was so good. And also the draft of Team Army Genesis was so well. So if you ask me what I want to see more from Team Polaris in this one is to play better in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes of the game. You might say that, okay, but they're not dying or feeding in the lane. Yes, they did, but they gave away too many goals to the opponent without put any pressures on them. Okay, but right now, I think the heroes lineup is very important. So let's get into draft. Still, the same pattern of ban with the Rubik and the Mirana. Oh my god, another Nature Prophet game. But as I said, this is signature heroes of Team Polaris. Yeah, in the previous game, they used the Nature Prophet as position 1. Who knows that they might use it at position 3 or mid this one. And Army Genesis, it still reply with the same old heroes that they think are very good against the Nature Prophet is the Pugna and also the Tiny jumping in Avalanche and Toss and stuff. So Polaris, I really want to see what they want to go. If I were them, I'm just going to go for a Templar Assassin. Because TA by Akachi, interesting. They go for Marcy. Nice lah. TA is still in the pool. I mean, if Army Genesis want to go for another TA game, that's not bad as well. They did a very good job by Your Way in last game. But TA has been banned right here. Okay, cool. Dead Prophet has been banned as well. They know that the Bog base heroes are Nature Prophet. I'm sorry, the Dead Prophet. But so the ban keep banning it out. And once they put enough pressure on bot heroes, Polaris ended up pick Bog Parent Brewmaster, which is not working at all in the previous one. So Joe Cam, this one is going to be not sure. This could be Marcy Bog. Yeah, Marcy as position 3 is not bad, I think. I mean, I personally prefer it more than position 4 or support. I think Marcy deserves levels and also the items in order to reward us with such a great aggressive game. 5th pick. Oh my goodness, Polaris. Palm over forehead. That's not a good sign. What an intense tournament it is. Fifth ban is still a bad rider. A bad rider. That is respect ban to your way. Your way bad is 83.33% win rate. Very high win rate. Is bad rider, and also it's good against the native prophet. PA gone, no Ricky as well. So I wonder what Army Genius is going to pick. Also, there's a lot of pressure on to Bok. He's one of the longest veteran players in the Dota 2 scene. Very high experience, this guy. So this is where experience playing very important role onto everyone, because this is deciding game. You need to perform the best to win this one. All these 10 hearts, everyone just want to win, but how much you want it? Third pick. Here we go. They spend so much time on that, and they turned out to be a Crystal Maiden. A lot of spells and lockdowns. Polaris still got a chance to go for some hard carries that it goes against all these spells. Slark is another favorite hero for Akashi, but talking about Slark of Akashi, he played Slark 6 games in the past 3 months, but the win rate is very low. It's only 33% win rate for his Slark. So, if you want to go for something against all these magical spells, Life Stealer is another good choice. Yeah, Life Stealer, and hop on that Nature Prophet, and then you can have the Life Stealer Nature Prophet bomb. All right. Say hi to all the guys in the chat room. Thank you so much for tuning in. So this is going to be a very, very interesting games, as we have all the fighting heroes lining up here in the first 3 heroes. So, that's no mistake can be made in this one. And you got to perform the best to beat the other side. Silencer. Interesting. I have cast one Silencer games a couple of days ago, and then I don't feel like it in this game. But yeah, it could work, especially when you play against a lot of spells like this. I'm still waiting for the response from the Army Geniuses side. fourth pick from Team Army Geniuses. Looks like they already secure. Also, it's going to be a Marcy as a support position for Marcy by Polaris. Marcy, interesting fact about Jing Marcy, he played 11 games of Marcy with 63.64% win rate. That is a very high win rate. He's a Marcy specialist. So we have Ninja Prophet, we have LeShark. All they need is a backbone of this lineup for Team Polaris. We still have a Tide Hunter in the pool, so I think Tide Hunter would be a great idea. They need some tankers, or even the Bristleback. Admiral Kunka. Oh, Kunka on the Army Geniuses side. They lost to Kunka in the first game of the series, and they had him in the deciding game. Sixth ban coming out. Yeah, this is going to be anything doable that the Polaris can pick. I believe they... Oh, the Faceless Void banned? Interesting. Yeah, probably the... I think they are afraid of the silencer, global silence, and Faceless Void jumping in Chronosphere. That combo can easily kill anyone. Arc, Warden, and Slark has been banned. Slark is another good hero against the Silencer and the spell lineup of Team Polaris, so I won't be surprised. But I would love to see a very strong tanky heroes on this one. I would love to see a Tide Hunter specifically. A life dealer. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Life dealer by Polaris. That's not a bad hero at all. I mean, especially when you play it against the play it with the Ninja Prophet, like I mentioned just now, that you can perform these. But it looks like Army Geniuses was waiting for that, and then they reply immediately with the TB. Okay. 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 All right. Oh. Whew. What a hard game it's gonna be. This one's going to be very hard. I believe that it's going to be quite passive in the first 10 minutes of the game until they get a proper item. Some need a Blink Dagger. Some need a damage item. Akashi and Mac. Yeah, this is going to be a very passive one, I do believe. They might have some crazy aggressive supports like Marcy or Tiny, but it's very risky if you want to go and gank on the other side. If you get counter ganked by the other team, and that's going to damage you a lot. But anyway, we'll see what's it going to be. All right, are you guys ready for this one? Whoever win this game is going to, be the first one to go to Division 1. We're gonna get 2 teams out of Division 2 to be promoted to Division 1. So, well, all the best for these 2 teams. And if you ask me about the lineup, which side I do prefer for, I think I'm gonna go for AG. This one slightly better, yeah. But it all comes down to the laning stage. That's where Polaris need to improve very badly. I mean, they losing the first 10 minutes of the game for 2 games in a row. Please don't make it like hat trick. All right, cool. We are in the game. Wow, lucky me. I get to cast 3 games. And I think, okay, cool. A little bit of pause. DB Dota doesn't have sound. There are some audio issues happening many times today, but it's minor issues. It should be fixed in no time. Say hi to all the guys in the chat room. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, cool. Guys, we are in the game, ladies and gentlemen. DPC Southeast Asia Division 2 Tour 1. This is the deciding game of the strong 2 teams, Polaris versus Army GNSS. Woohoo! All smoke. Facing the early game observer ward is going to be quite important.
The master is here.
"30 seconds to battle."
Your way. All right, party rune fight.
The battle begins.
Oh, body rune cane. Oh, pretty much the same. 400 each. Same as a Marcy. We gotta see the lane of that Marcy and Nature Prophet together on top. They got actually some potential to kill. I mean, if the other side, like Army Genesis, just unaware and let their HP a bit past the halfway line, that Marcy can easily come in and do the rebound. His both sidekick and unleash.
Not for you.
In the middle lane, it's quite interesting as well. This is going to be quite close lane between the two. The Track and Kunka.
Denied.
I think not.
Bottom lane. I kind of like this matchup from Team Polaris. I feel like they are quite safe in every lane. And this might be the first game of the series that they are doing good. Oh no! When I was talking about making a good job in the early game, and then they lost the fight on top against the Terrorblade. I don't think that is dangerous at all. You know, all those coming from Team Army Genesis on top, it was Terrorblade and also Crystal Maiden. I bet the one who goes down are actually leaving the HP a bit too low. And the Terrorblade with the Metamorphosis is just, you know, a force to be reckoned with. Once again, that the fight happening on top. It was Jing who made a mistake just now, and he died first, giving away the first blood to a Terrorblade by In Your Dream. In Your Dream. Your way.
Impure.
And Mac together. But Your way, it's pretty simple in this lane. Just he has got to be a very static to the middle lane and farming until he gets the tanky enough. Maybe get phase food, you know, a little of brazier, you know, and then once he has enough, then just start ganking left and right. That should be around, I think, around 10 minutes mark, and then Kunkka gonna move out of the middle lane.
Not on my watch.
Bomb lane. Army Genesis. Oh no, that's not good. There are no escape ability at all for CML. Once again, that they are behind in terms of the laning phase, and AG put a lot of pressure on them. It turns out that this, yeah, I thought, yeah, Pakna is going to put a lot of pressures on them with the help of the Arcade Aura of the Crystal Maiden.
Roots and run.
Jing. I am waiting for him to shine this one. I think he's going to play a big part for the attacking game of Team Polaris. But for now, I think he just have to stay safe and get as much experience as he can. And now he's trying to gang in the middle lane.
Dire are scanning.
The trap. Mac on the way to the U scepter in order to set up the kills, you know, U first, split turrets and stuff.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, glyph on the fleet. Oh, looks like Your way gonna get around on that very fast response time, but the true support rebounds in. But is that gonna be enough damage to take the Kunkka? Yes, he can. Rebound this force everything, and Polaris strike it all back, and they get one more.
But it does not.
Oh, it's a good trade. It was a really good trade. But by who? We gotta take a look at the fight recap to see who actually won that one. Maybe show a little bit of fight recap. Alright, 6 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. Jumping in once again, Marcy from Jing. It's showtime!
I've run aground.
Ooh. Man, that's some reason behind this guy why he played like 11 Marcy games in the past 3 months. And look at that. Oh man, that was a little bit mispositioning by CML. Miscommunication, I think. But hey, a lot of damage produced by that man. He's gonna dive in the tower. He's about to take one down. Another one. Rebound. Dispose. Everything on that Polaris. Teleported down by Bok as well. That game is becoming more and more aggressive. And this is what I wanted to see in the third game of the series. At the same time, Army Geniuses need to cope up with the speed as well. Crazy game it is, and now they get the most important mid-tier 1 tower. That's gonna open up a lot of route. It's not looking good for Team Army Geniuses. They always won in the early games, but not sure about this one. And when you play that Nature Prophet as the position 3, and you setting him into fights more than the position 1 Nature Prophet, I think that's actually works the best. But meanwhile, on top, still doing such a great job in your dream, and that is second corpses already. Very fat Terrorblade. Also, Jing got caught in middle lane for fight. Everything goes smart for ship. Hits on him. Jing down. Just when we thought Polaris gonna get this game, Army Geniuses strike back immediately. And DB, a very fat partner here with an arcane boot. And he's on the way to the middle tier 1 tower, spamming Nether Blast it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, big fight breaks out. Lifestealer gets in the creeps and he got away. Looks like the whole crew of Team Army Genesis is going to take the bottom tier 1 tower. Police might have to look for a trade on the top tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
4-6 game score. Guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Dire's top tower is
No,
under attack.
no. Jokem. It's still a tower trading at the moment. It's all comes down to when how good you
Gold for my chest.
managing your time. You know, when your opponent doing something, you have to not wasting that time and just try to do some objective. The objective is very important at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Your way. The game is just going to the back seat. They're trying to slow the game down, especially for the Polaris side. They want to farm a little bit more.
Only making it worse.
Right now. Joelcam also farming inside here. The big smoke coming out from the Polaris. They want to catch some core, which is DB on the bomb lane. But how are they gonna jump? Oh, okay. Marcy here the rebound dispose. That's gonna be enough to take the oh, he tried to direct the HP, just not enough. That was a good kill. They trade Marcy with the core. Perfect trade for Team Polaris. Like I say, this one is going to be quite passive one. They just have to, just farm it first. The map advantage is going to be something quite important in this one because the from now on, I think 10 minutes from now on, they're just gonna keep on ganking, and that there will be a lot of smokes. For the observer ward, I don't think placing the observer ward, defensive observer wards alone will be enough. I think you might have to try to put it deep inside of your enemy territory as well, so you could see when they are popping out the smoke and just gonna attack you. Because if you put deep in your territory, you won't be able to spot all those smokes. Well, minutes in, I can feel the pressures onto everyone's shoulders.
What have we here?
5 to 7 game score.
Dire are scanning.
Terrorblade is still farming in a triangle. And that's a good farming Terrorblade, to be honest. I mean, that's not so many pressure coming from Team Polaris. They tried to do a small couple of times, but not such a big successful. They have to watch out that Jing too. Now 2 smokes coming out from the Polaris side is going to be Tiny and Kunga. Very high kill potential when these two come together. X mark the spot first into a torrent, maybe a ghost ship. No need to use a ghost ship. Torrent, avalanche, and a toss would be enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Your way on the way for the first item, Black King bar, so he can stay longer. Game's going back to the slow-paced mode again. Oh, Crystal Maiden being found. Definitely gonna be the date. Akashi takes the kill. If you're talking about the hero comparison in late game, I think Army Geniuses has a better late game heroes from the Terrorblade and also the Kunkka. And they also adding some utilities from Pakna too. You know, all those magic tricks like draining the HP or healing his teammates and all those stuff. And also the Cripify. Hero synergies. Talking about hero synergies, I kind of prefer the Radiant side more. Easy to understand the way they play. And look at this one. Gonna go for TB. Very quiet. But TB once again got a good game sense, man. He falling back into the triangle. But will he get caught over there? Jumping in, rebound, out of range, so they to change the target from TB into a Crystal Maiden. Now here we go, Polaris Jing as global silence comes in. Not a good trade once again for Team Polaris. Kind of surprised that they changing their style of play in this one. They're playing very attacking mentality. It was Team Army Genesis instead who trying to defend and go for the very late game. This game gonna be hard for both sides. I think this game, the condition to win this game is it's going to be a general objective of Dota 2. Just get the roll chance and stuff, and make sure that the Arrowblade was well protected in the and have a strong offensive line when it comes to team fight too. That means all the front liner needs to be tanky for Team Army Geniuses.
Dire's top tower.
There's a Prophet by Bok. Still on the 4th place in terms of net worth. Now drop to 5th. Trying to catch the life stealer.
Not so safe harbor, eh? It feels like the salt sea air.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Our crew smoke. 4-man. I think they're gonna wrap up in the middle lane for sure. Mac his target, but how are they gonna approach it? Maybe blinking, avalanche of the toss, aiming for the trap, but he used Septon himself in order to dodge the ghost ship. Doesn't matter, died anyway once he touched down. Turn the BKB for your way, he still got some damage to keep on fighting. X-Mark the spot, throwing some 3 in. Now the fight just breaks out down in the river. This is actually the first time that we see TB and also Lifestealer fighting toe-to-toe, but they can't fight the TB. Look at that. Oh, damn, that all those the spirit balls. Oh my goodness. Oh man, look at that. No way you can't fight that TB in that condition. This is direct counter to the Lifestealer pick. And in your dream, TB is unstoppable now. He had the triple kills. Oh man, look at all those spirit balls that he's shooting. High damage for in your dream. On the way to the Eye of Sky. Teleport down for to the tower. But hey, they still managed to kill Jokam the Tiny. Next one gonna be your way. He ran out the BKB. But his HP looking pretty healthy. There he is trying to threat the invader out with the crossbars and drain the HP back. They got it back. Ding down. Time to go. Requipify and drain the HP. Life steal. Ooh. Mac. Well, you still can't count that guy out for Mac. His damage is ridiculous as well, and he has the Bloodstone. On the way to the BKB, it's going to be much easier for him to approach the team fight with the BKB. Here we go with the 2-man smokes. They know that the Radiant side ran out of made a big ultimate, so they want to catch. It might be Bok.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Arrowblade. Getting stronger and stronger, and then how to deal with that TB.
Cold comfort.
All you need is a strong spells. Toss him back into an avalanche. Easy kill on CML. Army Geniuses. I mean, the way to kill that Terrorblade is you need to nuke him down. No way you can fight physically against him with that such a high armor. You see it? And he on the way to the Eye of Scotty. Dumping in. A very nice combo between Marcy and Lifestealer. Rebounding this force and release a Lifestealer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A tie to the impurities.
11-15 game score. 21 minutes in. I had a feeling that I don't. But Fog is also just trying to step up his game and going for some damage dealing. He had the Maelstrom. They're gonna do a big smoke, trying to catch somebody first and maybe go the agents after. Going in, Avalanche, and kills him out immediately. Didn't even have the chance to just use the global silence. Next one's gonna be Akashi getting traced down in the tree line. Fouled him, Avalanche. Turn on the rage. Will that be enough damage to take the guy down? No. A good chance to take down the top tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm Scotty, mentor style.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dragonlance. Crazy on the way to the BKB. Once he had the BKB, it's gonna be like 2 times harder to take him down. The guy had like 32 armor in total. Look at this one. Avalanche on the throne. Finally, a global silence comes in. Oh, your way. First one who fall, the BKB. But the real problem is his Terrorblades. Oh man, you can't stand in front of that Terrorblade. He's walking slowly to everyone, shooting from long range from downtown. And with an assist with the Avalanche and the toss, that Terrorblade can be quite powerful. But Terrorblade, can he do the Thunder? He did the Thunder on the support, and he gained all the HP back. He's gonna eat everyone alive, but look at the mercy from that thing. He's jumping in with the perfect timing. Now finally that 10, that Terrorblade down is a full round. Polaris is back to the game officially. Wow, that Mercy play. Now I know why he picked a lot of these heroes. 11 games in the past 3 months with 63% win rate. That is something. Crazy game. That's when we thought all hope was on the team Polaris. They won the big team fight. They get the first exit. Man.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But again, we can't, run away from. We can't run away from the fact that, that Terrorblade is still good against Lifestealer in the late game. It's so good. Man, that was impressive because Terrorblade used all his ultimate and produced a lot of the damage too, but they still managed to take him down for Team Polaris. 16-17 game score. We can't say 100% that this is a passive game because some big fights happening, and I think from now on there will be only big fights happen. A Desolator for the Lifestealer. Yeah, that must be because he want to get through all the high armor of the Terrorblade, and he's on the way to the Assault Crash as well. Glepne by Bok. If that would be a big difference between these two teams, I think it's going to be in late game. I think it's going to be the Nature Prophet and also Pakna, because Pakna is going to be powerless. I don't know. When you compare it to the Nature Prophet, all the physical damage is just ridiculous from him. Becoming a hitter. Whole team smoke, trying to find someone inside the Dire MC. They're gonna catch. Yes, they're catching Dokkan. Dokkan right in front of his own base. Split turret connected on him. Ding. A nice 4-star by his teammate just to save him. And also giving away a bit of the HP.
Dire's top tower is fallen. Radiant's bottom
3k ahead for Team Polaris. That must be the the benefits of having the ages. Akashi. I think they're gonna grouping up right here. 4K. Finding some place to do. Oh, okay. I think, guys, are you guys ready for this big fight? Oh, decisive fight gonna happen here. They're so close to each other. Arrowblade is going to push bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Up now with the Nether Blast. Positioning is the key. Now finally goes in. Can they see Marcy in the tree line? Nether Blast. They see Marcy over there and they hit it with the torrent. Half HP already for Marcy. This is gonna be quite hard for Marcy to do initiation in this team fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not full HP. Meanwhile, on top, what's going on here? Hellblade gonna deal with the pressure from the Nature Prophet. What an under pressure game. What a series. 3 games in this series is very hard. I mean, I have a feeling about the play style of both teams. They are not so being themselves. I realized that wait, the Avalanche and Torrent throwing somebody in. Is that gonna be a call? Yes, no. CML. Now Jing. Man, you can't stand the damage in front of the Terrorblade, Metamorphosis and all those stuff. They lost 2 support, so this is a chance for Team Polaris to do something. I think it should get the tier 2 towers, get the outpost.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
T-Blade. X mark the spot pin. And a partner. It's all about timings of retreating and attacking. Dokam.
Radiant are scanning.
Is he gonna walk up the high ground? And the rest of team AD. Oh no, got caught. DB gonna get caught now there. Perfect positioning, teleported down and locked down DB in a sprout. But his teammate saved him but 4 stop away.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Akashi.
attack.
Bounty.
I think the key player in Polaris right now is Jing, the Marcy. Because if your hard carry losing 1v1 matchup against the other team hard carry, in this case, the Life Stealer versus D-Blade, so you're gonna need a full potential of your support in order to win the team fight. And I think Marcy is capable. Staying there, holding on to the triangle first. 30 minutes in. Are they gonna do some smoke here for Team AG?
To the impurities.
Barely a smoke, 5 men. I think that they're gonna try to get someone at the triangle, and if they lucky enough to get someone, and then just walk down. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
X mark the spot.
Radiant's
Akashi.
top tower is under attack.
All right. Say hi to all the guys in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. You are about to witness, I think, the most intense late game in this tournament. Avalanche and the tosser to the BKB for that Mac. He's doing fine. He's doing healthy. He's producing the damage at the same time. I am waiting for Marcy to find the perfect angle to go in, doing some rebound dispose on her magic. But I don't think they're gonna do so. Army Geniuses is back into the lane and trying to, you know, gradually push the top tier 2 tower. And they're gonna give it away this tower. And I think if you lose your top tier 2 tower like that without any resistance, then this is gonna be not hard for Team Army Genesis to get the edges. I think the next edges is going to be key. AG doing a little bit of fake B. It's still hanging around the middle section. Oh, nothing. Yeah, what's so
Radiant are
scary?
scanning.
There's something gonna... Okay. They are waiting for this Roshan pit. This is going to be the turning point. Probably the whole series. Jumping in first for that Marcy. Didn't find anyone inside. Maybe it's that only save for Marcy, but it was a trap set by Marcy. The rest, the damage dealer coming in just quick. TB eliminated Marcy, but man, just get rid of Jocam. Jocam fought back right away. The fight down at the river. Still scepter by a little bit of time, but once he touched down, he will be. Oh, next one gonna be the silencer. There's nothing much CML could do about that. It's triple kill for In Your Dream. I am gonna go straight to the edges. Why? I have a feeling that it was a little bit too hesitate for the Radiant side. You know, they are not going in like 400% on. Mercy did some great job going in. You're showing some fancy footwork, but then no follow-up. Meanwhile, the rest being approached by Team Army Genius on the sideway as well. So that was good, clean fight. Here we go. Let's take down mid tier 2 tower and go for more, maybe the high ground. Put a little bit of the pressure on the Radiant side. We gotta give the credit to Jocam too. You know, just now he made a mistake. He died first, but he saved his money for a bot back. His second life are actually saving his teammates a lot. Go fast arriving at the scene. And wasn't talking about Avalanche and toss one in. And it's gonna be CNL. Oh my, the dinner has been served to the king of Terrorblade. And now it's time to take down the mid tier 3 tower. But you don't underestimate the power of that life stealer being stopped by the Avalanche on the top. Grenade on three. And here we go with the sprinter. It's just gonna go straight in. Send in some Titanic. The guy who had the BKB need to pump it up right now just to be safe from all the spells. They still manage to defend the mid tier 3 tower. Okay. Meanwhile, at the same time, the bomb lane, Paris Bog doing on the undercover duty. They take down the bomb tier 3 tower. How is that supposed to be? Crazy game it is. And yep, they're just gonna work on the middle lane for more. They know that if they let the game goes on, they cannot fight the split pushing power of that Nature Prophet. So if they have the chance, they have to do it. They're still holding on the edges. I'm not sure about the Metamorphosis, the cooldown, but however, T-Blade is still holding on the edges. And they're gonna slash the first set of racks. The Barack Obama under attack. That's not really good. Somebody being pushed inside the base. Probably, is he gonna go? Oh, it's back. He's died. Yeah, he doesn't have a buyback too. That's when he needed it the most. Oh my goodness, an Army Genesis march on with a T-Blade, the full-grown male T-Blade. Oh, with an edges on him. Man, no buyback for that lurch track for at least 1 minute. This probably reaching the end of the series. ENG is not going to let this chance slip away. No way. Akashi trying his best, but you standing in front of the TV. Let me in. Oh my goodness, that is all gone.
Has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
What? That's when I... What?
Radiant's courier
I didn't even notice that. Crazy game, man. So, off the camera, the guy just get the bottom set of racks, so we are pretty much still in the game. I still don't know who's gonna come out of this one alive. Crazy, bro, to be honest. 8K ahead. Imagine a team that got ahead 2 set of racks, but still 8K ahead. See how close the game is.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
At the bottom lane. Arrow Blade, the Black King Bar, everything Daedalus, Mentor Style, Eye of Skadi, no boots, PO damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is the last stronghold, the last Alamo of Team Polaris in order to hold on to this decisive series. They have to win this one. Here we go with the partner. Started off with a Native Blast. I'm not sure if they still have a clip or not. Scepter setting up the kill. Scepter once again. Ooh. The tower about to go down. Finally a global silence, but that won't affect all the physical damage attack from the T-Bleed. He used his Thunders already. And he get a little bit of the HP back. Nice setting up in. Avalanche and Taurus trying to just serve some dinner to his teammate, but TV with no Thunder on, but he's still holding on to the Aegis. He get that Jing out. Jing bought back right away. If anyone has a buyback, need to do it now because the fight is right here, right now. About to go down already for the Barracks. That is the last Barracks before the Mega Creep. And it's still managed to defend it, dumping in rebound, perfect timing, and release the light stealer. Oh my goodness, it all melted down. That's crazy. 20 to 27 games for. Next one is going to be TB. Now finally a Thunder just comes in the cooldown just in time. Thunder fighting until the very end. And Polaris hanging on to this game. Crazy shit. Oh my goodness. The fight is not even done yet. Oh my. And it's gonna be mad. That is Apocalypto. It's your dream coming in? He bought that? Oh my, now let's take a look at that. This is gonna be the last push for the Omega Creep, and they're gonna get it. Glebner sending some gold chip too. It's 4v2 right now. This is not looking good for Team Polaris. They are trying their best in order to stay in this game, but they are getting crushed right in front of the fountain. This might cause them to call a 99. Oh, it's GG has been called. Army Genesis confirmed to Division 1. Wow. Oh. Wow. Oh, sorry. Oh. All right. Man, what a game it is. Congratulations to Team Army Geniuses. It was an impressive performance. Wow. And what a game. What a game for a Friday night. I hope you guys enjoy. I enjoyed it a lot. I feel so honored to get to cast this, epic match of the Division 2. And congratulations to Team Army Geniuses. They are the first one who confirmed their spot in Division 1 next tournament. And clap, bro. Really good, really good. But the journey doesn't stop anyway for Team Polaris. They still got a high chance to go to the Division 1 as well, maybe being the second team. But from now on, they might have to just go back, having a team talk, like what's happening and what's the mistake they made. And I believe that they're going to come back up very strong in the probably going to be a last series on next one. Yeah, they still got one series left right now. Their score, their record is 5 victories and 1 losses. They still have to play one more. If they win, they become 6-1. They go up to Division 1 anyway. Oh, man, that's crazy. Oh, I do believe that we still... let's take a look at the MVP first. In your dream. Man, that is actually one of the best T-Blade performance I have seen in this year. That's really good. I mean, fast farming, strong in the lanes, reliable when it's come to the big team fight, perfect timing on the Thunder, especially on the last team fight, the fatal push. Man, he stays so long over there. Being the backbone of his teammates with a very high armor, high damage. This guy deserves to be the MVP in this in the last game, no doubt. Woo! Crazy. Oh. Oh, okay. I hope you guys enjoy. I believe that we're gonna have like the interview with the player as well. Oh, I wonder who's gonna be. And okay, that's cool. So right now, I have a feeling that in Division 2, in my opinion, they improved a lot from the last tournament, from the last season. And in this one, all the teams in Division 2 are really so strong and very high competitive. We rarely seen like a 2-0 games, or especially like today, we got a lot of 2-1 of the base of 3s, and including this one as well. So the standards of the players are pretty much high as the same. What determines the victory is going to be some small decision making in the game, and also maybe some strategies. How many strategies you have in your pocket, and ability to pick the right strategy at the right time, and also on the right opponent. That's very good. I'm so happy to see the Southeast Asian scene grow. I still my dream is to see some Southeast Asian teams win a TI. I have been waiting for maybe 10 or 11 TIs already, but this year I think it's very good. So we got potential to win. At least in Southeast Asia, we got a lot of talents. I mean, the upcoming talents and stuff. Whoa. So that should be it for today, but we are waiting for the interview. So we still have some time. So if you guys wanna have anything to just ask me, feel free to type it down or have a chat with me. Okay, let's take a look at the results for today. Okay, we start the day with the XERXIA versus Magnitude, and it was Team Mac who won over XERXIA 2-0. And then the second match was Team Atlantis versus Team Flow. That was another intense match. And with the 3 games in the best of 3 series as well. And the last one that I just casted, crazy one, man. Ended with the victory of Team Polaris Esports. Let's take a look at the total standing. Number 1, Army Geniuses, 6 chilies on their pocket, and of course they are guaranteed to the next tournament in Division 1. Polaris Esports now became 5-1. They're just gonna need one more victory in order to just follow Team AG to the Division 1 as well. The third place is the Mid Venue Gaming, as well as Spawn Team. UD Vetsuwan, a team from Thailand, now at the mid table. I would say that it's still not so safe to just survive in this one, because the last two teams will be eliminated. XERXIA, Team Flow. Next one, Team Flow and XERXIA. Next match is very, very crucial, especially for XERXIA. If they want to, just to stay in this, they have to win on the next one. XERXIA. And let's take a look at the Sunday schedule, man. 3 matches. As usual, we're gonna start the day with the UD Vet Suwan versus XERXIA. Very important match, you can't miss. And the second one gonna be Atlantis versus Spawn Team. And the last one gonna be Polaris Esports versus Mac, which is going to be a very crucial match once again, because Mac just have to win over Polaris Esports to just make themselves become 5-2 and also make Polaris Esports become 5-2, so they can go into tie break together. So do not miss on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Still a lot of interesting match waiting for. All right. We are... looks like we got Your Way on the interview. Hello there. Hello. How's it going, bro? How you feel? Are you tired after that such a long series?
Yeah. The first game is, I think, 70 minutes. So it's like... we start in 6, right? And we're done in 10 p.m. right now. So it's like pretty tiring. But it's worth it.
Yeah. What's going on in your mind in the first game of the series? I obviously you take control of the game since like minutes 15. And then you just, why you cannot go up?
I think just the hero-wise, it's hard for us to go high ground because they have Ricky, Leech, and Shardon Kunka. So... I think we need to learn more of the game one because we need to be patient because we need to understand the heroes. That's why we lose. So
can you explain me a bit about the Team Polaris play style from what you guys on research or been prepared for?
We didn't really prepare about them. We just play our. I mean, we prepare like a little bit only. The bans. A bit. CV, I'm interviewing. It's like the first draft only, their NP under Lina. That's it. Then after that, we just on our own, something like that. And their playstyle, I feel like, no offense, they're just passive, something like that.
I can see so many games of being a little passive. So when you are playing against a passive team, are you guys tend to be the one who attack on them or playing faster, or just you gonna do farm race too?
We will take what's the opportunity. Like if we can see, if it's low pace or they're farming, but we can kill them, then we do it. But if we cannot, we don't need to force it. We just farm it also, so we don't lose something like gold or net worth or XP.
I see. So, okay. What do you want your team to improve before you go up to Division 1?
I think her team, just individual. On the leaning phase, especially on me, I need to improve more because Division 1, it's big teams, so I need to be prepared. And even though we won today, we still need to hard work.
Nice, brother. Do you have anything for your fans? You have a lot of fans watching you guys playing today. Anything? Any shout
I think shout out to Pinoy. I mean sa mga tropa ko dyan, and Yowe, ginulat talaga ang mundo. Charot. Ano lang guys, thank you sa pag-support, and bang for the Indonesian people. Thank you for supporting Army Genius. That's it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Your Way. Congratulations, brother. Yeah, we'll be rooting for you for sure, man. Congrats.
Thank you, bro.
All right, that's cool. Thank you so much for today. Good job.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that is Your Way. Woo-hoo. Your Way. Man, he's playing really good today. Top performance, top notch, I would say. Well, that's it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the show today. Keep in mind that we have important meeting on Sunday, 3 more best of 3 matches to decide it all. Who gonna get relegated? Who gonna get promoted? Decide it on Sunday. It's a super Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Well, for today, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. My name is Cyclops. Shout out to Rivalry. Shout out to ePulse. Shout out to Esport Business Network for making this amazing event happen. And all right, see you guys again on Sunday. Thank you for today.
Three, 2, 1.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take up like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.